Chapter 586. Everyone in the distance craned their necks to look at the two people strolling on the shore. They were gossipy and wanted to eavesdrop, but Yin Nuashing blocked their words, making everyone's hearts itch. Only Xian didn't care. She sat by the lake with her legs bent, humming a song, as if everything had nothing to do with her. Xian, do you really not care? Feng asked softly as she leaned against her and sat down gently. Xian smiled and shook her head. She turned to look at her and said with a smile, Feng Er, I'm really not worried about anything. Little Star's decision is up to him. Xian and Mei Mao glanced at the two people. A touch of tenderness flashed in Mei Mao's eyes. As long as Yin Nuashing was fine, it was fine. She wouldn't think too much about anything else. She loved him and tolerated everything about him, so she wouldn't resist his choice. After a long while, the two people walked around the lake. When they came back, their faces were very calm. There was no trace of emotion, which confused everyone. However, the two didn't say anything. Qin Yin was still so quiet, and Yin Nuashing just smiled mysteriously. Neither of them said anything. Let nature take its course. Everyone looked at each other and looked at the two with strange eyes. They sighed inexplicably. They didn't know what the two little guys were doing. If they said it was harmonious, there seemed to be a strange atmosphere. If they said it was happy, there was no intimacy between the two of them. It could only be said that it was a little ambiguous. While everyone was thinking, Xian saw that Yin Nuashing and Feng Er had walked far away. She smiled, took Feng Er's hand, stood up, and trotted after them. When everyone saw this, they sighed and followed unhurriedly. Now, of course, I'm going to take a look at the void fire that I yearn for day and night. I'm going to take a look at it. As they walked, Xian casually asked where they were going. Yin Nuashing answered without thinking. But after she finished speaking, she turned around and looked at the large group of people. There seemed to be too many people. The Mei Mao caught a glimpse of Jin Wang's helpless gaze and turned back to look at him. She seemed to have understood something. Mei Mao turned around and looked at Jin Wang. She smiled and said, Little Stone, send the children back first. They have all broken through to the demon rank. It's time to accept the inheritance of the temple. F*CK. Cannot go back. Let's play for a little longer. No, let's train with Little Star for a little longer. We're willing to go on our way now. That's right. It won't be too late to accept the inheritance after becoming a demigod. Before Jin Wang and the others could say anything, Jin Ying and the others exploded. It was as if the 9 temples were hell. Everyone's faces turned pale at the mention of going back. Jin Wang saw their resistance and smiled bitterly. He carefully glanced at the Jin Queen, only to see her smiling at the 9 people. Her bright forehead darkened. Mei Mao's eyes contained a very intimidating light. Even Yin Nuashing was frightened. Yao Hua and the others were so frightened that they instantly shut their mouths. They hurriedly looked at Yin Nuashing. There was a hint of pleading in their eyes. Well, actually, you see, the place we're going to this time is very far away. It's inconvenient to have so many people. You should listen to Sister Jean and go back to cultivate first. Besides, you've been surpassed by me again. You still need to work hard. Yin Nuashing looked at Yao Hua and the others with pity. She raised her head and patted Yao Hua's shoulder with a fake smile. F*CK. Little Star, you're so mean. Yao Hua widened his eyes and looked at him with gritted teeth. He was very unhappy that he had abandoned them at this time. Be good, go back first. Yin Nuashing laughed carelessly. She looked at Jin Ying and habitually reached out to pat her head. Jin Ying rolled her eyes at her, but did not argue about not going back. She nodded gloomily. Seeing that she had directly surrendered, Yao Hua and the others tactfully shut up. When Empress Jean saw that her words were not as effective as Little Star's action, she speechlessly covered her face. This 9 divine shrine was really under his control. The Hall Master and the others listened to him. Even the future 9 divine kings listened to him. Even they were circling around him. Empress Jean looked around again and said a few words to Jin Wang and the great elder of the Fire God Shrine. The latter and the others nodded. Jin Wang took out the golden bell bottle and a golden longbow and handed them to the former. Then, He retreated to the side. It seemed that the group of people from the Nine Divine Shrine had been pushed back by Empress Jean, leaving her alone. But she also felt a little helpless. There were really a lot of emperor gods around Yin Nuashing. Not to mention that there were close to 30 emperor gods in the Nine Divine Shrine. There were 6 demon emperors who had been subdued by Feng Air. Although she did not know what the Mountain Emperor and the others were thinking, the Empress seemed to want to follow that little guy for a while. That meant that there were at least 7 emperor gods following Yin Nuashing and the others. This was also why she asked Jin Wang and the others to go back first. The Nine Divine Shrine was located in the northern wilderness of the Divine Continent, bordering the area that the demon world had asked for. They were the first line of defense, and her group was also a part of the core strength. At this time, it was better not to leave the shrine for too long. On the other side, Yin Nuashing and the others were saying goodbye to Jining and the others one by one. He gave each of them a gentle hug. Huaji also whispered a few words to him, saying that she would wait for him to return to the Divine Continent. This was a promise. He also smiled and agreed. At that time, he had promised to find a divine flame for this girl. Child, be careful. The divine flame, ranked 25th, is not easy to deal with. Safety is the most important thing. When the young people finished saying their goodbyes, the beautiful woman walked up and rubbed Yin Nuashing's head with a smile. He also obediently lowered his head and allowed her to rub his head gently. He nodded as he listened to the beautiful woman's advice. It felt like a mother sending off her child who had left for a foreign land. Divine King, how are Ming and the others? Yin Nuashing couldn't help but ask. Thinking of the 2 little girls who fell into a deep sleep after going to the East Sea, Yin Nuashing felt very distressed. Hearing him mention this, the beautiful woman couldn't help but sigh and shake her head. She said, "They are still sleeping on the star-casting platform. Several temple masters have come to see them. Temple Master Shui, who specializes in soul and spirit, also came to see the situation, but they didn't solve it. But you don't have to worry." Temple Master said that although their souls have left their bodies, they haven't really left their bodies. Now their condition is very good and their lives are not in danger. Don't worry. Also, little Ming has grown up. You will be surprised the next time you go back and see her. Yin Nuashing was worried and happy at the same time. He was worried because they hadn't woken up yet, and happy because he heard that Ming had grown up. That's right. It wasn't until now that he realized that more than 10 years had passed. Ming had grown up. When he first saw her, she was only 4 or 5 years old. Calculating the time, it had already been 14 years since he saw her. But at that time, he heard Ming say that she was already 8 years old. Then she should be 23 or 24 years old this year. Little Ye should also be around this age, but he didn't know which of the 2 girls was older. Let's assume that I was 14 years old when I fell. 18 years, I'm already 32 years old. Suddenly thinking of this question, Yin Nuashing was stunned. However, the lifespan of a demon step expert was at least 100,000 years. He hadn't even reached 1,000th of that age. Although he knew, he still felt strange. Big brother. Suddenly, a soft body bumped into his arm, interrupting his thoughts. He hurriedly turned his head, only to see little Ye hugging his arm tightly, staring at him with a pair of watery eyes. There was actually a trace of pleading in Mei Mao's eyes. Big brother, can you take little Ye with you? Uncle Hai and the others have all left. I don't want to go back alone. It's not easy for us to meet again. I don't want to be separated from Big Brother, okay? Little Ye is very obedient. Little Ye said coquettishly as she hugged Yin Nuashing's arm and shook it gently. All right, I'm fine with it. Yin Nuashing blinked and suddenly felt that something was wrong. He turned his gaze slightly, only to see Qin Yin looking helplessly at little Ye beside him. Especially when she heard him say that he was fine with it, she sighed and couldn't help but shake her head. Huh? Yin Nuashing blinked in astonishment. You spoiled him too much. Seeing him look over, Qin Yin rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. She didn't know who he was referring to by them. You've been living in the open all this time. The place you're going to is so dangerous. Little Ye is only celestial level 7 now. How can she stand your torment? Qin Yin sighed and walked over. Looking at little Ye, who was hiding behind Yin Nuoxing and carefully looking at her. Mei Mao actually had a trace of dignity and worry in her eyes. About that, back then, I was drifting with little Ming when I was mortal tier. The world was our home. We've endured for so many years. Little Yiya is already celestial level 7. Yin Nuoxing smiled and changed the topic. The point is, isn't she willing? You're pervert. Don't lump other people together. Yin rolled her eyes at him. Mei Mao was still a little unwilling. Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes and suddenly teased, "Why? Are you jealous of your sister?" Hearing that, Yin rolled her eyes, but looked at him strangely for a while. After a while, she turned around and stood at the side, becoming a part of the background again. She didn't say anything else. After seeing that Yin had given up struggling, little Yiya was so excited that she directly jumped up and acted coquettishly in front of Yin Nuoxing for a while. When everyone's expressions became strange, she laughed and jogged towards Xian, pulling her in phone to chat. Brother Yin, you also wants to go. You can't favor one and discriminate against the other. You can't even go back to the demon world." Before Yin Nuoxing could heave a sigh of relief, Yu also ran over from the side. She pulled Yin Nuoxing's hand and lightly shook it. She smiled charmingly, revealing a row of pure white teeth. She was indeed very cute, but it caused Yin Nuoxing's forehead to droop with black lines. When they parted, everyone was emotional for a while. The Empress also wanted to go with Yin Nuoxing. Previously, the latter also pestered her to guide him in his cultivation. Although she always said that she wasn't qualified to be his master, teaching him cultivation was his wish. As for Mountain, Soul Blade, and the others, they followed Jin Wang and the others to the Nine Deities Temple. Regarding this, the Golden Empress and the others were naturally very welcoming. They were still worried about the lack of manpower. These newcomers included a blacksmith, an alchemist, a seer, and an array master. They were also very precious human resources. Seeing that the portal disappeared in space, Yin Nuoxing stopped waving his hand and looked back. He also had a headache. In addition to the original group of 7, there was now Shao by the 6 demon emperors, the Golden Empress, the Empress, and 2 little girls who didn't quite see eye to eye. As for the people from the Yu family, they had already returned after the event. At that time, Yuanqi had already cried to his heart's content. So many people, but they're all acquaintances, so it won't take up much of my energy. Yin Nuoxing walked to the side of the crowd and laughed self-deprecatingly, shaking his head. Xian and the others also laughed bitterly. If this guy stayed in a group of unfamiliar people, his energy would be exhausted very quickly. After laughing for a while, Yin Nuoxing's gaze swept across the crowd. Being stared at by 17 pairs of eyes, he still felt a little uncomfortable. He rubbed his cheeks, flipped his palm, and took out an object the size of a wash basin. It looked like an altar, and there were 8 sharp pillars at the edge, curving towards the center. This was the star map that Xian Yin had given to him. During these years of traveling in the realm of the gods, besides picking up 2 fragments at the Tana's water god temple, Yin Nuoxing would occasionally take a detour to collect fragments of the star map. However, he didn't manage to fix it, but it seemed like it could be activated. Look, there are so many of us here. There are even 8 emperor gods here. I want to try this thing. Yin Nuoxing laughed dryly. This thing has the smell of a coordinate formation. Could it be that it can be transported through coordinates? When Yishi saw this thing, she immediately smelled something different. She was the only formation master present, so she knew more about this kind of thing. It's a little different. It said that you can go anywhere you want, and you can teleport anywhere in the realm of the gods. However, it's damaged. Yin Nuoxing nodded and grinned. Everyone nodded, but when they heard the last sentence, they were stunned. Let's go. Yin Nuoxing laughed softly and placed his other hand lightly on the star map. A wisp of silver-blue energy flowed from his body into the star map, and then it shone brightly. No, wait. In the bright light, a series of shrill screams rang out. Chapter 587. This was a sparkling and pure white world. The twin suns in the sky seemed a little sickly here. Even the sunlight looked lazy as it landed on the ground. Before it could stand firm, it was pushed away by the merciless, icy blue ground. Not only this piece of land, but the icy blue ground that spanned an unknown distance was also like this, rejecting the sunlight. His line of sight shifted slightly. Numerous ice-blue mountain peaks silently appeared on the horizon. They were as smooth and clean as mirrors. They stood in this ice-blue world and formed a continuous stretch. A breeze blew through the air. The water molecules condensed into ice crystals and fell to the ground before disappearing. This was a world of ice. There were no living creatures, and even the sunlight didn't want to stay here for long. There was only ice that remained unchanged for tens of thousands of years. The ground was frozen, and the mountains were frozen. It was bone-chilling cold without a trace of warmth. Even the air was trembling, as if it would freeze at any time. At this moment, a dozen or so people were standing on the mountainside of a towering mountain peak that reached into the clouds. Powerful auras circulated around them, resisting the cold aura. However, their eyes seemed to be a little sluggish. A cold wind blew past, causing their long hair to flutter and their minds to be in a mess. Is this the Southern Ice Realm or the Northern Ice Realm? Northern Ice Realm. I've confirmed it. We've just entered a little. Just a little. As soon as the golden-robed girl spoke, the color-haired young man beside her quickly took out a large map and said casually, "A little?" Everyone's expression was strange. They glanced at the map and then took in a deep breath of cold air. They were already halfway into the Northern Ice Realm. The North Ice Realm was even larger than an origin region. It stretched from the leftmost origin region to the rightmost origin region. Just like the South Ice Realm, it was one of the two most mysterious regions in the God Realm. What's this? Compared to where we were at the beginning, isn't it quite close? Yes, it's much closer. Yin Nuashing laughed. However, when she saw the murderous looks on everyone's faces, she couldn't help but shiver. Luckily, I didn't send it to the Ice World's divine realm. This place isn't far from there. The Golden Empress pointed at the red dot they were at and moved it to the upper right corner. Then, she raised her head and said, "We have to leave quickly. Once an ice storm blows in the North and South Ice Realms, it's easy to get lost in the ice plains. Moreover, the temperature here is extremely low. It can even freeze a divine underworld powerhouse. So, you little fellows better not wander off." When she said this, Empress Jean was looking at Yin Nuashing. In the end, she was the one who worried the most and had the most headaches. In the past thousands of years, she had either guided or personally taught batches of disciples, but she had never seen such a troublemaker. Rather than calling him a troublemaker, it was more like casual. It was hard to speak to him in a lecturing tone, and he couldn't put on any airs. Once he did, he would only nod his head mechanically, and the words would go in one ear and out the other. Yin Nuashing shrunk her head and stuck her tongue out, as if she was really being lectured by her elder sister. As for whether she really listened, the Golden Empress didn't know. Yin Nuashing also quickly took out the golden chains and tied them firmly around the waists of Xian and the others. Then he hugged Yi Shi and nodded. He looked at the Golden Empress and smiled. All right. Seeing this, the Golden Empress sighed softly and nodded. She placed her hand on his arm and pulled him up into the air. There was a series of clattering sounds behind them, and everyone quickly followed. In a world of ice and snow, in the vast white world, spatial cracks were constantly being torn open. A dozen figures flew past, and the cracks quickly closed. In the distance, in a place that was also blindingly white, a spatial crack was being torn open and closed again. This repeated for a few days. This group of people kept tearing open space in this snow-white world, crossing countless distances. The sky was black and white and black again. However, the days seemed to be longer, which made Yin Nuashing very curious. Everywhere in the realm of the gods had 4 distinct seasons, and day and night were equally divided. However, in the North Ice Realm, the nights seemed to be much shorter. After an unknown amount of time, Yin Nuashing took out the treasure map and immediately found the location of the red dot. When she saw where it was, she let out a long sigh of white smoke. They had been walking for many days, but the distance changed abnormally slowly. She originally thought that with the Golden Empress and the others, and with the strength of the God Emperors, they would only need 1 or 2 days to reach the border between the Source Peak region and the North Ice Realm. She didn't expect that after so many days, they still hadn't flown out. Am I hallucinating? Why do I feel that it's getting colder and colder? Rubbing his arm under the windbreaker, Yin Nuoxing frowned. He touched his colorful hair and felt a strange warmth when he touched it. There was no frost, but the golden chain that extended from the space of the windbreaker already had a thin layer of ice on its surface. It looked very smooth and hard. She waved her hand back and forth for a while and touched an object that was so cold that it seemed to be frozen. She was shocked and moved her hand away as if she had been electrocuted. At the same time, she turned her head in shock and saw that Xian was also looking at her. She then smiled sweetly, which seemed to make the cold space seem a little warmer. Looking at the Golden Empress who was flying half a meter in front of her, Yin Nuoxing blinked and retreated a little. She came to Xian's side and grabbed her hand that was as cold as ice. She held her hand in her palm and gently rubbed it. It was very cold, but very soft. There was no trace of affection in her heart, as if it was just a habit for her to do this. Xian's beautiful face blushed a little as her hand was gently rubbed by a pair of warm palms. A trace of tenderness flashed through Mei Mao's eyes. However, she looked a little guilty as she glanced at Qin Yin, who was on the right side of Yin Nuoxing. The latter also felt her gaze and turned to look at her. Then, she looked at Yin Nuoxing, who was blowing air into her hand, and looked at Xian indifferently. She smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Something's not right. Suddenly, the Golden Empress stopped. Her jade hand grabbed the void in front of her and tore open a crack. She took the lead and rushed out. Yin Nuoxing and the others behind her were dumbfounded. They looked at each other and quickly rushed out of the void. In a white world, the sun was slightly lazy. It hung slanted in the sky and flickered from time to time. The sun didn't seem to be very warm. Other than making people feel dazzled, it didn't seem to have any other effect. Even when it shone on the body, it didn't dispel the coldness. On the snowy ground below, on the desolate snowy ground, there was a stockade. Some adults wearing animal skins were sitting in the stockade, and some children were running and playing in the snow. Their small feet moved up and down, leaving ankle-high footprints. For the first time, this desolate place had the aura of life. This place that seemed like a world of ice and snow was actually inhabited by people. Yin Nuoxing was very surprised. She turned her head and saw the Golden Empress's gloomy face. She couldn't help but be startled. "Sister Jean, this is the 6th time we've passed by this stockade. I thought we were passing by another stockade, but this time I can feel it clearly. It can't be wrong. This is definitely the same stockade." The Golden Empress's face was gloomy. They were constantly tearing space and walking in the void. How could they encounter such a thing? Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing quickly took out the treasure map. When she opened it, she gasped in cold air. It was so cold that her teeth chattered. Everyone was shocked. They stretched their necks and saw a red dot on the map of the North Ice Realm. It wasn't very far from the center. How can this be? I clearly planned to walk in the direction of the Source Peak domain. Why did I walk in the direction of the Ice Realm? The Golden Empress saw that the red didn't approach the Source Peak domain at all. Instead, it was approaching the center of the North Ice Realm. Her face changed slightly. Mei Mao kept flashing. Yin Nuoxing also frowned slightly. She looked up at the sun. Her soul power gushed out. It went into the void and came out again. She didn't encounter anything special. It didn't seem like she was going around in circles. I just looked at the map in the void. We were clearly close to the Source Peak domain. Why did we approach the center of the North Ice Realm after coming out of the void? Yin Nuoxing frowned and thought. After thinking for a while, Yin Nuoxing sighed and shook her head. She took out the dark ruined sword from her body and handed it to the Golden Empress. She said, "Sister Jean, take the dark ruined sword and walk again." Hearing this, the Golden Empress took the dark ruined sword without thinking. The dark ruined sword had the ability to destroy space. There shouldn't be any problems. She didn't waste any time. The dark ruin sword cut through space like tofu. She brought everyone into the void. However, what shocked everyone was that after more than 2 hours, when the Golden Crown Princess felt that something was wrong and came out of the void, she saw the stockade again. It was still in the same position, and the surrounding terrain had not changed at all. Everyone frowned. It seemed that something big had happened this time. A group of emperor gods with a divine sword that could destroy space were actually trapped in the ice realm. Everyone discussed for a while. Then, they turned around and flew back in the direction they came from. They tore through space, but the result didn't change at all. They didn't know how long they had traveled, but they saw the village again. Everyone was on the verge of breaking down. Yin Nuashing was also a little stunned. After all, he was the one who brought everyone into the North Ice Realm. Now that they were in such a situation, he didn't know what to say. He wanted to use the star map to teleport out again, but he found that it didn't work. Even the teleportation formation couldn't be activated. Just as he was thinking about what to do, he suddenly felt an ice-cold body burrowing into his embrace, causing him to be stunned. He lowered his head, only to see Little Moon burying her little face into his chest. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and 2 pieces of ice-like things stroked his back. It was so cold that he shivered violently, and it took him a long time to get used to it. Yua, why is your body so cold? Yin Nuashing was shocked. It wasn't just his back. Even the soft body that was pressed against his body was extremely cold. It was like an ice cube. He could even feel that her vital signs were showing signs of weakening. The temperature here is frighteningly low. Even energy protection isn't that effective. Moreover, the temperature is still gradually dropping. I don't know if you've noticed, but every time the sun rises and sets, the temperature will drop by a certain degree. Moreover, this temperature is enough to freeze the air. However, Jingyu said softly. Yin Nuashing was shocked. He had 4 divine flames protecting his body. Ordinary cold naturally couldn't affect him. He originally thought that he would be affected if the temperature was a little more abnormal. He didn't expect that he wouldn't feel anything at all when the temperature had already dropped below absolute zero. However, just because he didn't feel anything didn't mean that others didn't feel anything turning around. Yin Nuashing's heart sank when he saw everyone's expressions. Apart from the God Emperors Feng and Little White, Xian and the others were all slightly curled up. There was a faint trace of sleepiness on their faces. Yin Nuashing panicked. He hurriedly released his divine flames. The light purple night dark flame, the light gray Een spirit flame with a hint of blue, and the brown mountain spirit flame all appeared. They condensed into a flame barrier that enveloped everyone. The temperature also quietly rose, causing everyone who was about to fall asleep to quickly wake up. He gave Yuan Shi and Nightmare a hard knock on their heads. He gently shook Qin Yin, Xian, and Little Yu to prevent them from falling asleep. If you release your divine flames like this, you will be drained dry before we can get out. Little White sneered when he saw his actions. Yin Nuashing's eyelids trembled slightly. He lowered his eyes slightly, but he smiled and said, "It's fine. I have a way to hold on. Even if using the divine flames consumes a lot of energy, I only need to maintain this small area. It doesn't consume too much energy. I think I can hold on for half a month. We will be able to get out in half a month." Little White looked deeply at him. He crossed his arms and looked noble and proud. Although he only looked like a young man, no one knew how old he was. After a moment, Little White's body lit up slightly. His body swayed, and he turned into a huge white tiger that was 5 meters long. Dark blue stripes cover his body. "Come on up. I will save some energy to bring you guys along." Little White's huge tiger eyes looked at Yin Nuashing and the others. His rumbling voice echoed in their ears. Yin Nuashing looked at him in amusement. At the beginning, he was very resistant. After forming a soul contract with him, he was completely different from when they first met. Everyone sat on him without hesitation. It was the white tiger, one of the 4 divine beasts. They never thought that they would be able to sit on him one day. However, it was a little crowded with more than 10 people sitting together. Little White wanted to make his body bigger, but Feng reached out her hand and patted him. Then, a loud phoenix cry sounded from her small mouth. Her alluring body also changed in a flash. She turned into a huge red bird that was covered in crimson pink flames. Her 3 dazzling tails were extremely bright. Even her feathers were suffused with a strange luster. After Feng, changed into her original form. She used her huge beak to pick up Yin Nuoxing and threw him on her back. She also pulled Xian, Qin Yin, and the other girls over. The Golden Princess also sat beside him. Yin Nuoxing's expression was a little strange. That night, he sat on Feng, back and roamed the sky. It felt really good. However, ever since Feng, turned into a human, he didn't let her change back into her original form. He had been using the Netherworld ruins sword to travel. Now that he was sitting on her back again, he felt strange. Feng, little white, go to that village and take a look. We have returned here so many times. There must be something strange about it. Chapter 588. In a world of ice and snow, 2 huge figures descended from the sky. Their shadows on the ground grew larger and larger, and within these shadows, there seemed to be the shadows of other people. The 2 gigantic shadows landed on the snowy ground and gradually enlarged. The children who were running all over the snowy ground looked up curiously when they saw the gradually enlarging shadows. When they saw the 2 gigantic objects, they all cried out in shock. They turned around and ran back into the village. As they ran, their little mouths were still shouting randomly. The giant divine bird and divine tiger that had landed in the distance saw the children screaming and running back to the village. They looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. Only when the people behind them had landed did they transform back into their human forms. Yin Nuoxing landed on the snowy ground and looked at the crowd. He clasped his hands together and blew a puff of white smoke into his palms. They did not land immediately. After Yin Nuoxing's suggestion, they traveled through the void for a long time before they had no choice but to stop. Let's go and take a look. There's no need for so many people to go together. It's too scary, Yin Nuoxing said to the Golden Princess after he took a deep breath and looked at the people around him. We're not afraid of anything happening if we do things openly. Are you still worried that the residents of this godforsaken place can threaten you? The Golden Princess looked at him and rejected him. Then, she waved her hand and took the lead to walk towards the village. Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly and helplessly lifted his feet from the snowy ground and followed her. Xian and the others also hurriedly followed behind. The people in the village had long been attracted by the children's screams. When they heard the children's screams, they frowned slightly. However, they finally understood that there were people who came to this world of ice and snow. They looked at each other and actually walked towards the village's main entrance. Before Yin Nuoxing and the others reached the entrance, they saw many figures walking out of the village. All of them were wearing thick and heavy animal fur coats. Their exposed foreheads and eyebrows were covered in a layer of frost. A few of them were even holding thick ice pickaxes. There was even a layer of ice at the tip of the pickaxes, as though they had just been fished out of the water and were frozen. Hey, do you think we're here to cause trouble? Yuanqi nudged Yin Nuoxing with his elbow and whispered. This? Yin Nuoxing laughed dryly, then said, Isn't there a saying that those who come have ill intentions, and those with good intentions don't come? Everyone's face darkened. However, when the people in the stockade saw that Yin Nuoxing's group was wearing so little and had such an extraordinary temperament, they immediately knew that they were not ordinary people. A few young people even ran into the stockade and soon invited an old man over. Friend from afar, are you heading to the ice world's divine realm? This old man was not dressed in thick animal skin like the others. He was only dressed in simple and plain green clothes. He held a walking stick made of ice in his hand. His back was straight, and there was a warm smile on his aged face, but it gave people a fierce feeling. His eyes were not turbid, and he looked straight at the group of people from Yin Nuo planet who were slowly walking over, as if he was examining them. Ice World's divine realm. When Yin Nuoxing heard that, she shook her head with a bitter smile. She quickened her pace and walked 3 meters in front of the group. She said softly, We lost our way in the snow. We passed by here many times, but we couldn't get out. We had no choice but to stop and disturb everyone. Aren't you going to the ice world's divine realm? The old man turned his gaze and looked Yin Nuashing up and down for a while. He was a little surprised. We just want to get out of here as soon as possible. Yin Nuashing waved her hand with a bitter smile. She just wanted to return to the Taiyuan domain as soon as possible. This damned place was cold and desolate. Even her star power was gradually unable to protect her. She had to release her divine flame to resist the terrifying chill. She did not want to stay in this place for even a second longer. Seeing her bitter expression, the old man looked at her deeply. Then, he looked at the group of people who were standing behind Yin Nuashing. Then, he waved his hand, turned around, and said, "Come with me." As he turned around and walked into the village, the crowd of onlookers quickly parted to make a path for him. Then, they took another look at Yin Nuashing and the others and whispered about something. Then, they gradually dispersed. It seemed that they were not interested in this group of people. It was as if they had already gotten used to it. Yin Nuashing turned around and looked at the golden princess with a questioning gaze. The latter also looked at him and nodded. Then, everyone jogged into the village and followed closely behind the old man. The architectural style of this small village was very different from the buildings Yin Nuashing usually saw. Even the small village he had seen in the northern wasteland was different from this place. The windows of the buildings here were very small, probably to keep out the wind and cold. There were also some fire elements rising in the buildings. It could be a furnace or something like that. After walking with the old man for a while, they came to a place near the center of the village and followed him into a small house. A warm feeling suddenly descended on them, making everyone heave a sigh of relief. They suddenly felt warm in the extreme cold. That comfortable feeling was indescribable. "It's so warm." And Little Moon let out a long cry as soon as they came in. Now that they saw the furnace fire, they were even more excited, as if they had found a priceless treasure. They quickly ran over and squatted in front of the furnace fire. They stretched out their fair, jade-like hands. The light from the fire shone on their enchanted faces, making them feel as if they were going to ascend to heaven. The old man turned around and looked at them. There was a hint of gentleness in his old eyes. He asked them to take a seat and walked into the cubicle. After a long time, he came out with a plate and a dozen wooden teacups, placing them in front of everyone. "Drink, it will warm your bodies. Although I know that you're not ordinary people, it is also good for you." After putting down the teacups, the old man placed a frozen walking stick outside the door. Then, he sat in front of everyone and picked up a teacup to take a sip. Yin Nuashing picked up the teacup and took a look inside. It was a black liquid with a medicinal smell. Just the smell alone was a little bitter. He secretly looked around and saw that everyone was drinking it without any hesitation. His cheeks trembled involuntarily. He steeled his heart and poured the black liquid down his throat. What's so bitter? As soon as the black liquid entered his mouth, Yin Nuashing's head exploded with a bang. It was so bitter that his handsome face scrunched up. However, from the corner of his eye, he saw that no one had any reaction. It was not good for him to show it. He could only force himself to swallow it. But while he was forcing himself not to show it, Xian, Princess Jean, and the others were also crying out in their hearts. However, when they saw that no one else had any reaction, they all endured it, and did not say anything. "I have seen many people like you who have not lived on the ice field before. However, this is the first time I have seen people like you who have entered the ice field without any preparation." The old man saw that they were all calm and could not help but chuckle. He did not need to guess to know that these people were all enduring it. They were already used to drinking medicinal tea and did not feel anything. However, for people like Yin Nuashing who drank it for the first time, how could they not feel bitter? "Old sir, where is this place?" Yin Nuashing asked. He originally wanted to ask why there were people living in this world of ice and snow. But after thinking about it, he changed his question. "Outsiders call this place the North Ice World. Perhaps it is what you call it. However, we only know that there is a place called the Ice World Divine Realm. Moreover, within a radius of 10,000 miles, there is only one small village," the old man said softly. The old man's name was Han. He only had one word and did not even seem to have a surname. It was quite suitable for this place. In this world of ice and snow, it was bone-chillingly cold. This small village had existed for many years, and no one had ever walked out of this place. They had always lived in this place. There was also a forest near the village. That was the source of their livelihood. In the past 100 years, there have always been people who have come to this place. You are not the first batch and will definitely not be the last. I originally thought that you were also here for the Ice World Divine Realm, because people who come here will definitely pass by here and then go to the Ice World Divine Realm. Old Han poured another cup of medicinal tea for everyone. Everyone's cheeks twitched when they saw this. However, this medicinal tea was really not that cold after drinking it. There was a warm current wandering around in their bodies. What kind of place is the Ice World Divine Realm? Yin Nuashing did not ask why they had to pass by here. After all these years of experience, this kind of situation was nothing more than a huge array or barrier underground. However, even he and Yishi did not sense it. It was likely that the level of this array was quite high. I don't know. However, if you want to go out and walk towards the back of this house. You will reach there, and you will not encounter the situation of going around in circles. Old Han shook his head. But Mr. Han, we only want to go out. We don't want to go to the Ice World Divine Realm. Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly. Hearing this, Old Han took a deep look at him again. Then, he looked at everyone who had been silent all this time. It was as if he was the main person. Oh, then you have to go to the Ice World's Divine Domain. Since you have come here, you can only go to the Ice World's Divine Domain. Whether you want to go or not, that is the only way to leave this world of ice and snow. Old Han sighed and said faintly, This. Yin Nuashing hesitated when he heard this. He had been to many strange places. Now that he heard this so-called Ice World Divine Realm, he did feel some resistance in his heart. He did not really want to go. This is the only way to leave this place. More than 10 years ago, a group of people also went to the Ice World Divine Realm. After they came here and got the direction, they left. A few years later, they came here again. I only found out from them that they had left this place before, Old Han said softly. Seeing the hesitation on Yin Nuashing's face, Princess Jean smiled. She put down the teacup in her hand and said, Then let's go. It's fine to rest for a night. Let's go and take a look tomorrow. We have been walking for so long. We can still hold on, but you, Princess Jean stopped and pointed beside Yin Nuashing. He was stunned. He turned his head and looked at Xian and Qin Yin, as well as Yuan Shi, Nightmare, Yu and Qin Yu. They had all fallen asleep at some point. After staying in the cold place for so long, they seemed to be much more relaxed when they came to a warm place. Well, you can rest in this hall. I will go and find some blankets and food. There is only one room here, so it is not easy to entertain guests. If you want to walk around the village, don't disturb others. Old Han nodded. He stood up from a chair and walked toward the stairs at the door. Yin Nuashing shrugged indifferently. Xian and the others were all asleep. It was fine as long as there was a place to rest. Those who were more demanding would get a back rest. They wandered outside all year round and would only lie on the bed occasionally. Most of the time, they rested on the Netherworld ruined sword or set up a tent in the mountains and slept on the ground. Some didn't sleep at all and just cultivated for a night. However, Yin Nuashing wanted to walk around the village. The harsh living conditions in the North Ice Realm were fine for them. They just didn't know why the temperature was getting lower and lower. However, for ordinary people, the living conditions here were very harsh. Perhaps they relied on the forest to survive. When he saw that there was a small human settlement in this cold place, he was naturally curious and wanted to take a look. However, he was like a human-shaped pillow now. As soon as he found that Ziyin and Qin Yin, who were sitting on either side of him, had fallen asleep, their bodies leaned over and their heads slid down to rest on his left and right shoulders. Their pleasant body fragrance made him feel a little helpless. You should rest too. Don't worry, we are here. Princess Jean smiled and reached out to rub his head. Forget it. It is better for me to sleep less. Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly and shook his head. He needed Xian, Feng Er, and Lixin, and Jingyu to stay by his side when he slept. Otherwise, he would be trapped in a nightmare. He might as well sleep less, although he was a little tired now. Moreover, The ice spear in his body was slightly shaken after he stepped into this world of ice and snow. The cold feeling flowed through his body from time to time, making him shiver every time. Chapter 589. What do you want to tell me? In the spiritual world, a splendid sea of fire rose and fell. It was like a world of fire, but strangely, it didn't feel hot. It only made people feel very warm. Not far away, a huge purple lotus flower stood on the sea of fire. It wasn't moved by the waves of fire at all. Yun Nuoxing sat cross-legged at the center of the lotus. An icy blue spear was placed horizontally on his legs. Cold air rose in spirals, but it couldn't reduce the temperature here. Not far from the purple lotus flower, there was an exquisite white jade table. Ziyi and Lan Xin sat on the white jade chairs. They picked up the teacups on the table and took a sip. Then, two pairs of Mei Mao stared at the person in the center of the lotus flower with sparkling eyes. Yun Nuoxing's palm gently caressed this huge ice spear that was 3 meters long. He seemed to have thought of its previous owner, the guy who said that it was his soul fragment. He appeared inexplicably, said some inexplicable words, and then disappeared on his own. The nether void sword hung quietly on his back. He had entered the spiritual world because he had sensed the ice spear's call. He didn't expect it to be able to speak like the nether void sword, but he did want to know why it was calling him. The ice spear trembled slightly and slowly floated up. The sharp spearhead pointed at his purple-red pendant. Then, with a flash of light, the treasure map was taken out of the pendant and spread out. Yun Nuoxing looked at it strangely. He took the treasure map and spread it out in front of him. The ice spear also turned and pointed at the North Ice Realm. To be precise, it pointed at the top right corner of the red dot. There was a huge circle drawn there, the location of the Ice Realm. Then, he drew a circle there and pointed at the center a few times. You want me to go there? Yun Nuoxing asked strangely. The ice spear fell down, as if it was nodding, which made Yun Nuoxing's strange expression even more. Although he still wanted to ask something, the ice spear had already turned into a ray of light and retracted back into his body, making him laugh bitterly. What a spiritual spear, Yun Nuoxing muttered. She took the nether void sword from her back and placed it in front of her. She flicked it with her finger and let out a long sigh. When a weapon reaches the level of eternal divine weapon, it will give birth to its own intelligence, but that's all. The cultivation method of weapons is a little similar to the cultivation method of the human race. From the first, second, and third levels of the mortal rank, the first, second, and third levels are the immortal rank, the fourth, fifth, and sixth levels are the devil rank, the seventh, eighth, and ninth levels are the divine rank, and the 10th, 11th, and 12th levels are the divine rank, which is the eternal divine weapon. The biggest change in each level of weapon is not its power, but its intelligence, the nether void sword said softly. Weapons of the 10th and 11th level can be made by humans, but weapons of the 12th level can only be made by gods and super blacksmiths. At this time, Ziyi and Lan Xin walked over on the waves of fire and sat down beside the lotus. Lan Xin leaned against Yun Nuoxing intimately and smiled. She said, the most important level of cultivation is the initial divine weapon. The divine weapons of the first level are divided into divine weapons from the first level to the 9th level. Brother Nuoxing's weapons are mostly at the 8th or 9th level. There are fewer weapons at the first 3 levels. Brother Nuoxing's eternal divine weapon is at the 12th level. If you want to make a weapon like the nether void sword, I don't know how to do it. At least, I don't know how to do it, Ziyi said seriously. Suddenly, he spread out his hands and sighed, causing a black line to hang down from Yun Nuoxing's forehead. Yun Nuoxing sighed gloomily. He hugged Lan Xin gently and rested his chin on her head. He looked like he had a lot on his mind. Lan Xin lifted her head and moved her body into his arms. She opened her mouth, but after a while, she pressed it into a tight line. She didn't say anything. Ziyi sat quietly beside them. Mei Mao glanced at him from time to time and then looked away. This young man had a lot on his mind all day long. He had even blocked the transmission of messages in his heart, so she couldn't feel what was troubling him. She wanted to ask, but when she saw his gloomy face, she didn't want to say anything. Although she knew that he would tell them if they asked, she didn't want him to say it unwillingly. I went out. I'll come back in later. After sitting quietly for a long time, Yun Nuashing sighed and let go of Lan Exen. He slowly stood up and looked at the darkness outside the world of flames. He sighed again. Brother Nuashing. Just as Yin Nuashing was about to let his consciousness return to his body, Exiner gently called out to him, asking him to stop. He lowered his head, only to see her smiling sweetly. Her hands were on his shoulders, and she stood on her tiptoes. Her bright and clean forehead gently touched his forehead. Yin Nuashing closed his eyes and hugged her waist gently. Both of them had a faint smile on their faces. They just closed their eyes and listened to each other's breathing. There was no romantic thought. After a while, Hexa slowly let go of him. Yin Nuashing smiled and rubbed her soft long hair. The heaviness in his heart was lifted by her again. He sighed softly and looked at Ziyi with a smile. Then he disappeared. When his consciousness returned to the outside world, Yin Nuashing was surprised to see that 3 beautiful women were sitting behind the sofa he was sitting on. They were Feng, and Lixin. It seemed that they thought he was asleep when they saw him closing his eyes. When his consciousness returned from the spiritual world, Zian and the others also woke up. It was already late. They saw Elder Han bring out a pot of hot things and invite them to dinner. They didn't stand on ceremony. However, when Yin Nuashing saw the pots and pans filled with pieces of things that were red and his nose smelled a strange smell, he felt an inexplicable resistance in his heart. Throughout the meal, he rolled his eyes and pinched his nose as he gulped down water. Fortunately, there were only a few candles in the room. Combined with the faint moonlight, the room was still dark. He could only see a dozen or so figures, but it was difficult to see the expressions on their faces. Early the next morning, everyone bid farewell to Elder Han and rushed toward the ice realm. They had enough of this world of ice and snow. They couldn't wait to return to the Taiyuan domain. However, after rushing out for a while, Yin Nuashing hurriedly lay on the snow and washed his mouth with water element desperately. He almost vomited out what he ate last night. Everyone looked at each other when they saw him like this. They didn't know what was going on. Last night's blood sausage. Ugh. Thinking of what he ate last night, Yin Nuashing's handsome face turned pale. He retched a few times. Unfortunately, it had already been digested. Ordinary people in cold places eat blood sausage. You will often see this in the cities bordering the Taiyuan domain and the North Ice Realm. Princess Jean couldn't help but laugh when she saw him retching, causing him to roll his eyes. Yin Nuashing retched until countless sparkling stars appeared in his eyes. He only felt dizzy and was afraid that he would faint in the next second. Feng, transformed into her original form and carried him on her back. Everyone then continued on their way. Feng, in little white speed was not much slower than Princess Jean and the others. Furthermore, with their help, their speed could be said to be chasing after the stars and the moon. The abnormally cold air had unknowingly returned to normal. Although the temperature here was still high enough to freeze the air, it had little effect on them. Princess Jean looked at the treasure map and heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that the direction that old Han pointed was not wrong. Sitting on Feng Er's back, Mei Mao looked at the scenery that had been stretched into long, thin lines. On this snowy journey, no one spoke. It seemed that they had all lost their previous vitality. They all sat quietly, either resting or cultivating. Even Yin Nuashing, who was usually restless, was lying quietly on Feng Er's back. He was hugging little Yi Shi, who was sleeping soundly. Beside him was Xian, who was also staring blankly at the sky. Screech. After an unknown amount of time, perhaps as long as 10 days, or perhaps as long as 3 days, Feng suddenly let out a long screech. Everyone was stunned. Almost reflexively, they stood up and activated their qi. In an instant, they were in a battle stance. Yin Nuashing even pulled out his Nether Void sword and Linghong sword. Feng Er's screech was to alert them that something might happen. At this time, Feng Er had already stopped. She was flapping her wings at a constant frequency. Waves of hot qi were slowly spreading out. Yin Nuashing was standing at the edge of the battlefield, vigilantly looking around. But soon, his eyes also froze as he stared down. There was a snowy mountain range, covered by an energy barrier that spanned an unknown number of miles. Fine snowflakes were falling on that transparent barrier, then quickly slid down. At the front of the barrier, in front of two huge mountain peaks, a huge gate stood there quietly. It was a gate that was completely made of ice and snow. There were many strange patterns protruding from the ice door, and there was an extremely huge keyhole in the center, but it was covered by ice and snow. This huge door seemed to have stood here for countless years, and it was heavy and majestic. There was a terrifying aura circulating on the door, and even though they were far away, when they saw this huge door, that heavy aura felt like it was on them, making it hard for them to breathe. In the place where the mountains were used as a barrier and covered by a huge energy barrier, a brilliant violet light beam shot out from the mountains, straight into the sky. Beside this light beam, there were spiral-shaped energy flow tracks, as well as groups of large and small gravel that were slowly revolving around the light beam. Among those gravel, there was one that weighed more than 10 million gene. It was unknown what kind of power made it float in the air, quietly revolving around the light beam. That should be the Ice World Divine Realm. Inside, there should be the center of the Ice World Divine Realm, which is also the center of the North Ice World. The Golden Empress looked at the energy barrier that covered an unknown area. She pointed at the purplish-blue light pillar and said softly, "Let's go down. We are still 100 miles away from the Ice World Divine Realm, but the pressure is already so great. If we get any closer, we probably won't be able to fly in the air anymore." Princess Jean sighed. Yin Nuashing nodded and patted Feng Air. Then she waved at Little White. The two of them understood and quickly descended. They passed through the thick clouds until they reached the ground. Only then did everyone see how big the gate was. It was really like a huge gate that stood between heaven and earth. They could already see its shape when they were high up in the sky. Now that they were closer, they were like ants looking up at a towering tree. The wind and snow swirled in the air. Everyone stepped on the thick snow that reached their knees and walked to the front of the huge gate. Along the way, they found many corpses. They were frozen by the extremely low temperature here and did not rot. From the clothes and accessories, it was hard to tell when these people died. These people should have died more than 10 years ago. Princess Jean exhaled a long puff of white smoke. She stood up and looked at the corpse in front of her. She sighed and said, "Moreover, they were emperor gods. They were at the peak of the emperor god level. They were infinitely close to that level. I have been at the peak of the emperor god level for 5 years. I came to the Ice World Divine Realm to seek the path of God. I lived alone in the Ice World for 2 eras, but I never saw the gate of God open. Until the end of my life, I was still unable to take that step. I had no choice but to bury myself in front of the North Gate of God." These were the words carved beside one of the corpses. It seemed to be expressing his unwillingness. The biting cold wind blew down with snowflakes. It was like the lament of the dead, narrating their tragedy. Yin Nuashing squatted down in front of a corpse that was closest to the huge gate. He saw that the corpse's palm was covering the wall beside it. He silently said, "I have sinned," and gently moved the corpse away. The pile of snow slid down and revealed a frozen stone. There was a line of words on it. Moreover, it was the language of the current era. "The gate of God in the north. The supreme God from the ancient past sleeps here." It was a very simple sentence, but it made everyone who hurried over to take a look suck in a breath of cold air. Of course, they knew what the God of heaven was referring to. It was precisely because they knew that they were shocked. This Ice World's divine domain is the entire Ice World Divine Realm, the burial ground of that God. Yin Nuashing took a deep breath and wiped the sweat on his forehead. A simple sentence was like a divine attack that descended on him. It made his heart beat faster. In this cold place, he was sweating. Ding! Suddenly, Yin Nuashing saw that his entire right arm had turned icy blue. That bone-piercing cold caused the already extremely low temperature here to drop another level. The Golden Princess and the Empress, who were closest to him, shuddered violently. They hurriedly turned their heads and were shocked when they saw the changes on his body. Yin Nuashing was also stunned. He hurriedly raised his right hand and made a grabbing motion in the air. Then, a long ice spear that was about 10 feet long appeared in his hand. The ice blue spear shaft and spearhead flickered with a strange golden color. The golden hue was like a stream of water flowing through the ice spear. Very quickly, it covered the entire spear. At the same time, it gently broke free from Yin Nuashing's hands. Under everyone's nervous gazes, it flew into the sky. Then, it suddenly became a few hundred times bigger. The long spear tip was pointed at the ice and snow door. The ice and snow covering the keyhole automatically fell off and smashed downwards. Yin Nuashing and the rest hurriedly retreated and raised their heads, only to see that the ice spear had already been inserted into the keyhole, like a huge key, twisting. Chapter 590. Click. It was as if a mechanism had been stuck and a button had been pressed. The moment the ice spear twisted, a deep sound came from above. Shortly after, the strange engravings on the ice door lit up with a red glow. They were like earthworms that slowly lit up. Even the huge keyhole was suffused with a dazzling red glow. After the ice spear twisted open the door, it rapidly shrunk and landed in Yin Nuashing's hand. It didn't retract into his body, but everyone ignored it at this moment. They just watched as the door slowly melted like snow in the red glow. The huge ice door that was tens of thousands of feet tall slowly disappeared. It was as if ice and snow were being melted by the sun. Not a single trace was left behind. The huge ice door disappeared in a minute, as if a freezer that had accumulated cold air for countless years had been opened all of a sudden. The cold wind of the northern lands whistled out and blew on their bodies, making everyone feel as if they were about to suffocate. Their faces were so cold that it hurt. Yin Nuashing turned around almost reflexively. His huge 6 wings were about 200 feet wide. He suddenly folded them and enveloped everyone in his 6 wings. The bone-piercing cold wind blew on his windbreaker, penetrated it, and landed on his back. It was so cold that he shuddered violently and had goosebumps all over his body. Even his 6 wings were shivering from the cold. It was as if even his soul was about to freeze. However, this cold didn't last for long. Yin Nuashing suddenly felt a few overbearing and urgent forces rushing into his body. He immediately felt that the cold had disappeared. He quickly heaved a sigh of relief. When he raised his head, he realized that the Golden Princess and the Empress were glaring at him. This made him smile bitterly. Reflexive, really. Not long after, the cold wind whizzed and stopped. Yin Nuashing heaved a sigh of relief. He retracted his 6 wings and saw a thin layer of ice on his colorful wings. He couldn't help but feel bitter. After being refined by the glazed treasure mirror, his 6 wings could be said to be extremely powerful. They were comparable to a mid-level divine artifact. Furthermore, they were molded from his flesh and blood. He didn't expect them to freeze when the wind blew. If he faced them head-on, his entire body would be frozen. They had been frozen into ice. Xian and Mei Mao hurried over. When they saw his huge 6 wings that had been frozen, their Mei Mao's eyes lit up. They felt that they were worried, but they couldn't see the word worried in their eyes. It's okay. I feel like I'm turning into ice crystals with 6 wings. Yin Nuashing looked at the 6 wings that were completely frozen. He smiled and waved his hand, saying, I have to put them away for a while. If I take them back now, the cold air will enter my body along with the 6 wings. It will also freeze my meridians and body, but it will be fine after I refine it with my divine flames. Seeing that he was still in the mood to joke around, everyone gave a wry smile. Feng shook her head slightly, walked a few steps forward, and pressed her jade-like hand on Yin Nuashing's 6 wings. A scorching red and pink flame rushed out from her palm and completely enveloped his 6 wings. I can handle it myself. Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly, but he didn't stop Feng Air. He allowed her to burn his wings with her true phoenix fire. The layer of ice also slowly melted under everyone's gaze. It melted into drops of hot liquid that dripped onto the ground and melted the ice and snow. After a while, the 6 wings returned to normal. Yin Nuashing smiled and rubbed Feng Er's head. The 6 wings flapped and returned his back. When he saw Xian looking at him nervously, he couldn't help but stick out his tongue and smile. "All right, stop flirting with each other. Let's go in and take a look." Seeing the 2 of them flirting with each other, the Golden Princess rolled her eyes in annoyance. However, a trace of envy flashed across Mei Mao's eyes. Everyone nodded and followed the Golden Princess into the god's burial ground. However, this time, Yin Nuashing didn't walk in front. Obviously, he was worried that an accident would happen. He stood in front again. After the ice and snow gate disappeared, it was still a pure white world. 2 mountain ranges stretched across the 2 sides, forming a straight path. It was a straight and white snow road. After walking through the barrier, the place where the ice and snow gate was originally located had a barrier extending down until the entrance was closed. From the outside, the situation inside couldn't be seen. Inside the barrier, the wind and snow suddenly stopped. Yin Nuashing suddenly raised his head, but he could only see the energy barrier that was faintly glowing. Looking at the ice spear in his hand, Yin Nuashing sighed. He stretched out his left hand and flicked the spear's head a few times. He muttered to himself, "What do you want me to see?" This gate was opened by the ice spear, and its former owner was a fragment of its soul. Thinking of this, his heart beat faster. Could it be that this place had something to do with him? That golden figure had also said that if he encountered something unbelievable one day, he shouldn't be too surprised. Maybe it was a gift left behind by someone. Was this the same? He wasn't sure, but he felt that it wasn't that simple. There's a familiar smell. Zia's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. The content of her voice gave Yin Nuashing a fright. A familiar smell? A supreme deity from the remote antiquity era was sleeping here, and she was also sealed in the remote antiquity era? Could it be that Zi Yi had some sort of relationship with this deity? Could it be that Zi Yi was once her master? Thinking of this, Yin Nuashing's face became slightly gloomy. He felt an inexplicable sense of loss, as if something he loved was about to disappear. "Idiot, what are you thinking about? There's indeed a strange aura here, and it's a little familiar. I should have seen it before, but it's definitely not Er's aura. His aura is more towards darkness." Zi sensed his mood and couldn't help but grumble. Because of the sense of loss in his heart, she didn't feel too good either. "Oh," Yin Nuashing muttered in his heart. The gloominess on his face disappeared slightly, and the others didn't see anything wrong with it. They didn't know how long they had been walking on the long white road. They could only see the flat energy barrier in the sky getting higher and higher until it seemed to be approaching the highest point. Even the road had come to an end. What appeared in front of them was a huge ice field square. The thick ice surface reflected a faint blue color. In the center of the ice field square, there was a circle that looked like a magic circle carved under the ice. The golden light was very conspicuous in this pure white place. Everyone noticed it at a glance. And in front of the road that led to the ice field square, there was a flight of stairs at the edge of the square. The stairs were made of ice, and on top of the stairs, there was a throne made of ice and snow. Aside from the front, there were 2 more flights of stairs in the middle of the square. They led to the left and right. The 3 flights of stairs were the same height. The only difference was that on the stairs in front of them, there was a throne made of ice and snow. And on the throne, there was a 10-foot-tall diamond-shaped ice block floating. It floated 1 foot above the throne. No one dared to raise their heads. They could feel a scary aura coming from the diamond-shaped ice block. That aura made everyone tremble in fear. Yin Nuashing's whirlpool zither and 2 god spirit marks were glowing. It was obvious that they were shocked by the aura coming from outside. From the corner of their eyes, they could see a blurry figure in the ice block, but everyone only dared to look at the figure's feet. They did not dare to look up. It was as if looking at the figure's face would bring misfortune. And the face of a god, even if it had passed away for so many years, was not something they could look at whenever they wanted to. Just being 1,000 meters away from it made the few emperor gods feel like their souls were about to collapse. If they looked at it, their souls would scatter. Standing at the edge of the square, where they came from, no one dared to look forward. Even you, that weird girl, did not dare to breathe loudly under the great pressure. Her small body trembled slightly. Her jade-like legs could not stop shaking. It was as if she could fall over at any moment. Little Moon was the same. However, compared to you, she gritted her teeth and clenched her jade-like hands. Perhaps it was because she was resisting with all her might, but her face was even paler than yours. It made his heart ache. His left hand quickly pulled the two girls to his side. Ling Hong, isolate the space. With a flip of his right hand, the Ling Hong sword appeared in his hand. A ray of silver-blue light surged on his arm. Then he raised his hand and made a horizontal cut in front of him. Following that horizontal cut, a huge space curtain slowly appeared in midair. It fell from the sky in a circular shape. It completely enveloped the stairs and the throne in front of them, blocking their line of sight. From the space curtain, one could only see a snowy ground. It did not feel out of place at all. However, after isolating the space, the aura that gave Yin Nuoxing and the others great pressure did not disappear. But at this moment, everyone could raise their heads without worry. This was because they could not see the diamond-shaped ice block on the throne of ice and snow. They could not see the figure inside. As long as they could not see it, there was no problem. Only then did Yin Nuoxing raise his head and look around. His gaze inadvertently glanced at the location of the spatial curtain. That place had completely turned into a snow-white flat ground, and nothing could be seen. As if they felt that the pressure from Yin Nuoxing was not that strong, you and Little Moon quickly moved closer to him. They grabbed Yin Nuoxing's left and right hands almost at the same time. He was stunned. He lowered his head and saw the two girls staring at each other. The temperature of the air seemed to be rising. Ahem. Yin Nuoxing coughed dryly. The two girls quickly shrunk their heads and stuck out their little tongues. The former shook his head helplessly. He turned his head and raised his chin at Xian and Yuan Shi. Then, he took the lead and walked towards the stairs on the left. Princess Jean and the others were not paying attention. When they turned around and saw that they were walking towards the stairs, they turned pale with fright. They quickly rushed over, directly passing Yin Nuoxing and the others. They rushed in front of them and even turned back to glare at them. Yin Nuoxing also stuck out his tongue and shrugged. The stairs were very spacious. It would not be a problem for 10 people to walk side by side. The stairs made of ice were very smooth. No one dared to walk too fast in case they slipped down. After climbing up this flight of stairs, the immense pressure actually weakened a lot. Moreover, the further up they went, the weaker the pressure became. It was not like what they were worried about, where they would be crushed by the aura as soon as they reached the top. At the top of the stairs was a platform that was 20 feet wide. In addition to the stairs behind it, it was as if a platform and stairs had been carved out of a small iceberg. There were some broken ice shards on the platform, as if the iceberg was damaged. However, the small iceberg and the platform in front of them were intact. There were no potholes. The left and right sides are the same. Perhaps that place has research value. Although I am very curious about the deity sealed in the ice, which deity from the ancient past is he? However, this kind of information is not something that we can come into contact with. Princess Jean turned around and looked at the small iceberg opposite them. From here, she could clearly see the top of the iceberg. Similarly, there was nothing there. It was a pure blue iceberg, a pure iceberg. There was nothing there. Little brother, can you walk up there with the eternal weapon in your hand? The Empress gently rubbed Yin Nuoxing's head and asked softly. Hearing this, Princess Jean also turned around. Mei Mao looked at him expectantly. Everyone was also looking forward to it. They had come to this godforsaken place by accident. However, they did not see anything. Furthermore, they were scared half to death by the aura. They were somewhat unwilling to accept this. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing sighed softly and shook her head. She said, not to mention the eternal weapon, even if I had the Netherworld Ruins sword in its complete state, I might not be able to walk up there. That deity, even though he has passed away for so many years, still emits such a terrifying and majestic aura that directly affects one's soul. I think he probably doesn't want anyone to disturb him. If we force our way up there, our souls might collapse. As for why I opened this door, I'm not sure. Furthermore, after I came in, he ignored me. There was no reaction at all. Yin Nuashing added another sentence. Although everyone was mentally prepared, they were still a little disappointed when they heard the answer. Chapter 591. On the vast, icy plaza, Yin Nuashing and the others wandered aimlessly. Their eyes were unfocused as they looked left and right. Unfortunately, this place was only so big. There was only an icy plaza and 3 steps. Everyone wanted to go up and take a look at the steps in the middle, but they didn't have the courage and could only walk around in circles. Gulp! Once again, Yin Nuashing wandered to the bottom of the steps on the left. He was still holding the hands of a little girl when he suddenly heard a soft sound. It sounded like something heavy was rolling on the ice. The 3 of them were stunned when they heard the sound. They lowered their heads and saw that Yu, who was on their left, seemed to have kicked something. It looked like a broken piece of ice. It was oval in shape, and there were many sinister-looking sharp points on the broken side. Looking at the fracture marks, it seemed to have been smashed. Yin Nuashing let go of the 2 girls' hands and covered his hands with a thin layer of star power. He picked up the oval ice piece that was less than a meter long and wide. The color of the ice piece was exactly the same as the ice surface. If Yu hadn't kicked it, they wouldn't have noticed it at all. Big brother Yin, it's just a piece of broken ice. What's there to look at? Seeing that he was lost in thought as he looked at the oval-shaped piece of broken ice, Yu curled her small mouth and said briskly. Yin Nuashing shook his head gently. He held the oval piece of broken ice with both hands and walked up the steps. He stared at the steps in a daze. Yu and Little Moon hurriedly followed behind him. Their jade-like hands grabbed onto the corners of his clothes, and they also lowered their heads to look at the steps. However, they were muttering in their hearts. They didn't know what he was looking at so absent-mindedly. Found it. After a while, he saw another ice piece of the same size at the edge of the platform at the top. Yin Nuashing took a deep breath and walked over. He picked it up and looked at the fracture of the 2 ice pieces. After comparing them for a while, he slowly put them together. When the 2 ice pieces were put together, they formed an oval ice piece that was more than a meter tall. Other than an obvious crack, he couldn't see anything else. There were no traces of energy, and it seemed like an extremely ordinary ice piece. Yin Nuashing was confused when he saw it. I seem to have understood something. Suddenly, Yin Nuashing's expression changed slightly. He seemed to have realized something, but it was more like he was shocked. He immediately turned around and ran down the steps with the ice piece in his arms. The 2 girls who were grabbing onto the corners of his clothes were also shocked. They staggered a little when he pulled them, but they hurriedly followed him. In the center of the ice field square, there were circles of golden light engraved under the ice. It looked like a magic circle, but it wasn't. Yin Nuashing hurriedly came to the center of the golden circle with the ice piece in his arms. He casually placed it on the ice and ran toward the steps on the right without stopping. We passed by Xian and the others. He didn't even have time to look at them. The latter and the others were shocked when they saw him in such a hurry and ran after him. Compared to the steps on the left, one was at the top while the other was at the bottom. There were also 2 ice pieces on the right step, but they were placed in the corner at the top. Yin Nuashing quickly found them. He didn't have time to explain anything to the others. He hurriedly jumped down from the top with the ice piece in his arms. He jumped to the center of the square, quickly arranged the ice piece, and placed it in the golden circle on the ice. Just as the 2 ice pieces were placed in the golden circle under the ice, which seemed to be dead, suddenly came to life. It began to rotate slowly, and rays of golden light emerged from under the ice. When the people who ran up from behind saw this, they were all stunned. These 2 are not ice pieces. They are the remains left behind after the energy of a top-grade ice element glazed crystal has been used up. Yin Nuashing didn't even turn his head. He didn't wait for the others to ask, and he quickly explained. Everyone was shocked. After the energy of a top-grade glazed crystal has been used up, the remains of the glazed crystal will be left behind. I know this, but I have never thought of this. How did you think of this? The Golden Queen looked at Yin Nuashing in astonishment. She frowned slightly. She had seen top-grade glazed crystals before, but she had never thought of this at all. She didn't think of this at all. Yin Nuashing pointed at the two ice pieces in the constantly rotating golden circle and said, I only thought of this because I have seen something similar. Don't you think that these two look like eggs? Eggs? Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at the two oval-shaped objects. Now that he had mentioned it, they seemed to be somewhat similar. Yin Nuashing nodded. He turned his eyes and looked at Feng. Immediately, he smiled gently and said, Feng was hatched by me personally. I couldn't be more clear about that scene. It was also because I had held an egg that I thought of this. This top-grade glazed crystal must have bred something in it, but I don't know what it is. And this thing has come out now, Yishi said softly. Yishi added softly. The Golden Empress and the others also nodded solemnly. If it was really an egg-like object, then this broken glazed crystal carrier was caused when the object hatched. They didn't have to guess for long before the golden circle emerged from the ice. It slowly expanded and enveloped everyone. Gradually, it expanded to cover the entire square and even the three small icebergs. At the same time, a dazzling white light bloomed in front of them. Everyone closed their eyes and felt that the white light was getting brighter and brighter, as if they were standing in front of the sun. The radiant light swallowed everyone. Although he didn't feel any danger, Yin Nuashing still subconsciously pulled Xian and the others together. He spread his 6 wings, even though he couldn't see, feel, or hear anything. In the bright white space, a muffled voice slowly sounded. It was a man's voice. From the sound of it, it seemed to be a young man. He was whispering continuously. It seemed calm, but also sounded sorrowful. Yin Nuashing and the others still couldn't see anything, but images appeared in their minds. Gradually, the voice became much louder. However, the content made Yin Nuashing and the others tremble. Who am I? I seem to have lost myself. I have lost myself. I don't have a past, and I might not have a future. There are chaotic images flashing in my mind. There are thousands of memories that can't be collected. It's so painful. My body feels like it's falling apart. My bones have turned into powder. My blood is flowing backward, and my soul is dissipating. I wasn't received by the underworld. It's so painful. I want to die. I want to die at this moment. No, that's right. It's not that the underworld didn't receive me, but that I escaped from there. I fell out of the broken reincarnation road and escaped a lifetime of reincarnation. My soul is still there, but I lost almost all my memories. Where is this? The world of the gods? The demon world? The world of the gods? The demon world? Or the lower realm? First, give yourself a name. Bid farewell to your previous life. The name of this life, from whatever you see when you open your eyes, that's what it is. 1, 2, 3. When the 3 words fell, the dazzling white in their line of sight gradually weakened. At the same time, Yin Nuashing and the others felt their eyes slowly opening. What they saw was a curved silver moon. The moon's surface was slanted to the west. The clear moonlight shone down, and the sky was slightly dark, as if it was about to rain. The dark clouds were so heavy that even they couldn't breathe. Only the moon broke through the layers of blockage and revealed itself in the empty space. Moon, silver moon, moonlight, the moon's surface facing the west. Upper quarter moon, the moon's surface facing the east. Lower quarter moon, it's decided. In this life, I'll be called quarter moon. This body is so tattered. I forcefully broke free from the reincarnation road and descended into this world. But in the end, I became an 8-year-old child. I'm the ruler of darkness. Darkness flows in my body and soul. To think that this wasn't wiped out by the reincarnation road. Then, the mystic art of this life. Forget it. I won't change it. Book of the Epics. Let me see. The current time is the beginning of the Great Yuan Realm's 60-second epic. Not even 100,000 years have passed in this epic. Is it because I escaped from the reincarnation road? That's why my reincarnation time is so long? In the end, I still couldn't completely escape from reincarnation. Less than 10% of my memories are left. Sigh. In this life, I'll definitely... His voice abruptly stopped here, and the round moon in his line of sight also dimmed and disappeared. When they opened their eyes again, everyone was in a daze. The golden ring had already returned to normal. Its light dimmed and disappeared under the surface of the ice. Two egg-like ice cubes lay quietly on the ground. However, many cracks had inadvertently appeared on the surface. In the middle of the ring, between the two ice eggs, there was a pure black stone lying there quietly. Its color was extremely obvious when compared to the pure white. However, Yin Nuashing and the rest had yet to recover from the shock of what they had heard. They didn't bother to find out how the stone had appeared. Quarter moon, a supreme god from the primordial era, was slumbering here. A forbidden god from the primordial era, quarter moon. It's actually him, Yin Nuashing muttered in a daze. His hand trembled as he wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. He had only heard the name quarter moon a few times. There were two pure black stones in the pendant, and a third one had appeared here. They were all related to quarter moon. However, the most important thing was he looked at Little White. After coming out of that vision, Little White's entire body was trembling uncontrollably. His tiger-like eyes were wide open, and tears actually fell from his eyes, wetting his face. His long white hair was also moving without any wind. Anyone could tell that his state of mind was in turmoil. He and Little White both knew that finding the forbidden sky god crescent moon was Feng Yueying's long-cherished wish. And now, in this inconspicuous place, she had actually found it so casually. It was hard to imagine, but this was the truth. Who would have thought that a forbidden god from the primordial era was actually buried in this place of ice and snow at the edge of the realm of the gods? After learning the name of the god buried in the ice and snow, Yin Nuashing became even more confused. The key to the ice realm was his ice spear, and that key was a fragment of his soul. It was locked on the pillar of creation in the Tana's water god temple. What was the relationship between Quarter Moon's burial place and his soul fragment? Or rather, what was the relationship between Quarter Moon and him, Yin Nuashing? No one realized that the one who lost her composure the most was not Little White, but the Golden Crown Princess, who was the great elder of the Golden Temple. At this moment, Mei Mao's eyes were wide open, and her alluring body that was wrapped in tight clothes was trembling slightly. She was trying her best to control herself, but she could not control herself. She clenched her jade-like hands tightly. After a long while, everyone finally noticed her abnormality. Little White was also stunned. He was unable to control himself because he had finally fulfilled Yueying's long-cherished wish in his lifetime. Big Sister Jean, Yin Nuashing, also had a strange expression on her face. She tugged at her arm and called out softly. That call made the Golden Crown Princess's body tremble violently. Then, she took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Mei Mao turned around and looked at Yin Nuashing. There was a serious expression on her face. I'm fine. The Golden Crown Princess took a deep breath. Her jade-like hands clenched the corner of her clothes tightly. She looked at Yin Nuashing seriously and said, I didn't intend to tell you so early, but I didn't expect to see this here. Perhaps this is fate. Little star, this quarter moon is a forbidden god from the primordial era. She is also the great hall master of the 9-deity temple. That's right. She is your ancestor. Chapter 592. The cold wind circling in the air suddenly stopped, and the atmosphere froze in an instant. Yin Nuashing and the others stared at the Golden Queen, their mouths opened so wide that a pear could be stuffed in. Although they were surprisingly, Yin Nuashing did not find it hard to believe. It was just that this information came too suddenly, so sudden that it made him feel a little dizzy. He covered half of his face with his left hand, not knowing what to say. Little White, who was at the side, opened his eyes wide. He looked at Yin Nuashing, then looked at the Golden Queen, who had a serious expression on her face. He scratched his face with his palm and suddenly realized that Feng Yueying was looking for Quarter Moon. Did he also know about this? Did he know that this ancient taboo, heavenly god, was his ancestor or something? So he's looking for his kin? Little White's tiger paw touched his face in astonishment. When he thought of this, he could not help but want to vomit blood. Back then, Feng Yueying went to heaven and earth, stepped on the star path, broke into other worlds, and searched for Quarter Moon's footsteps. However, He never explained anything to them. Today's guest made his fair little face turn as black as charcoal. At this moment, the golden ring that had quieted down suddenly reacted again. A brilliant golden light flashed and drowned the place. Before everyone could react to the huge amount of information, they were dragged into another scene. In a world of ice and snow, among the layers of icebergs, a huge energy barrier suddenly expanded slowly, enveloping the countless icebergs. Brilliant auroras fell from the sky, connecting to form a gorgeous curtain, completely isolating the place. Among the layers of icebergs on a relatively flat piece of land, a black figure was very dazzling in this dazzling white world. This person walked forward slowly, pausing with every step. Under the long black robe that dragged on the ground, there was a golden mark. The golden light was mottled, reflecting bits of sunlight. Even in this extremely cold place, it was not frozen. There were many terrifying wounds on the black-robed man's body. If one took a closer look, the golden mark on the ground was clearly the blood that flowed from his body. The mottled blood dyed the black robe into patches of golden mottled spots. His long black hair was disheveled. On his chest, there was a terrifying wound that pierced through his heart. Even his black robe had a huge hole that went from the front to the back. From the front, one could still see that the heart had disappeared. Golden blood flowed down like a waterfall. If it was an ordinary person who suffered such injuries, they would have died long ago. However, he still staggered on this icy plain, taking one step after another. Behind him, the golden mark dragged on for an unknown length of time. Looking at his eyes, they were unfocused but determined. No one knew what kind of power supported him to walk to this place. After walking to a place, the black-robed man suddenly stopped. He raised his right hand and made an upward motion. Immediately, 3 icebergs protruded from the ice surface in front of him. Ice shards swirled in the air. Then, the center of the 3 icebergs slowly exploded, forming a flight of stairs. There were also 3 platforms and the icy plain square. It was exactly what Yin Nuoxing and the others had seen. The black-robed man walked to the center of the square. The golden blood that flowed out from his body fell on the ice surface, gradually drawing golden rings on the ice surface. After the rings were formed, they quickly melted into the ice surface and stopped moving. An icy blue long spear appeared in front of him. When Yin Nuoxing saw this long spear, his eyes trembled a few times. This long spear was the frost long spear that he was currently holding in his hand. It was also the key to this place. The black-robed man held the long spear with his right hand in a reverse grip. Then, under the shocked and speechless gazes of the crowd, he suddenly threw it towards the horizon. The frost long spear was like a blue meteor that flashed and disappeared into the horizon in an instant. This guy is already in this state. Where did he get such great strength? It was unknown who muttered in the dark. Yin Nuoxing also nodded in a daze. His heart was shattered and blood flowed all the way. Not to mention an ordinary person, even an Emperor God expert, would have died long ago. And as if to confirm Yin Nuoxing and the others' guess, after the black-robed man threw the frost-long spear, he suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. Blood spurted out from his 7 orifices, causing his heart to tremble. The man panted heavily, breathing in the cold wind and snow. He waved his hand again and took out 2 golden, oval-shaped objects. He threw one on the ice mountain on the left and the other on the right. A golden light flashed between his eyebrows and drilled out. It chased after the oval-shaped object on the left and plunged into it, disappearing without a trace. After doing all this, the man directly knelt on the ground. His tattered black hood fell off, revealing an extremely pale and handsome face. Even though Yin Nuoxing had already guessed that it was that face, the moment he saw it, he couldn't help but clench his fists. This face was the one he saw at the Fire God Shrine. It was the 10th Hall Master, one of the ancestors of the 9 Deities Shrine, as Empress Jean had said. Not long after the man knelt on the ground, his body fell to the ground. However, after he fell, he didn't die. His hands struggled to slide on the ice surface with difficulty. He inserted his fingers into the ice and pulled himself to the stairs in the center. He climbed up step by step, leaving behind a hideous and terrifying golden bloodstain. Yin Nuoxing and the others felt sad when they saw this. This was a divine god, one of the strongest people of that era. Why did he end up in such a miserable state? They watched as he climbed up the ice mountain and sealed himself in ice. Only then did this scene stop. They suddenly opened their eyes. The golden ring in front of them had completely dimmed. Yin Nuoxing and the others didn't know when they had started sweating. Looking at the frost-long spear in his hand, Yin Nuoxing's eyes dimmed slightly. This long spear was thrown out by Quarter Moon, and that direction should be towards the outside of the North Ice Realm. He didn't know what happened after that, but it passed through the hands of his soul fragment and finally landed in his hands. Now, it was guided here by this long spear. Buzz! The frost-long spear in his hand emitted a faint light. Yin Nuoxing felt a faint sadness from it. The eternal divine weapon had its own consciousness. Once again, it returned to the place where its former owner had fallen, making it somewhat melancholy. Yin Nuoxing even heard a sigh from the unseen world. It seemed to be the spear's consciousness. Looking at the pure black stone placed on the ice, Yin Nuoxing paused and reached out to touch it. His evil spirit, I could see that the word Z was written in Kanzai's language. Previously, he had seen two black stones with the words Seal and Heaven written on them. This one was written with the word Z. He guessed that there should be another one. When the two words were combined together, it should be Seal Heaven and Earth. However, he didn't think too much about this for the time being and casually put it away. After a long time, Yin Nuoxing let out a long sigh. His fluctuating emotions slowly calmed down. Let's go out. How do we get out? Yuanxi asked. Along the way, they had even walked into the ice realm. They had forgotten why they had come here in the first place. If we were outside, we would be forcefully teleported out of the North Ice realm as long as we touched that door. But we can just use the one under our feet. Yin Nuoxing pointed at the silent golden ring under the ice. He raised his head and saw that everyone was looking at him strangely. He was stunned for a moment. Then, as if he had thought of something, he quickly raised the frost-long spear in his hand and explained, "It told me." Hearing this, everyone looked at the 3-meter-long spear and nodded silently. The eternal magic weapon had its own consciousness. Since it could open the door to the ice realm, it should be able to send them out as well. Looking back at the spatial curtain, Yin Nuoxing's eyes flashed with a complicated light. The throbbing in his heart told him that if he walked up with the swirling zither, he would be able to resist the peerless aura. However, he didn't want to do so now. Moreover, even if he saw Quarter Moon's body, so what? Ding! The frost-long spear gently tapped on the ice. With a crisp sound, the silent golden ring began to spin again. It emerged from under the ice and enveloped Yin Nuoxing and the others. Afterwards, with a flash of golden light, they gradually disappeared in the golden light. After everyone disappeared, the golden ring quieted down once more. This place also became calm once more. Wind and snow slowly blew from the horizon and densely covered this place. In the distant Sourcepeak region, a sloppy old man in disheveled clothes sat cross-legged on a high mountain peak. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at the snow-white scenery in the distance. There were a few jars of fine wine beside him. A bonfire flickered in the wind. The most eye-catching thing was the colorful little pagoda above his head. It glowed faintly, but gave off an extremely powerful aura. Buzz! Suddenly, a faint buzzing sound came from behind him, causing the old man to raise his eyebrows. He grabbed a jar of wine and raised his head to gulp it down. The wine spilled on his clothes and pants, making him look very miserable. However, he did not care. He wiped his yellowed face and turned around. When he saw a large group of people emerging from the golden light, his raised eyebrows raised even more. A moment later, he spat out a mouthful of wine. Having just returned from a world of ice and snow, the rising temperature made everyone heave a lazy sigh of relief. Before they had time to see where they were, they heard the sound of water being spat out. There was also a smell of wine, causing everyone to be stunned. Yin Nuoxing also raised her head and was stunned for a moment. Her cheeks twitched. Why is it you? Why are you here? The old man and Yin Nuashing exclaimed at the same time. Xian, Feng and Yuan Shi were also stunned. They all knew this person. They had seen him before. He was the strange old man who held the lapis lazuli pagoda in the Tana's water god temple and the underground palace of the glaze god. He was Qing Feng. It has been many years since we last met. I didn't expect to see you here. How does it feel to be a celebrity? Qing Feng stroked his beard and laughed. Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly. Before he could reply, the former's expression changed. She suddenly rushed up, pressed his shoulders, and said quickly, "You came out from here. That is to say, you were expelled from the ice realm. How is the situation there? Is the door open? You also know the door to the ice realm? Have you been there? Is still closed there." Yin Nuashing looked at him strangely and immediately glanced at the lapis lazuli pagoda above his head. Of course I know. Those who were expelled will be sent here and will not be able to go back for a long time. I have been waiting at the door for 5,000 years and have not seen anything. What are you looking at? Kid, I am warning you. Don't mess around. Qing Feng said agitatedly. When he saw Yin Nuashing's restless eyes, he suddenly glared and said vigilantly. Hearing this, Yin Nuashing laughed dryly and waved his hand. However, he looked at the Empress. At this time, Mei Mao was also staring at the 9-story pagoda that was less than a foot high. There was a chill in her heart as she said, "Don't tell me that this is the lapis lazuli pagoda." Qing Feng was surprised and looked up. When he saw the Empress Mei Mao's murderous look, especially when he felt the valiant and unusual aura from her body, he felt a chill down his spine. He had felt that aura many times on the lapis lazuli pagoda. Seeing his dazed look, Yin Nuashing also laughed in his heart. The lapis lazuli pagoda and the lapis lazuli treasure mirror's aura was very similar. After he successfully cultivated it, he could feel an inexplicable aura from the lapis lazuli pagoda that was affecting his Xian skills. Lapis lazuli treasure mirror. You are from the lapis lazuli divine court? Qing Feng opened his mouth wide in astonishment. He lowered his head and stared fiercely at Yin Nuashing before shouting, "Kid, you are not kind. You actually tricked me. You also said that those who were expelled from the ice realm would be sent here. At most, it is considered a chance encounter, right?" Yin Nuashing blinked and grinned. Damn it, this old man is leaving. Qing Feng's face changed greatly. He wanted to refute, but he saw that the Empress had already rushed over with a murderous look. Her white jade hand slapped out, and he was so scared that his face turned white. He picked up the lapis lazuli pagoda and turned to leave. He tore the space apart and disappeared in a flash. Bastard, leave behind Master's lapis lazuli pagoda. The Emperor saw that her attack missed, and he even used the lapis lazuli pagoda to tear the space apart. She was furious, and her jade hand tore the space apart and wanted to chase after him. Yin Nuashing sweated and quickly pulled her back. He smiled bitterly and said, "Elder sister, forget it. You won't be able to catch up." Qing Feng was only an Empyrean god, and the Empress was an Empyrean god. Even if Qing Feng used the lapis lazuli pagoda, he might not be able to contend against her. However, the former used the eternal weapon, and she might not be able to catch up. Yin Nuashing had seen that speed, and it was much faster than his light element. But, being grabbed, the Empress staggered and almost threw Yin Nuashing out. She quickly stabilized his body and smiled bitterly. If that fellow cultivated the lapis lazuli treasure or the nirvana divine arts, I would be too lazy to bother about him. However, that fellow obviously did not cultivate, and yet he was holding onto the lapis lazuli pagoda. But you won't be able to catch up? Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly. But, hearing this, the Empress's smile became even more bitter. There was a touch of bitterness on her pretty face. She stomped her feet fiercely and sighed. She looked at him with some hidden bitterness. It's useless for you to look at me. I won't be able to catch up." Yin Nuashing shuddered and shrugged helplessly. Chapter 593. After leaving the ice world, they weren't teleported too far away. At this moment, they were at the border between Taiyuan region and the North Ice world. Looking into the distance from this flat peak, they could still see the snow-white world. However, according to the map, the location of the void fire was still some distance away. They probably still had to enter that world of ice and snow. Yin Nuoxing and the rest weren't in a hurry to go. They found a small town nearby and stopped to rest for the night. At night, outside the small town, Yuan Shi and Nightmare were fighting to their heart's content. If Yin Nuoxing hadn't used the Netherworld Ruins sword to isolate this place, the small town nearby would have been sunk. Under a tree not far away, Xian, Feng, and Qin Yin were chatting happily. As for Yu and Little Moon of the Qin family, they were also fighting happily. These two girls didn't see eye to eye. Now that they were fighting, the extent of their fighting was quite scary. The billowing demonic aura and immortal aura were mixed and shattered. The people of the demon race have an advantage in talent. They are born as demon race experts. However, before their bodies can withstand the power of the demon race, they can't fully utilize this power. Yin Nuoxing sat quietly on a huge rock. From time to time, he would raise his head to look at the moon and lower his head to look at the four people who were fighting. The Empress also walked over slowly, sat down not far away from him, and chuckled. Born as demon race experts. Yin Nuoxing chuckled. When he said this, a sentence appeared in his mind and made him a little lost. The little guy from the Yuan family has a god spiritual body. This body constitution is said to be able to break through to that realm. As long as one is born in a force, he will be treated as a god's child and even be worshipped. Empress Mei Mao was glowing as she watched the battle between Yuan Shi and Nightmare. She said faintly, Nightmare seems to have a physique as well. It should be the demon physique. That demonic aura is also the demon physique and is very similar to the aura of the demon race. It is unpredictable and has a gloomy and cold energy. If one is careless and it invades one's body, it can even affect one's state of mind and emotions. Of the two body types, the evil demon body erupts earlier. It starts erupting at the demon rank. The god spirit body only erupts at the beginner god rank. I wonder which body type is stronger. With her jade-like hand supporting her chin, the Empress turned her head and looked at Yin Nuoxing, who was quietly raising her head. She jokingly said, a group of 7 with 4 different constitutions, 1 with a high-level bloodline, and 2 divine beasts. When this group of people grows up, it will be really terrifying. There's also a crazy little star. As the Empress smiled, she extended her slender finger and poked Yin Nuoxing's face, causing him to pout gloomily. As a result, the Empress was even happier after being poked. Do you want to spar? Do you want me to accompany you? The Empress suddenly said. This there's no need. I can't defeat you. Upon hearing this, Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly and waved his hand. He turned his gaze and looked at the Empress's exquisite face. He sighed and said, moreover, it's better for me to avoid using my body's energy as much as possible. I'll just let it remain in a state of overflowing. My cultivation has also been interrupted. Are you worried about the abyssal incident? The Empress looked a little depressed. She had sensed Yin Nuoxing's situation the other day, and it wasn't so easy to solve. The only thing he could do was to stop his cultivation. According to Ziyi, every time he crossed a big realm, it would cause the demonic aura in his soul to surge. It would be very easy for the demonic aura to completely corrode his soul. A little. Yin Nuoxing nodded with a calm look on his face, as if he didn't care at all. If it were another god or saintess from another power, they would probably be dispirited or crazy on the spot upon hearing that they couldn't cultivate anymore. The Empress looked at him quietly. He looked at the moon in the sky and was lost in thought. He muttered to himself, I can't cultivate because I'm afraid of abyssal. I can't cultivate my soul either. I'm stuck in a realm. I can't sleep, and I have nightmares. After eliminating all these, I suddenly realized that there's nothing I can do. The 8,000 books in my mind have already been engraved in my soul. I've already finished reading them. Is it that tragic? The Empress was speechless when she heard this. However, if she thought about it carefully, excluding cultivation, they were no different from ordinary people. They ate, drank, and played. They opened and closed their eyes to see the sun go away and welcome the moon. Their lives would slowly pass by. I'll trouble others if I sleep. Forget it. Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly and scratched his head, messing up his colorful hair. How do you know that others don't want to be troubled by you? When Yin Nuoxing finished speaking, a crisp laughter came from behind. The two of them were startled. They turned around and saw Xian and Feng walking slowly toward them hand in hand and smiling sweetly at them. Xing, just call us if you need anything. Don't worry so much. Feng walked gently to Yin Nuoxing and sat down in front of him. She tilted her head slightly and pressed it against his chest. She murmured in a low voice, just like how I rely on you. I also hope that you can rely on us a little bit. Just like a family. Yin Nuoxing was slightly startled. He lowered his head and looked at Feng. Feng also raised her head. Her bright and beautiful eyes flickered with attachment. It seemed that she didn't need to say anything. Those eyes made Yin Nuoxing's heart tremble slightly. He smiled absent-mindedly, but didn't say anything. While Yin Nuoxing was absent-minded, Xian knelt behind him and took out a dark purple comb from somewhere. A faint woody fragrance lingered in the air, making Yin Nuoxing feel relaxed and happy. Her jade-like hand gently caressed her bright and soft long hair. The tangled hair slowly spread out under her 5 fingers, like a colorful waterfall gradually extending. Her thick long hair spread out like a spacious screen, covering the back of Yin Nuoxing. A gentle smile appeared on Xian's beautiful face. Her left hand carefully pulled up Yin Nuoxing's colorful hair. The dark purple comb in her right hand gently fell down and combed Yin Nuoxing's messy hair. A faint fragrance came from behind and in front of him. Yin Nuoxing wanted to say that he didn't tie up his hair. However, he seemed to have sensed Xian's faint emotions and couldn't say anything. There was also an indescribable feeling slowly flowing in his heart. It was very warm and intoxicating. However, when he tried to pursue it, this feeling dissipated into nothingness. The female empress, who was sitting on a rock beside him, hugged her knees with both hands and looked at this scene with a smile. She raised her jade-like finger slightly, and a faint glow circulated around it, covering the surrounding dozens of feet and isolating all sounds. The gentle moonlight shone, accompanied by the starlight, sprinkling down from the horizon. At this moment, it was as if time had stopped. Regardless of whether it was Yin Nuo or Xian, they did not disturb this tranquility, allowing it to become like a painting, quietly frozen. Early in the morning, in the sky above the small town, between the layers of clouds, a huge sword stretched across the sky. The Golden Empress and the others stood at the tip of the sword and looked at the huge fireball that was gradually rising. They had a rare moment of peace in their hearts. Perhaps this was the last moment of peace today. Soon, they might be going to an incomparably dangerous place. To be honest, the group of 8 god emperors didn't have much confidence in themselves. However, the children behind them were still chatting casually. It was as if they couldn't feel the pressure. Here, this is the result of Shao Shi and my research. As for the name, I still call it talisman. The main point is that I'm too lazy to think about it. This thing is engraved in one's mind and will explode with a slight touch of spiritual power. I haven't started to make offensive talismans yet. These are all auxiliary talismans that can restore internal energy, elemental power, and soul and spiritual power. Yin Nuoxing stretched out her right hand, and 4 strange talismans floated above her palm. They emitted a strange light. Each talisman was only 1/10 the size of a fingernail. It was almost negligible. However, these talismans were made according to the condition of Brother Nua's body. Each talisman can restore him to his peak condition. Therefore, you have to be careful when you use them. Don't let them explode, Yishi said immediately. With Yin Nuoxing's ridiculously large body capacity, if they were to explode casually, the energy released would probably cause Yuan Shi and the others to explode. Such a small thing can actually restore a bottomless pit like you. Yuan Shi looked at the small talisman curiously. After looking at it for a while, he stuffed it between his eyebrows. When the talisman came into contact with his eyebrows, it slowly faded and melted. Well, take some of them. They don't have an expiration date anyway. They can be stored for as long as they want. I have a lot of them here. Yin Nuoxing pointed to her forehead and smiled. Hearing this, Yuan Shi, Nightmare, Xian, Qin Yin, Feng and Xiaobai did not stand on ceremony. They all waved their hands and took a dozen to 20 talismans from Yin Nuoxing's palm. These talismans were even more valuable in battle. If two people were evenly matched and exhausted from fighting, they could just detonate an energy talisman at this time to restore themselves to full health. To the enemy, this was fatal. As for you, and Little Moon, Yin Nuoxing had specially made a few dozen sets of energy talismans that they could withstand last night. He had even taken their cultivation situation into consideration. Each set of talismans recovered more than the previous set. As for whether it was accurate or not, he could not say for sure. He could only remind them. Yi Shi made the talismans herself, and they were made according to the proportions of her body. The effect was more suitable than Yin Nuoxing's. After Nightmare took the talismans and heard Yin Nuoxing's explanation, he activated an energy talisman in disbelief. Immediately, an excessive amount of energy filled his entire body and rampaged through his meridians, causing his body to swell up a little. He was so frightened that he screamed like a ghost. He hurriedly grabbed the black scythe and soared into the sky. He used mystical skills and secret techniques as if they were free of charge to release the overloaded energy in his body. Yuan Shi and the others were scared when they saw this. Empress Jean and the others saw that he suddenly went crazy, but they did not know what happened. They walked over to Yin Nuoxing and asked her a few questions. The latter then told them about the talismans. In the end, Empress Jean looked at him as if she was looking at a monster. She couldn't help but mutter, "Pervert. Little brother likes to fiddle with these things." The most important thing is that he succeeded. It's not an exaggeration to call him a genius. The Empress smiled and rubbed Yin Nuoxing's head. Everyone sat on the Netherworld ruined sword and watched Nightmare dance around with his scythe in the sky. His body was burning with energy flames, and the excessive amount of energy was about to burn him to death. This is already the 20th set of Chaotic Shadow Dance. It's the 21st set. It's the 10th time he used the lightning technique. 11, 12, 13. Yuan Shi watched from the side and even took the time to help Nightmare count how many mystical skills he had used to activate this talisman. Yuan Shi, come up and fight me. Come up and fight me. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. Nightmare was sweating profusely. He couldn't stop shouting and shouting. The flames on his body were burning even more vigorously, almost setting his hair on fire. Being too popular is indeed a problem. Yuan Shi laughed heartily. He grabbed a huge red cauldron and rushed into the sky to fight with Nightmare. Everyone was speechless when they saw the dazzling energy fireworks exploding in the sky. They had woken up early in the morning and had not left the house for more than an hour. Now they were even fighting. These two are almost at the 3rd seal of the demon rank. Yin Nuoxing scratched her head. These two battle maniacs would run to the side and cause a ruckus whenever they had time. Unknowingly, they were almost at the 3rd seal of the demon rank. Someone tugged at her sleeve. Yin Nuoxing turned her head and saw Xian, who was sitting at the side, looking at her with a smile. She raised her right hand, and a faint light slowly condensed. Just sensing it made her cheeks tremble. You're already at the 3rd seal of the demon rank. Lass you. Yin Nuoxing looked at the smiling face and was speechless. She didn't expect that among the 5 of them, Xian was the fastest to reach the 3rd seal of the demon rank. Yuan Shi, Nightmare, and Qin Yin were also at the 8th seal of the demon rank. They were 2 levels away from the 3rd seal. This wasn't very far. However, Yin Nuoxing remembered that Xian was the last to start. She could only start cultivating after meeting him. At that time, he was already at the immortal rank, and she had just started cultivating with his help and stepped into the quasi-mortal rank. It seems that excluding you, Xian is the most talented among all of you. The Golden Princess was also a little surprised. This lass had been following behind Yin Nuoxing all day, and her own brilliance had been overshadowed by him. Only now did she remember that this lass had the 5 elements body. How could she be worse than the others? Seeing Xian looking at him with a face full of anticipation, Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly. He scratched his cheek with his fingers and reached out to rub her head. He smiled and said, "You're very powerful. You've surpassed me." Just this simple sentence made the smile on Xian's face grow even wider. She happily sat back in her original position and leaned close to him. "All right, this last source of motivation seems to be this lad." Seeing that Xian was overjoyed by Yun Nuoxing's simple praise, the Golden Princess and the Empress couldn't help but laugh bitterly. "Stop fooling around and save your energy. If we head over now, we should be able to reach by noon." The Golden Princess pulled down the two people who were still fighting in the sky and punched each of them in the head, causing Yuan Shi and Nightmare to faint. The surging energy in the latter's body also dissipated with a poof. Yun Nuoxing nodded and observed a moment of silence for Yuan Shi and Nightmare. With a wave of his hand, the Netherworld ruins sword shot toward the horizon like an arrow. Only a purplish-black light could be seen flashing in the sky. Surprisingly, Yun Nuoxing wasn't as excited as he was at the beginning. The closer they were to their destination, the calmer he became. Although he couldn't control himself, he concealed it very well. "The void fire, be careful. It's just a divine flame. It's not worth risking your life for. The divine flame is dispensable to you." Zia's indifferent voice slowly sounded in his heart. He pressed his hand to his chest and gently grasped the purplish-red pendant. Then he nodded. Chapter 594. Back in a land of ice and snow, fine snow fell from the sky. Although it was autumn, the northern part of the Sourcepeak region had already entered winter. The cold made ordinary people put on thick coats early. Wisps of smoke rose into the air, giving people a warm feeling. Near the edge of the Sourcepeak region, there were many glaciers. The thick ice even had a tinge of black. This place was like the North Ice Realm. It was an eternally frozen land. The ice and snow had never melted. The cold wind from the North Ice Realm eroded this land, turning it into a frozen land. In this place, a large expanse of glaciers was spread out in a staircase from near to far, increasing step by step. The glacier at the top seemed to be tens of thousands of feet high, like an ice wall erected at the border. The intricately arranged glaciers were like sharp blades, causing people to be intimidated just by looking at them. This godforsaken place actually hides a divine flame. That treasure map probably isn't Shirlaji, and it's a divine flame ranked 25th on the divine flame ranking. If it's really here, this area should be a desert. How can there be such a majestic glacier? Glacier. It's a glacier. Can you not be so agitated? Are you a repeater? So noisy. A stream of light rapidly approached from the distant horizon. The sharp sound of wind breaking resounded throughout the glacial valley. A huge sword that was hundreds of meters long flew over from the horizon and slowly stopped in the center of the glacial valley. The group on it raised their heads and looked at the huge ice wall in the innermost part of the valley. They were all a little stunned. It's an old trick. Boundaries, arrays, and the like. This void fire is most likely not wild. Someone might have set it here. Yun Nuoxing swung his dazzling long hair and sighed. "Anyway, this glacial valley is only so big. Let's look around." Yun Nuoxing shrugged indifferently. "Yes, that is one point big." Looking at the glacial canyon below that they could not see the end of, especially when they saw that he did not care and that it was easy for him to stand and talk, everyone's voices were a little bit gnashing their teeth, causing Yun Nuoxing to shudder violently and laugh dryly. "Yes, just a little. This old man is going." Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly and waved his hand. Then he suddenly put away the Netherworld ruined sword and rushed down the canyon like a ray of light, catching the Golden Queen and the others off guard. By the time they reacted, he had already landed on the ground and was carefully observing the situation. The others were not angry. They hurriedly jumped down from the sky and scattered in various directions. Yun Nuoxing stood where he was and did not move. He looked around for a while. When he heard a series of footsteps behind him, he smiled. When Ziyin and the others walked to his side, he waved his hand and walked towards the depths of the glacier. At the bottom of the glacier basin, a layer of cold air could be seen condensing at the bottom. The cold air was so dense that it reached up to the knees. Help me keep an eye out for something special. Halfway through, Yin Nuashing turned around and said. He was also observing the blue and black glaciers. Here, he saw a few large skeletons. It seemed like some giant beast had died here. The eerie white bones made Yor and Little Moon's hair stand on end. Big brother Yin, what's that special thing? Yor quickly ran to Yin Nuashing's side and held his arm. She couldn't help but turn around. Mei Mao's eyes flashed mischievously as she peeked at the white skeleton that was more than 100 feet tall. If you think something looks strange, just tell me. For example, that. Let's go take a look. Yin Nuashing thought for a while and turned a corner. In front of him, he saw another skeleton that was dozens of meters tall. He walked straight towards it, causing Yor and Yor's beautiful faces to turn pale. Wah, brother Yin, can you not look at this? Please, Yor is scared. Seeing him walk straight toward the skeleton of the giant beast that was more than 10 meters tall, Yor was so scared that her legs were trembling. She hugged Yin Nuashing's arm tightly, her face pale. Little Moon couldn't help but roll her eyes when she saw her hugging Yin Nuashing tightly. She muttered, coward. Yor also heard that soft muttering. She immediately turned Mei Mao around and glared at her. She said angrily, I'm not scared. How many years has it been dead? What's there to be scared of? You're the coward. If you have the ability, don't hold brother Yin. I'm cold. Little Moon snorted softly. She swung her long hair like flowing clouds, leaving the back of her head for Yor. Her jade-like hand that was holding onto Yin Nuashing's arm exerted more force, pulling him closer to her. Okay, stop arguing. Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly when he heard the echoes in his ears. He freed his hands and pressed them on the heads of the two girls. He gently rubbed them, causing the two girls who were about to quarrel to stop. Their faces were slightly red, and they lowered their heads and muttered, If Little Star becomes a nanny, there will definitely be people fighting to let you take care of the children. Xian couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. She secretly transmitted her voice. Little Star is very suitable to take care of children. Feng also nodded. There was a hint of a smile on her calm face. Yin Nuashing's cheeks twitched. He ignored these words and ignored them. As they went deeper, the passage between the two glaciers became even narrower. At the beginning, the entrance was more than 10 meters wide. Now, it was only wide enough for 5 people to walk side by side. It seemed to be even narrower inside. Why are we squeezing into such a narrow place? Qinyan couldn't help but ask. I don't know. We're just walking around. Yin Nuashing shook his head. He just wandered in casually and didn't have any other intentions. The few of them looked around. The two glaciers were black in color, and their width was also frightening. A faint cold air was emitted, and it drilled into their collars, causing the girls to feel a chill in their hearts. Big brother, look inside. Suddenly, Little Moon tugged at Yin Nuashing, causing him to stop in his tracks. She pointed at a dark place in the glacier. There seemed to be something shiny reflecting a faint light. Yin Nuashing also saw that thing after taking a few glances. He raised his hand and placed it on the ice. The light element surged into the glacier, probing toward the thing that was reflecting the faint light. The light suddenly bloomed. The light element that bloomed illuminated the situation inside the ice. What rushed into their line of sight was a sinister big mouth. The rows of sharp teeth looked very shocking, and the scarlet tongue of a snake very well announced its identity. Ah! The light bloomed for only 0.1 seconds. In this instant, the big mouth and the snake's tongue appeared in their line of sight. Yor was so frightened that she screamed and hurriedly threw herself into Yin Nuashing's arms, curling herself up. Little Moon was also so frightened that she jumped back a step. Although she was frightened, she resisted the urge to scream. When she heard Yor's scream, she looked at her with disdain, then carefully patted her chest. This was a big ice blue snake. Its 2 venomous fangs shone with a sparkling light. That light seemed to have come from it. Its head was full of bones that looked like ice thorns, and its body was more than 10 meters thick like a crystal. Its slender body stretched out, and no one knew how long it was. It was completely frozen in ice. The moment before it was frozen, It seemed to still be hunting or tearing at something, leaving behind pieces that looked like scales of other creatures in its mouth. Ice crystal snow python. According to its length and thickness, I reckon. Oh, there should be. Let me count later. 1, 2. There are 6 ice thorns on its head. It's equivalent to a human god, which means it's a heavenly demon. But in the end, it froze to death in ice? Are you kidding? Yin Nuashing observed the thorns on the head of this ice crystal snow python, then felt a little dazed. This heavenly demon, with an extremely cold nature, was frozen to death. It felt as if the god of fire had played with fire and killed himself. It was so funny. Could it be that it's still sleeping and hasn't died? Xian asked softly. No, it's completely dead. The moment my light element touched it, I knew it was completely dead. Let alone ice crystals, its body was frozen inside and out. Hearing this, Yin Nuashing shook her head. This ice crystal snow python really couldn't be more dead. It's a pity. If it had continued to grow, it would have evolved into an ice-crowned heavenly python when it had 9 ice thorns. Its bloodline would have evolved, and it would have been able to rival an emperor god. It might have even had a chance to transform into a dragon and become a demon god. Yin Nuashing sighed. The ice crystal snow python was a rare species that only appeared in extremely cold places. Who knew how many years it had taken for this one to grow to such a large size? Dragon. Brother Yin, does dragon refer to this? Yuer, who had jumped into his arms, trembled slightly. Her jade-like hand trembled as she stretched out toward the pitch-black ice wall and pointed inside. Everyone was stunned. Yun Nuashing hurriedly guided the light element into the ice wall, slowly illuminating the situation inside. Then everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The ice crystal holy dragon of the frigid winter earth. It was a humongous creature. Its ice blue wings were spread open, as if they wanted to cover this entire area. They couldn't see the end of it, and even the membrane of the dragon's wings was ice blue. On its gigantic head, there were 2 gigantic silver horns that glowed with a metallic luster. They curved and pointed forward like the horns of a bull, filled with a sense of majesty. Its widened eyes were lifeless and empty. Even though they were separated by the ice wall, separated by life and death, they could still feel a vast and mighty dragon's might spreading out. Yin Nuashing and the others stood in front of this ice wall, standing in front of this huge ice blue dragon. They were like insignificant ants. The 6 of them added together weren't even as big as a dragon's scale. The land of ice and snow used up all its heavenly power and endless luck to give birth to a king of the ice mountain. He was protected by the heavens, and it was said that he had an innate divine position. Once he surpassed the emperor god stage and stepped into the god stage, he would be granted a divine position. Yin Nuashing wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, and his handsome face turned black. He froze to death. You must be joking with the god realm. The king of the ice world with the innate divine position of ice and snow god. He was one of the many kings of the dragon race in the primordial era. Froze. Died. Froze. Yin Nuashing stared so hard that his eyeballs were about to fall out. He suddenly hugged his head with both hands, and his handsome face was filled with pain. My brain is trembling. The ice and snow holy dragon has experienced more severe cold than tens of thousands of people in a lifetime. This. He froze to death. Xian and the other girls were a little dazed as they watched him laugh and roar crazily. They had known him for so long, and although they had seen him lose his composure before, this was the first time they had seen him lose his composure to such an insane and even pained state. Little star, is this ice and snow holy dragon very powerful? Xian asked. Yes, it's very powerful. Once it grows up and steps into the divine level, it's a divine beast. Although it's a little lower than the 4 divine beasts, it's still a divine beast. It's the king of countless demonic beasts and magical beasts. It has the innate divine position of the ice and snow god. It can be said that the place covered by ice and snow is its world. Yin Nuashing came back to his senses and laughed bitterly. He stroked the ice wall regretfully and didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, "Then it froze to death. This is definitely not caused by the power of nature. In my opinion, this ice and snow holy dragon is at least a demonic emperor, or even a demonic emperor. Sigh, there's no trace of life essence left. I can only make a rough estimate. If someone has the ability to freeze the king of this world of ice and snow. Yun Nuoxing's expression changed slightly, and he swallowed his saliva. He said in a low voice, only an expert of that level, and a divine-level expert who specializes in the ice element, can do it. The few of them fell silent. The words divine level were as heavy as a mountain. Just mentioning it made them feel stifled, and they couldn't breathe. Xing Xing, there's still the aura of life inside. Feng Er suddenly raised her head and said without looking. Yin Nuoxing and the others were taken aback. The aura of life? Feng Er shook her head when she saw his startled expression. She said, I can feel it. It's not the ice and snow holy dragon's aura, but it's of the same origin. Maybe, when Yin Nuoxing heard this, he turned his head and looked at the ice wall that was covered by the light element. He squinted his eyes in a strange manner. He naturally believed Feng Er's words. She was one of the 4 divine beasts, and she was the most sensitive to demonic beasts and magical beasts. Even the slightest aura couldn't escape her senses. However, this ice sculpture seemed to have existed for a long time. He looked around and finally stopped at the ice and snow holy dragon's dragon claw. There was an oval object in the huge dragon claw. It seemed to be an egg. Chapter 595. Sealed within the ice wall was the king of the ice world's magical beasts. This was one of the kings of the dragon clan that possessed supreme majesty. It had already passed away many years ago. Within the ice wall, or rather, within its gigantic dragon claw, one could still sense a faint aura of life. Rather than calling it an aura of life, it was actually more like a pulse of life. It had not completely died, but from the looks of it, it was only a matter of time before it completely disappeared. The ice snow holy dragon's egg, the aura of life. No, that's not the aura of life. That's a wisp of lifeline power. Even a most basic life force has disappeared. How long can the remaining wisp of lifeline power last? Yin Nuoxing sighed softly. Right now, in the spirit beast pool, I'm still using my bloodline to nourish a void spirit dragon egg. In fact, it's very difficult for the 2 of them to hatch again. It's very difficult, unless... Speaking up to here, Yun Nuoxing's voice paused, and the index finger and thumb of his left hand lightly rubbed together as he sighed. Unless what? Qinyan couldn't help but ask. Xian and Yuer might not know the status and value of the Void Spirit Dragon and the Ice Holy Dragon, but she knew very well. When she heard that there was hope for them to hatch, she also had a glimmer of hope in her heart. The bloodline of the gods. If my bloodline can be completely awakened, there's still a chance. The egg of the Void Spirit Dragon is placed in the spiritual beast pool. With my half-awakened blood of the gods, it's not enough to nourish the egg with its last bit of life. Well, if I'm willing to put in some blood of the gods, it might work. But I've roughly calculated the amount of blood that needs to be released. I'm afraid that it'll take all the blood in my body. By then, the half-awakened blood of the gods might go back to sleep, and I might die. Yin Nuoxing spread out her hands and said casually, the price. Hearing this, Qinyan's hope was instantly wiped out. It was basically using Yin Nuoxing's half-life to exchange for the life of the Void Spirit Dragon. If I release my essence blood bit by bit, it won't affect my bloodline. Taking into account the time it takes to release the essence blood and recover, I've calculated that 100 years will be enough. Then, Yin Nuoxing chuckled again. She turned around and saw Xian and the others looking at her worriedly. She smiled and said, Don't worry, I won't do that. No matter how crazy I am, I have a bottom line. So you admit that you're a lunatic. Xian rolled her eyes at him. Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly. She looked at the 10-meter-tall dragon egg in the ice wall and muttered to herself, Although I can't revive it now, there will be a way in the future. Perhaps it's God's will for me to see it here. He chuckled and shook his head. He was thinking too much. Yin Nuoxing's expression turned serious. She waved her hands in front of her and made a closing motion. The light elements in the ice wall seemed to have received an order and gathered towards the holy ice dragon's left hand. Not long after, the 10-meter-long dragon egg was wrapped up, and a golden formation slowly appeared below it. "Come out!" Yin Nuoxing suddenly clapped her hands. The golden formation emitted a dazzling light that enveloped the entire dragon egg. Then, the same golden light appeared in the open space behind them. The golden formation suddenly appeared on the ice wall. With a huge flash of golden light, the 10-meter-tall golden dragon egg appeared in the open space behind them. When they turned around to look at the ice wall, the dragon egg on the holy ice dragon's claw had disappeared. The formation had actually removed the egg from the ice. They could even see that there was an empty space in the ice. The golden dragon egg had ice blue patterns. Even though it was just an egg, it looked very majestic. There was a strand of saint energy circulating on its surface. Even if the egg could not be hatched, its shell was still a good material for refining weapons. Yin Nuoxing walked to the front of the incomparably huge dragon egg and raised her head to look at it. She stretched out her hand and touched it. Vaguely, she seemed to feel a wave of telekinesis. There was some unwillingness and some pain. The source of the telekinesis seemed to be the holy ice dragon in the ice wall. Yin Nuoxing's heart trembled slightly. She lowered her eyelids and sighed softly. Her soul energy drilled out from between her eyebrows and rushed towards the ice wall. At the same time, a wave of her soul energy stuck to the dragon egg. She whispered, "Don't worry, I will treat it well. I will think of a way to let it live in the name of the divine blood in my body." As soon as she whispered, Yin Nuoxing felt a change in the telekinesis. The unwillingness and pain had changed. It became gentler, and there was also some love. It seemed to be telling her feelings that she could not express to the life in the dragon egg. Yin Nuoxing sighed and patted the golden dragon egg. Then its size gradually shrank. From the initial height of 10 meters, it slowly shrank until it was only 1 meter tall. It was about the same size as Fomer's egg. After carefully putting it into the spiritual beast pool in the core space of the Godhead weapon, Yin Nuoxing let out a sigh of relief. He cupped his hands towards the ice wall, then turned around and looked at Xian and the others who were confused. He smiled and said, "Let's go." Xian and the others only saw him put away the dragon egg. They did not hear the whispers. However, seeing the smile on his face, they thought it was a good thing and did not pay attention to it. Ewer and Little Moon rushed up again. Each of them held one of Yin Nuoxing's hands. He smiled bitterly. Xian and the others giggled. After walking on the long and narrow ice path for more than 10 minutes, Yin Nuoxing looked at the dark hole in front of him and hesitated. This path was very strange. At the beginning, there were 2 glaciers. Now, this long and narrow ice path led directly to the center of the ice mountain. Just standing at the 10-meter-tall hole, he could feel a cold wind blowing out from inside. It was as if he was going to hell. Yin Nuoxing struggled to free his hands and glanced at the 2 girls, indicating for them to let go. The 2 girls stuck out their little tongues and released the jade arms that were tightly holding onto his arm. He then took out a luminous pearl from his pendant, squatted down, and rolled into the ice cave with all his might. An eternally bright pearl drilled into the pitch-black ice cave, illuminating 2 smooth ice walls. The ground was still smooth ice, and the luminous pearl rolled further and further into the cave without any resistance. It seemed to be a flat ground. Thud! Not long after, Yin Nuoxing heard an echo from the ice hole. The luminous pearl seemed to have hit something. He was startled. Did it hit the other side? Go in and take a look. Don't be too far away from me, and don't hold on so tightly. My hand is about to be crushed. Just as Yin Nuoxing reminded them, he felt a few pairs of small hands tightly grabbing onto his arms and palms, causing him to laugh bitterly. Moderate. After a while, Yin Nuoxing took a deep breath. The star energy in his body slowly circulated, illuminating the surroundings. He stepped into the ice hole. Xian and the others pulled on his long hair tightly and followed him into the ice hole. Stepping into the ice hole, they instantly felt a chill rush up their bodies. It was completely different from the temperature outside. Compared to the temperature inside the ice hole, the temperature outside could be said to be very warm. The ceiling made of ice was clean and transparent. The sky was dark. There was even a little snow falling outside, causing the inside of the cave to be dark. They could only see the surroundings by using their energy to illuminate the surroundings. At this moment, Yun Nuashing and the others were inside a huge iceberg. The thick iceberg was right above their heads. The left, right, up, and down were all ice cubes. It was a mountain made of pure ice. They were right at the bottom of this iceberg. The inside of the ice hole was flat. There were no obstacles. Even the top was a smooth and flat arc. It didn't look like an ice hole formed naturally by melting ice. It looked more like someone had repaired this place. The star energy spread out and illuminated the entire ice hole. Not far ahead, at the center of the ice hole, they saw the luminous pearl that he rolled out. The object it collided with was a stone tablet, a black stone tablet. This stone tablet was embedded into the ice surface. Cold air gathered around it, but it didn't freeze it. The ice surface around it was very clean, and there were no signs of it being broken. It seemed like it had been embedded here for a long time. Seeing this stone tablet, they were even more certain that someone had deliberately repaired this place. A distance of 200 meters was far from the limit of the eyesight of Yun Nuashing and the others. They could also clearly see the stone tablet. The luminous pearl gently leaned against the stone tablet, illuminating the line of words. The line of words that made his heart tremble. Grave of love, wind, and moon shadow. I said, I don't know. I don't even know who I am. Why don't you tell me who he is? Wind and moon shadow. Haven't you heard of him? Aren't you his son? It's too similar, too similar. The scene of him meeting Little White that day appeared in his mind. Little White's hoarse cries, the sadness in its tiger eyes, all of it was related to these three words. This time, he was here, and he saw the owner of these three words, the tomb. Little star, are you okay? Xian saw Yun Nuashing's soulless and dazed expression, and her heart tightened slightly. Those lifeless eyes showed signs of evolving into emptiness. She knew that he must be feeling very complicated right now. Her jade-like hand grasped his hand tightly, as if she wanted to pass her strength to him. Me? Perhaps my memories have stirred up a bit. However, I still don't have any deep feelings towards these three words. Regardless of whether or not he is related to me by blood, or perhaps I have never felt anything like familial affection, the name Feng Yuing is just Feng Yuing. Yin Nuashing took in a deep breath of cold air and shook his head slightly. At this moment, his emotions were like a bottle of mixed feelings that had been knocked over. A part of the reason was because the memories of Feng Yuing in the pendant had awakened. The other part of the reason was that he himself did not know. Oh no, hurry and hide. Someone else is coming. Yin Nuashing, who was still feeling complicated, suddenly shivered. His eyes looked in shock at the entrance of the ice cave. Just as he spoke, he laughed bitterly. This place was so flat that there was nothing at all. His line of sight was completely unobstructed. Where could he hide? Xian and the others also noticed this problem. They didn't know what to do and just stood there in a daze, staring at Mei Mao. Ah, forget it. Let's just hide like this. Yin Nuashing groaned with a headache. He pulled Xian and the others towards the edge of the ice cave. The Netherworld Ruined Sword and Ling Hong Jian quickly fused together. Then, a spiritual barrier quietly appeared, enveloping an area of more than 10 feet around them. Ling Hongjian's barrier was also activated at the same time, instantly covering this place. However, this hurriedly created area was really too small. It was obviously uncomfortable for the 6 of them to squeeze in here. Yin Nuashing looked down helplessly and realized that there were many white jade-like arms on his body. Light footsteps approached from afar. Yin Nuashing looked nervously at the entrance of the ice cave and couldn't help but gulp. In this place that was so quiet that even if a needle dropped, it would sound like thunder. The gulping sound gave Xian and the others a fright. Although they knew that the sound couldn't be heard, they were still a little nervous. When the last footstep sounded, Yin Nuashing saw that a person had suddenly appeared in front of the stone tablet. The sudden appearance scared the others so much that their hearts clenched. especially when they saw that it was a woman who they weren't familiar with. They hurriedly covered their mouths. She was about the same height as Fawn. Her entire body was covered in a layer of dark blue robes. Her cloud-like, icy blue hair casually draped over her back like flowing clouds. It was as smooth as silk and almost reached the ground after it was let down. Her graceful and beautiful face looked at most 25 years old. Her noble, elegant, and slightly cold temperament set off her beauty. In her arms, she was holding a cluster of snow-white flowers. The faint fragrance of the flowers condensed into a substantial airflow that filled the ice cave. Combined with her appearance and aura that ordinary people couldn't compare to, she was a rare fairy in the world. That noble aura was naturally emitted from her bones, making it difficult for people to look at her directly. If combined with the aura that made Yin Nuoxing feel a little scared, she was the #1 goddess in the 9 heavens. Although she couldn't be compared to Xianyin, he was sure that the woman in front of him was definitely a super terrifying expert. He stole a glance at her eyes. That pair of crystal clear blue eyes contained the vicissitudes of life, profoundness, and heart-wrenching sadness. It was as if she had been worried for a long time. How could a 25-year-old woman have such eyes that have been washed away by time? I haven't seen you for a year. How have you been? This time, I have slept for a little longer. The hidden illness in my body is also beginning to stir. I will probably be able to find you in about 1,000 years. The woman knelt in front of the stone tablet. The sad Mei Mao stared at the stone tablet. She gently put down the bouquet in her hand. There was a little bit of color on her sickly white face. Her delicate hand gently stroked the stone tablet and brushed across the few words. Her tears were like a reservoir that had been opened. Her graceful face had become a mess because of her tears. Yin Nuoxing's heart tightened. Thinking of what Little White and Princess Jean had said, a name appeared in his mind. Ning Qianxue, the expert who had stepped into the post-god level. Oh my god. A living god. She is not far away. He was frightened by his own thoughts. In any case, he had lived with Xianyin for more than a year. However, in her heart, he was her family. The so-called God's pressure and identity would not appear. Other than using her divine power to bring him to the starry sky, the world of the gods, and many other worlds to guide him in cultivation, he had not seen her use her power more. Even the golden figure that he had seen last time was only a shadow that had been left behind at an unknown time. However, at this moment, he was looking at a living god. That hidden power shocked him. He was even worried that the weak barrier made by the 2 broken god weapons could block her sight. It has been more than 2 eras, and I still haven't found your bones. Back then, you left me alone. Where did you go? What is this so-called fate of yours? Why did I hear the news of your death after we parted that day? You said that you would not leave me behind. You said that you would come back one day. It has been 3 eras. Where are you? Schwer has waited so painfully. I really want to die here and search for you. My heart has already disappeared along with you. All that is left in my heart is a tearing pain. The blue-robed woman knelt in front of the stone tablet. Her silent crying was heart-wrenching. She spoke softly as if her heart had died. On her beautiful face, there was only twisted pain and despair. Ziyin and the other girls couldn't help but sniffle when they saw the deity's despair and pain. They were all women, so they seemed to be able to feel her heartbreak. Yin Nuoxing also felt a faint sadness in his heart. He could not help but sigh heavily in his heart. He finally understood what was going on with that pair of lifeless eyes. It was a pair of eyes that had already died. It should not have appeared on a living person's body. Her heart, her soul, and her spirit had all died along with Feng Yuying's death. He did not know what kind of power had supported her to live until now. If a god wanted to die, even a god could not save her. The whispering and crying continued for a long time. Yin Nuoxing felt that his shoulder was wet. He did not know which of the girls behind him had shed tears on his shoulder. It was like a waterfall had opened. His shoulder was a little cold. The temperature here was already low. At this moment, he felt a little cold. He did not dare to release his energy to resist the cold. After a long time, the whispering stopped. However, it stopped abruptly. Yin Nuoxing also saw the blue-robed woman. Ning Chinchue. She lowered her head and looked at a shiny object. Her eyebrows were slightly knitted. Although her face was covered with tears, it did not stop her from emitting a majestic aura. Her knitted eyebrows directly went to Yun Nuoxing's heart. It made him stop breathing. He quickly turned his gaze and was so scared that he almost stopped breathing. "Oh no, I forgot to take back that luminous pearl," Yun Nuoxing whispered in horror. Xian and the other girls were so scared that they suddenly raised their heads and hurriedly wiped away the tears on their faces. When they looked carefully, their pretty faces turned pale. At this time, Ning Chinchue had already picked up the luminous pearl, which was half the size of a fist. She pinched it between her 2 fingers. Her frown also scared them so much that they stopped breathing. Ning Chinchue slowly stood up from the ice. She was still holding the luminous pearl in her hand. She wiped the tears on her face with her long sleeve. Her face, which had been filled with pain and despair just now, was now calm. Mei Mao looked around the ice cave. Her cold voice made the ice cave tremble a few times. "Which friend is here? Is it fun to peep my business?" This voice was also mixed with a great pressure, which made the barrier formed by the 2 divine swords fluctuate violently. The pressure directly penetrated. The whirlpool zither in Yun Nuoxing's heart lit up spontaneously to resist this pressure. "Wait! The moment the barrier is removed, I will convert the power of this barrier into the power of space. Hurry up and leave. Tell Sister Jean and the others to leave this place. The power at that moment is only enough for 5 people to escape. Don't worry, I have the whirlpool zither. There's an 80% chance that we can escape. You guys will be a hindrance." Yun Nuoxing turned her head. Her voice trembled, and she quickly transmitted her voice. Although she saw Xian and the others' faces change drastically, she did not give them any room to refute. However, as she spoke, she felt that something was not right, because their faces changed too dramatically, as if there was something terrifying behind them. However, she did not need to ask anything, because she also felt an extremely terrifying pressure coming from behind. She turned her head abruptly and saw Ning Chinchue's gloomy face. Her slender, jade-like hands stretched out in front of them. She even heard the sound of the barrier breaking. "It's over." Yun Nuoxing did not know whether to laugh or cry. Her heart slowly filled with despair. How could they encounter such a thing in this damn place? Chapter 596. The sound of the barrier shattering completely extinguished Yun Nuoxing's last hope. The barrier created by the 2 godly weapons was as fragile as paper. It was broken by the slender hand. The power of the stars in his body stopped circulating in an instant. Even his spirit and soul were trembling. He was suppressed by this deity to the point that he didn't have any energy to use. He was like an ordinary person. He couldn't even take out the maelstrom zither, seeing that graceful and pretty face appear behind the shattered barrier. Yun Nuoxing fiercely clenched his teeth. He suddenly spread out his arms and shielded Ziyin and the rest behind him, seeing that slender, jade-like hand rushing towards him like lightning. He could only close his eyes and wait for death. Just as he was prepared to receive the palm that could destroy the world, that jade-like hand suddenly came to a halt and abruptly stopped in the air. Seeing that the palm had suddenly stopped, Ziyin and the others fiercely gasped for breath. She also clenched her teeth and suddenly took a step forward. She extended her jade-like hand and was about to pull Yun Nuoxing behind her. However, Ning Chinchue suddenly spat out a sentence that stunned everyone. "You're back." Ning Chinchue's beautiful eyes, which were originally filled with anger and coldness, became gentle in an instant. There was even a color that Ziyin was extremely familiar with. It was just like the feeling she had when she looked at Yun Nuoxing. That pair of beautiful eyes that stared straight at Yun Nuoxing also gradually became a little red. Yun Nuoxing's face trembled slightly. Hearing these words, he was a little unable to react. He quietly opened his eyes a little, only to see her looking at him in a daze. 2 lines of tears flowed down from her eyes. The jade-like hand that had reached an inch in front of his chest could not stop trembling. Although there was still a hint of sadness on her face at this moment, There was even more uncontrollable joy. Compared to when she was kneeling in front of the stone tablet, she was much calmer. It's been 3 eras. The realm of the gods is really big. I still haven't seen it all. Ning Qianxue smiled through her tears. Seeing that he had opened his arms, she thought that he wanted to hug her. She slowly walked towards Yin Nuoxing and gently put her hands around his waist. She leaned into his arms and hugged him tightly with both hands. How have you been these years? Where have you been traveling in the starry sky? We planted a tree at the place where we first met. It has now grown into a towering tree. Every month, I go there and sit for 10 days. Without you, it's a little lacking. Can you accompany me this time? I don't want to leave you again. Listening to the soft words of the woman in his arms, Yin Nuoxing was like a petrified statue. He didn't dare to move or speak. His arms were still open, and there was still a smile on his face. Although Ning Qianxue had withdrawn all of her power, he didn't dare to move. Zian and the others behind him also covered their mouths tightly and looked at each other. A few pairs of Mei Mao glanced around. Then, like Yin Nuoxing, they chose to be stone statues and even held their breaths. Gradually, the voice of the woman in his arms became softer and softer. Yin Nuoxing suddenly felt that the pair of jade arms around his waist had lost strength. Ning Qianxue's body slowly slid towards the ice surface, which made him slightly shocked. He hesitated for a moment, but still hurriedly reached out and hugged her. Looking down, he saw that she had already closed her eyes and fallen asleep. There was still a peaceful smile on her beautiful face, and there were still tears on her beautiful face. Taking a deep breath, Yin Nuoxing gently carried her up. He turned around and saw the strange expressions of the women. He smiled bitterly and said, "What should we do? You ask us. We don't know either." Zian's expression was also bitter. This Ning Qianxue most likely mistook him for Feng Yueying. Back then, when he saw the portrait of his ancestor, Quarter Moon, in the Fire God Temple, it was very similar to him. Then, the grandfather and the granddaughter should also be very similar. It was fine if she mistook him for someone else. Xingxing, in the memories that you saw from Feng Yueying, did this person exist? Feng walked up, looked at Ning Qianxue, and asked softly. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing shook his head and said, "In the small part of memory that appeared back then, there was only Feng Yueying and Little White. I didn't see her. Maybe I haven't seen that part yet." As he said this, Yin Nuoxing freed one hand and held Ning Qianxue's slender waist with the other hand. He took out the purplish-red, diamond-shaped pendant from his chest. This purplish-red pendant that was only slightly more than 2 inches tall was also emitting bits of light at this moment, just like when he saw Little White that time. Maybe this could awaken a part of Feng Yueying and Ning Qianxue's memories? Yin Nuoxing hesitated for a moment, then sighed. Let's find Little White first. He and Ning Qianxue should be old acquaintances. That's good too. Zian and the others nodded, looking strangely at Ning Qianxue, who was lying in Yin Nuoxing's arms. Seeing that they all nodded, Yin Nuoxing also heaved a sigh of relief. Just like that, he carried Ning Qianxue horizontally and flew out of the ice cave. After the latter's divine oppression disappeared, he also had a connection with the power of the stars that he had lost contact with, which made him feel a little more at ease. After rushing out of the ice cave, he didn't stop for long. He mobilized the light elements and quickly flew out of the glacial canyon. At the same time, he took out a jade scroll and called the Golden Queen Little White and the others over. When Yin Nuoxing and the others rushed out of the canyon and arrived at the entrance of the glacial basin, the Golden Queen and the others just happened to fly back from afar. Little White also flashed past like a bolt of white lightning, arriving in front of Yin Nuoxing and the others. When they looked closely, they were a little confused. This Ning girl, what is she doing here? Little White widened his eyes in astonishment. Compared to the 3 Ji Yuns, Ning Qianxue's appearance was no different, other than being a little haggard. He recognized her at a glance. What made him even more astonished was, why was she here? You said that she is Ning Qianxue, the Golden Queen, the Empress, and the others were stunned at first. After hearing the name, They were also shocked and a little vigilant. This was a divine strong warrior, one of the few strong warriors at the top of the pyramid in the gods' world. Why was she here? Yin Nuashing laughed bitterly, then told them a little about what happened in the ice cave just now. But there weren't really any skeletons buried there. I saw it very clearly. Yin Nuashing mentioned again. He didn't see Feng Yueing skeletons in the ice cave, not even a cenotaph. Little White, that pendant can let you see a part of your memory. Can you let her see it too? Yin Nuashing took the pendant out from his chest, looked at him, and then looked at Ning Qianxue, who was sleeping but still holding on to him tightly. He had a headache. Even though she was shockingly beautiful up close, this was a divine being. She was in a daze and mistook him for someone else. Once she woke up, it would be hard to say. It should be possible. If Yuang left behind other memories, other than letting me know, it should be for Ning Girl. Little White muttered to himself for a while, then nodded and said, "Let's give it a try. Moreover, she's not in a good state now. She mistook you for Yuang." After seeing that side, she went from extreme sadness to ecstasy. Her flame of life is showing signs of extinguishing. If a divine being wants to die, no one can save her. Little White's heavy voice made Yin Nuashing and the others feel complicated. The divine being that was omnipotent in their hearts actually had a side that was filled with despair and sadness. The 7 emotions and 6 desires will not change. Yuing was little Ning's everything. In her world, only his shadow was left. Yuing was her spiritual pillar. The day Yuing died, little Ning's world collapsed. Sometimes, I even feel that living is a punishment for her. Little White sighed. As he spoke, even his eyes revealed some sadness. He looked at Yin Nuashing, who was also silent, and said, "Let's begin." Yin Nuashing came back to his senses and raised his head to look at him. He nodded, then looked at Xin, Feng and Lixin, and Jingyu, and said, "I'll have to trouble you guys again." Ziyan and Feng smiled faintly and shook their heads. And Lixin and Jingyu also smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Looking at the appearance of the 4 of them, Yin Nuashing also smiled and stood in the void like this. After grasping the power of space, even if he was in the sky, he could walk as if he was walking on flat ground. Yuan Shi, Qin Yin, and Yishi looked at each other. The 3 of them nodded and spread out. Lei Lang and the others also spread out, vigilant of the surrounding situation. Yin Nuashing took a deep breath and bent down slightly. He held the pendant and gently touched it to Ning Qianxue's smooth forehead. Buzz! The bright light that burst out shocked everyone. Yin Nuashing felt as if he was going to be swallowed by the light. He was shocked. When he gave it to Little White, he didn't have such a big reaction. Yuing, seriously, why are you in a daze? If you continue to be in a daze, I'll call you Little Phone. Cough, cough, don't. I'm 3 years older than you. You can call me whatever you want. Little Phone, Little Phone, Little Phone, Little Ing, hee hee. You said you wouldn't call me that. Who told you to ignore me? I was just in a daze. Hee hee, stop fooling around. Look here. This is the sacred place of your Tianxue sect. Although you're the holy maiden, it doesn't seem too good to bring me in. What are you afraid of? My little Feng's name is known throughout the Taiyuan region. I'm bringing you in. Whoever dares to oppose me will be beaten up. Can't we just be nice? Okay, the dazzling white light slowly faded from her eyes, and a scene slowly emerged in front of her eyes. After a full minute, Yin Nuashing's vision slowly returned to normal. It was a land of ice and snow. An extremely huge ice dragon sculpture stood on the surface of the ice, and a strange aura circulated around it. Not far from her line of sight, right below the ice dragon sculpture, there was a young man and a young lady slowly walking towards the ice sculpture. Their hands were tightly held, and the 2 of them were chatting and laughing. It was a beautiful scene. Look, look! The girls suddenly took out a human-shaped ice sculpture from behind the ice dragon sculpture. Upon closer inspection, the ice sculpture was almost the same as the boy. Even the expression was carved very well. However, there was one thing that was very noticeable. This boy was even more beautiful than the girl. If he didn't speak, no one would know that he was a boy. Therefore, that ice sculpture Yin Nuashing looked no different from a girl's ice sculpture at first glance. The ice sculptures that can be stored in this land of ice are the past sect masters of the Tianxua sect. It's not very harmonious for you to leave me here. The boy looked at the ice sculpture and sighed. However, there was a hint of joy in his eyes. Don't worry about that. Is it beautiful? Is it beautiful? This is carved by me personally. It's not condensed from the ice element. It's beautiful, really. There's nothing wrong with it except that it's a little biased towards girls. Tisk, you're a girl. Stop. We can't live like this anymore. Stop fooling around. Ha! I was wrong, okay? Help! I was wrong. Shui and knows that she was wrong. Ha ha! Looking at the two people fooling around in the distance, Yin Nuashing couldn't help but chuckle. Feng Yueying was just like him. He had a girl's face and skin, but it turned out that he was a boy. Although the girl was very young and was only 16 years old, he still saw some traces of Ning Qianxue. Little Bai said that the two of them met when they were traveling. However, when Yin Nuashing saw this scene, he felt that they had known each other since they were young. After all, their cultivation was higher. A person who was 100 years old looked about 17 or 18 years old. Just like himself, he was conservatively estimated to be 32 years old, but his real face still looked like that of a 14-year-old. Are you leaving? Yes. After I saved you that time, I stayed here for 3 years. Now that I see that you're fine, I'm relieved. I have to continue on my journey. I want to go too. No, you should stay here and be a saintess. We'll meet again in this lifetime. My intuition has never been wrong. What about the truth? Well, you're a girl. I'm afraid that it'll be too hard for you, so don't go. Be good. We've promised that we'll meet again. At that time, don't pretend that you don't know me. I won't. I don't have a home anymore. You are my motivation to survive. How can I not recognize you? You're the one. Don't despise me just because you're powerful. Shui, you said this in front of so many people. I'll drown in their saliva. Tisk. Then it's a promise. We'll meet again in this lifetime. Whoever doesn't recognize the other party will have to. Let me think. Then he'll be punished by kissing the other party 100 times. All right, it's up to you. If you recognize me later than I recognize you, then you'll have to kiss me 100 times too. Damn, this is a losing deal. I'll take it. Seeing this, Yin Nuashing's face was filled with black lines. He remembered that Little White had said that when they met again at a certain ruin in the Ganyuan region, the two of them did not recognize each other and even fought. What exactly was going on? Yin Nuashing thought that this part of the memory had come to an end. He breathed a sigh of relief. He closed and opened his eyes, thinking that his consciousness would return. However, the scene in front of him changed again. He was stunned. When he took a closer look, his expression changed drastically. That's Chapter 597. It was a life planet that had already fallen apart. The Earth had cracked, and the fragments of the planet were thrown into the sky. The exposed core emitted a blazing light. Magma turned into a rain of fire and fell from the sky, melting the Earth, evaporating the sea, and disintegrating the atmosphere. It was a scene of the end of the world, and there was an extremely large sun hanging in the sky. The broken planet was slowly moving towards the sun, and the scorching solar wind had scorched the surface of the planet into a charcoal black. In this scene of destruction, all life on the original planet had already disappeared. No living creature could survive in such a hellish environment. However, on the barren, fiery Earth, there were still two people. The two of them quietly looked at the scene of destruction without fear. The scorching flames could not hurt them at all. On the ground beside them, there was a place that had completely caved in. A rainbow-colored light bloomed from the ground, adding a bright color to the sky that was dyed red by the rain of fire. Schwerer, you should go back. I could do the rest by myself. I won't. You sealed Xiao Bai, Xiao Qing, and Xiao Wu. Are you hiding something from us? I won't let you go to your death. My death. Why do you have to start with my death? I won't go back. The energy core of the dying life planet is about to be obtained. You have to tell me what you want to do. You're already a god, and you're still acting like a spoiled child. The man in blue laughed bitterly. Girl, it's okay. You've believed in me for hundreds of billions of years. Why don't you believe me after just a few minutes? Didn't I say that I'll be in seclusion for a long time this time? You can go back and wait for me. Wash yourself clean and wait for me. But I always feel that if you leave, you won't come back. Our wedding hasn't been held yet. Well, that's true. It hasn't been held yet, so you should go back and wait for me to come back, right? Wait for me to come back with a starry sky and a star field. I'll give the whole world to you. Not bad, right? But I still don't want to go back. I'll wait for you here, okay? The man in blue stared at her for a long time before he sighed heavily. He nodded and smiled. Then close your eyes. I have a gift for you. Oh, the girl with long blue hair blinked at Mei Mao, smiled happily, and closed her eyes. However, the man stretched out his hand and gently tapped her forehead. The girl's consciousness suddenly weakened. Before she lost consciousness, Mei Mao once again opened her eyes. A heartbreaking despair flashed out, but she could not do anything. She could only feel herself falling into an embrace and falling into a deep sleep. Lass, I'm sorry. This is probably the only time in my life that I've lied to you. I'm afraid you'll have to walk on your own in the future. I'm sorry. Can you write an IOU for your wedding? All right, I guess you can't. I will definitely return. Believe me, no matter how many years it takes, no matter how many epochs it takes, I will definitely return. I swear on my soul. I've told you many times about my destiny. Now, it's right before your eyes. Let me finish the rest by myself. The man in blue let out a long sigh. He raised his head and a teardrop gathered in his eyes. He looked at the sea of fire that was collapsing, the sun that was as hot as hell, and the brilliant starry sky. He suddenly let out a loud roar. The sharp roar caused the space to shatter. Even the sun was affected, and its light wavered. After a while, he lowered his head and stared at the girl who had fallen asleep in his arms. He smiled faintly, and there was a strong reluctance in his eyes. He lowered his head and gently kissed her on the lips. He raised his head and gently lifted her up with both hands. Then, he pushed her into the starry sky. She was like a meteor that streaked across the sky, across the star region, and disappeared. After watching the flash disappear, the man used his hand to wipe away the tears that hadn't fallen from the corner of his eyes. He stood up and strode towards the sunken ground that was emitting the seven-colored light. With a single step, he jumped into the sunken ground and was completely engulfed by the sunken light. The scene stopped abruptly. Yin Nuoxing suddenly opened his eyes. There was some confusion and disbelief in his widened eyes. He had seen the seven-colored light in the scene once before. It was the unclear memory that he had awakened in Divine Sky City. On the burning sea, the seven-colored light soared into the sky from the sea and was swallowed by a sword light, the energy core of a life star. Yin Nuoxing murmured in confusion. Then, he repeated it several times in his heart and firmly remembered it. "Little star, you're awake?" A gentle voice came from beside him. Yin Nuoxing came back to his senses. Only then did he notice that the ceiling was made of ice-blue ice. Not far away, he could hear the whistling of the wind. He turned his eyes and looked around. This seemed to be an ice cave, and the place he was sleeping on was carved into an ice bed. Although it was made of ice, he did not feel cold at all. His palms were warm, which made him feel very at ease. Turning his head, as expected, he saw the four people sitting beside him. They were all staring at him with their eyes wide open. He felt a little embarrassed and could not help but cough dryly. "How is it? What did you see?" Little White walked over from the side. Seeing that Yin Nuoxing had woken up, he asked, "Little White, what is the energy core of a life star?" This sudden question startled Little White. His expression changed slightly. His eyebrows trembled slightly, and he said softly, "Why are you suddenly asking this? It was mentioned in my memory. I intercepted the most important information, and it was these few words." Yin Nuoxing sighed and sat up straight. He looked straight at Little White and waited for his answer. Little White pondered for a while. His small hand tapped on his chin. There was some hesitation on his young face. The Golden Queen and the others were also very curious. They stared at him blankly, but they did not urge him. After a long time, Little White sighed and said, "This is something that only the gods know. It's okay to let you know. You can't touch this thing anyway. The so-called energy core of a life star can also be abbreviated as the energy core of a star. If you really want to say it, yes, in your memory, in the Xianlong continent that you went to, the energy core of the Xianlong continent that you last saw was similar to this one. The only difference was the fundamental difference in strength. After all, the energy core of a small world is semi-artificial. Moreover, if the creator did not dabble in this field of research, he would not know that the energy core of the small world he created had been born. This energy core is the star itself, the small world itself, and the world itself was born by itself. It carries everything that happens in this world carrier and controls all the energy changes in this carrier. Every star has it, whether it is a life star or a life star. To make an analogy, it is like the energy carrier in your stomach. If it is taken away, but the energy is not completely erased, the energy of the star itself will decline for a period of time, and its vitality will weaken. It will not return to normal until the energy core recovers after a long time. However, if the remaining energy is completely erased, the life star will be completely drained. Its vitality will not recover, and it will become a hell where no one can live. In the primitive age, it was also called the world core. Little White's gentle voice made everyone immerse themselves in it. Yin Nuoxing's expression also changed a bit. However, he had seen the world core before, so he was not too shocked. He had heard about it from Zi before, and now that Little White mentioned it again, he connected the two together. He was somewhat glad that there was still a large sea of Yin spirit fire when he left, so that the Xianlong continent would not be completely drained. Yin Nuoxing retrieved the last scene from his memory and played it in front of him. After Little White finished watching, he sighed heavily and smashed his fist on the ice cave, creating a huge hole. There was a hint of anger in his eyes. This bastard sealed me, Azure Dragon, and Black Tortoise just like that. This time, he sent Little Ning away just like that. What exactly are you hiding in your heart that you can't even tell us? After Xian and the rest, as well as Yuan Shi and the rest, finished watching, they immediately looked at Yin Nuoxing, making him feel inexplicably guilty. Perhaps it was because Feng Yuying's style was somewhat similar to his. Although he did not admit it, everyone knew that if something happened, he would shoulder it all by himself. Everyone felt that it was very tiring for him to live like that. He would shoulder all the burdens by himself and was unwilling to share them with others. The reincarnation of karma, the ties between the previous life and the current life. If it was Yuying, then yes, he would definitely not say it because he didn't want us to worry. He is a fool who carries everything by himself. Little White, don't you know that? A chuckle suddenly sounded from behind, making everyone tremble. Little White, who had his arms crossed in front of his chest, also trembled and his cheeks twitched. Without turning his head, he sighed and said, I saw this clearly after knowing him for 10 years. How could I not know? I am just curious why he is still hiding things from you, Little Ning. Yin Nuoxing's expression was very stiff. His cheeks and eyelids twitched in shock. He turned his gaze and looked at the ice bed beside him. Ning Qianxue had already sat up and looked at him with a beautiful and satisfied smile, making his whole body stiffen. You're back. Ning Qianxue's smile was gentle. Mei Mao blushed a little and stared at Yin Nuoxing nonstop. This familiar face that was deeply embedded in her soul. Even if they were separated by 3 eras, even if she had forgotten her own appearance, she would not forget his appearance. Little Ning, don't get the wrong person. He is not Yuying. He is Yin Nuoxing. Speaking of which, isn't he your grandson? Little White turned around helplessly and looked up at Ning Qianxue, sighing. Grandson. Ning Qianxue blinked at Mei Mao in shock. Then, she suddenly laughed softly. Her jade-like hand covered her small mouth and laughed until her delicate body was trembling. She stood up from the ice bed and walked towards Yin Nuoxing. Princess Jean and the others frowned slightly. They wanted to stop her, but when they saw her expression, they stopped. They just sighed and moved to the side. Yin Nuoxing hurriedly jumped down from the ice bed. When he saw Ning Qianxue standing a foot in front of him, his eyes flickered and he felt a little uneasy. Seeing his uneasy look, Ning Chinchue could not help but laugh. She raised her head slightly and looked at him carefully. She reached out her jade-like hand and caressed his cheek. She smiled and said, "You Ing and I have not done the deed as husband and wife. How can we be his grandson?" This development is not right? Hearing this, Little White, Princess Jean, Xian, Yin Nuoxing, and the others were all shocked. They had traveled hundreds of millions of miles to find their family, but in the end, they were not. No, he does not have Yu Ying's bloodline in his body. I have been with him for half an era. How can I be wrong about this? Ning Chinchue smiled, and the expression on her face became gentler. The hand that was caressing Yin Nuoxing's cheek moved slightly and pressed on his chest. She said something that scared everyone half to death. Because this child is Yu Ying. The Netherworld is the home of all living beings. Reincarnation is the journey of all living beings. After 3 eras, Yu Ying has returned. The one here is his soul. Welcome back. Chapter 598. The Underworld was the home of all souls, and reincarnation was the journey of all souls. This sentence had been passed down from a long time ago. Reincarnation had always been the biggest secret. No living person could explain the experience of reincarnation to others. Even gods could not see through reincarnation. Endless reincarnation. The Underworld is like a relay station. It receives the departed souls and allows them to embark on a new journey of life. Yin Nuoxing softly murmured a sentence from the ancient book. He took in a breath of cold air and then exhaled fiercely. He believed in the existence of reincarnation. For example, the reincarnation lake that he had seen at that time, and the rudder-like roulette that was reflected in the reincarnation mirror between everyone's eyebrows. There were so many examples that indirectly proved the existence of reincarnation. What he lacked was only direct evidence. However, if someone said that he was Feng Yuing, even he himself would not believe it. He just thought that Ning Chinchue missed him too much and mistook him for someone else. However, she could not possibly not recognize her own grandson, right? This made Yin Nuoxing very confused, especially when she looked at him. Her gaze was so gentle that it was as if she was looking at her lover. It made him feel a little dizzy. Seeing him in a daze, Ning Chinchue covered her mouth and laughed softly. She looked around and saw that even Little White's mouth was wide open in shock. She shook her head helplessly and said, "It's normal that you don't believe it, because it's really hard to believe. For tens of eras, even gods could not figure out reincarnation. However, I have a way to prove that you are Yuing. I can prove that Yu Ying's soul is in this body." "How do you prove it?" Little White came back to his senses. His body shook, and he hurriedly turned his head to look at Ning Chinchue. Ning Chinchue smiled. She retracted her hand from Yin Nuoxing's body and took out a silver-white chain. When he saw the chain, Yin Nuoxing suddenly took in a breath of cold air. He was clearly looking at a chain, but he seemed to see a divine moon slowly rising from the horizon. "This is a level 12 material, divine moon platinum. She actually used it to make a necklace." Yin Nuoxing was originally very shocked, but after thinking about it, he and Sister Liuli both used the colored glass divine crystal to cultivate. It seemed reasonable for her to use it to make a necklace. After all, the gods were rich and could do whatever they wanted. Ning Chinchue couldn't help but chuckle when she saw him go from shock to calmness within a second. After seeing Yin Nuoxing, her sickly pale face became a little rosy and her complexion improved a lot. Yin Nuoxing also clearly felt that the pair of eyes that seemed to be dead slowly came back to life. Perhaps soon, this Lord God would get rid of the haze in his heart. Yin Nuoxing took off the mystic moon platinum necklace from his neck. On the necklace hung an icy blue scepter that was about the length of a finger. The scepter was engraved with obscure divine runes, and on the top half of the scepter, there were 2 spirals that wrapped around the scepter. They extended upwards and finally wrapped around an icy blue diamond-shaped gem at the top of the scepter. That icy blue gem emitted an indescribable aura, and that feeling was something that Yin Nuoxing felt all the time. It was the same feeling that the swirling dragon zither gave him. That was the aura of divine authority. But after feeling it carefully, the aura of divine authority on the scepter doesn't seem to be as strong as the one on the swirling dragon zither. After feeling it with his heart, Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Z had said that divine authority was the representative of a god. It seemed that Xian Yin's strength was probably above the god in front of him. After Ning Qinxue took off the necklace, she looked at it with some nostalgia and smiled. Then, under the astonished gaze of Yin Nuoxing and the others, she hung it around Yin Nuoxing's neck. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Southern Plains, the ruined temple. This is the key. Go there. You must go, Ning Qinxue said softly. Now. Yin Nuoxing raised the small scepter in shock. This was something that Ning Qinxue wore close to her body. It had a warm body temperature and a faint fragrance, which made him blush inexplicably. Ning Qinxue shook her head and said with a smile, "Just remember to go." After saying that, she stretched out her hands and gently held Yin Nuoxing's face. She smiled and said, "No matter how many eras, no matter how much time passes, I will continue to wait. Now, I have waited for my world to come back. Although I have a way to make you remember everything directly. As long as you are the soul of Yuing, the taboo of reincarnation is somewhat troublesome. Shui, I can only let you find everything by yourself." Yin Nuoxing lowered his head and muttered. After being stared at by her for a long time, his face was a little hot and he was a little shy. Remembering the purpose of coming here, Yin Nuoxing raised his head and looked at Ning Qinxue. He opened his mouth and was stunned again. He didn't know how he should address her. He should call her senior. In theory, that should be the case. Just call me Shui like before. Ning Qinxue covered her mouth and smiled. She saw his awkwardness and said, "Or you can call me Xiao Shui." No, this is even weirder. Everyone couldn't help but say this in their hearts. They turned to look at Yin Nuoxing and saw that his expression was getting weirder and weirder. They also lamented in their hearts. "We let you live for so long, and now you've caused trouble. This reincarnation, or whatever, it might be Ashura's field. Sister. Shui, I think it's better to call you that. It feels weird." Yin Nuoxing blushed and scratched his head. He turned his head away embarrassedly. Xian and the others were greatly shocked. It was rare to see him so shy in front of a woman. However, this range was excluding the Golden Empress, the Empress, and the others. Thinking of this, Xian and the others seemed to understand something. They looked at Yin Nuoxing with a strange expression. Could it be that this guy couldn't handle the royal sister? Well, that's fine too. I won't force you. Before you recover your memory, you can call me that. Ning Qinxue nodded. However, she still felt a little unnatural when she heard this form of address. In her heart, she had already regarded Yin Nuoxing as Feng Yueing. She hadn't recovered from her past memories. When she heard him call her sister, the change in her expression was very interesting. Sister Shui, are you familiar with this area?" Yin Nuoxing asked. "Yes, from this canyon to the world of ice and snow over there. It's all the territory of the snow goddess sect. However, this is a forbidden area. There, I buried my thoughts of Yuing. Usually, no one is allowed to set foot here." Ning Qinxue stretched out her jade finger and pointed around, then pointed to a distant place. "Then, is there anything strange in this canyon? For example, a place that doesn't have water elemental energy?" Yin Nuoxing asked tentatively. Hearing his strange question, Ning Qinxue looked at him deeply. Then, she turned to look at the Golden Empress and the others. She felt that this group of people was extremely powerful and asked tentatively, "Are you here to find those things?" "Those things? What things?" Yin Nuoxing tilted his head. A strand of colorful hair fell along his shoulder as he asked. "The bodies of the magical beasts sealed in the glacier. Are you here to find those?" Ning Qinxue asked him directly. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing shook his head. He pinched his palms a little guiltily. He had just taken a dying ice snow holy dragon egg from the glacier. Seeing him shake his head, Ning Qinxue also frowned slightly. Her left hand hugged her right elbow, and her right hand pressed against her red lips. She looked like she was deep in thought. She even paced slowly. After a long time, she turned around. Her long blue hair fluttered like silk. She looked at Yin Nuoxing and said, "Are you here to find the void fire?" "Yes." Hearing the words void fire, Yin Nuoxing's eyes suddenly emitted a bright light. His excited look, coupled with his handsome face, made Ning Qianxue slightly absent-minded. She coughed dryly and suppressed the redness on her face. She said softly, "If it's the void fire, it is indeed in this glacier world, but what?" Yin Nuoxing asked hurriedly. "I can't say for sure. The void fire was left here by someone. The person who left it behind also set up a test. The content of the test changes according to the person. I waited for 3 eras and let the core disciples of the Snow Immortal sect try. However, no one succeeded. Even I couldn't pass it." Ning Qianxue sighed disappointedly and said, "I'm not afraid to tell you that there are only 5 tests for me. Let's not talk about the first 3. The 4th test, I have to go to the chaotic void at the edge of the starry sky and survive in the blazing hell for 100 years. I did manage to survive. It was a narrow escape. That place..." When the Golden Queen heard about the blazing hell, her face turned ugly. The corners of her eyes twitched. She smiled bitterly and said, "I've been there once. At that time, I was already an emperor god. However, I only lasted for a day before I escaped. If I had been a minute later, I might have died there." Yin Nuoxing's cheeks twitched. Although he did not know what the so-called blazing hell was, the Golden Empress, as an emperor god, had only lasted for a day. That place was definitely not a fun place. Ning Qianxue, on the other hand, had lasted for a full 100 years. From this, it could be seen how big the gap was between an emperor god and a later god-level fighter. What is the 5th test? The Empress couldn't help but ask. The 4th test was already so terrifying. What about the 5th? When the 5th test was mentioned, Ning Qianxue's expression became very strange. It was neither fear nor anger. Instead, it was confusion. Everyone was confused as well. The path has long been opened. It leads to a transcendent secret that has never been spoken of. The broken vessel. It connects with heaven and earth and blends with everything. It points to the end of the world. Ning Qianxue said a few sentences. Everyone was confused. They could understand the 5 sentences. The syllables were familiar. However, when the 5 sentences were placed together, they were all confused. They couldn't understand what was going on at all. This is the hint of the 5th test. As for what it means, I don't know. Like you, I can understand the 5 sentences. However, when they're placed together, I feel that I have lived my life in vain. Ning Qianxue smiled bitterly and said, "I have solved this riddle for more than 2 eras, but I still don't understand what it means. However, no one is able to understand the 5th test. However, not everyone's test is so difficult. I've seen so many tests, and in the last one, the easiest one was to let him cultivate in the sun for a year. That disciple was only a divine king at that time, and he even asked me to send him into the sun. You can probably guess the result. Not to mention cultivating for a year, he turned into ashes as soon as he entered. Fortunately, he only brought an avatar with him, or he would have really been burned to ashes. He wanted to wait until he was strong enough to go, but in the end, when he had the ability to cultivate in the sun, the test changed and the difficulty increased a lot. After learning about this, he let go of this so-called stupid test and no longer cared about it. Now, he is an elder in the Snow Goddess sect. Ning Qianxue said indifferently. Ning Qianxue said calmly, "Then what's the point of playing?" Everyone couldn't help but curse in their hearts. This test was too unkind. However, if you want to go, I can bring you there. You want to subdue the void fire, right? Ning Qianxue looked at Yin Nuoxing and said. Yin Nuoxing nodded and said with a smile, "Sister Shui, just call me Little Star. That's what everyone calls me." "Okay." Ning Qianxue smiled and nodded. She turned around and walked out of the ice cave. She said, "Let's go. I will bring you there." Yin Nuoxing looked at everyone and nodded. She hurriedly followed. Hearing about the so-called test and about seeing the void fire, she was nervous and excited. "Little Star, let me ask you something." Xian walked side by side with her. She turned her head and winked at Mei Mao. Hmm. You have been reincarnated so many times. Did you have a partner in every life? As soon as Xian asked this question, Yun Nuoxing directly spat out a mouthful of saliva. When the sharp-eared people heard this, they also pondered for a moment. They glanced at him, who had an unnatural expression. That handsome face, as a girl, was devastatingly beautiful and ethereal like an immortal. As a boy, it was somewhat heroic and profound. He could simply kill both. It was not surprising that he was called a femme fatale. If those little sisters still haven't passed away, then Yuanqi seemed to have realized something. Boss, it's the Azura Arena. That's the Azura Arena. You womanizer. Nightmare also became excited and laughed loudly. Then wouldn't I have a lot of opponents? Xian sighed worriedly. However, looking at Mei Mao's sparkling appearance, she did not seem to be worried about this at all. When Yu Ying and I were in the starry sky, there were many little sisters and little sisters who wanted to snatch him away from me. There is also a certain princess of a transcendental life, star, who chased us for tens of thousands of light years. Ying was not used to rejecting people. In the end, I was the one who chased them away. Ning Qinxue also waved her little fists and laughed. Sigh, so many little sisters. The golden princess looked meaningfully at Yin Nuoxing. Mei Mao smiled, and chased them for tens of thousands of light years. Yuanqi grinned evilly. So popular. You can even start a huge harem. Qin Yin also laughed and fanned the flames. Being stared at by so many pairs of strange eyes, Yin Nuoxing broke out in a cold sweat. He clearly did not do any of this, but he felt inexplicably guilty, as if he was Feng Yuang. This doesn't seem to have anything to do with me, right? Yin Nuoxing wiped his sweat and laughed dryly. He felt as if he had been publicly executed. Who knows? Little Star likes to flirt the most. Xian chuckled. Chapter 599. On the vast snowy plains, the wind and snow were still working diligently. It was like a long white river that stretched across the sky, flowing endlessly. On the snowy ground below, from time to time, there would be some movement in one or two places, as if there were living creatures hidden within. In this snow-covered place, there was a very strange place. 8 identical ice and snow pillars neatly divided a circle with a diameter of about 10 feet. Inside the circle, there was a pitch-black hole, but there were spots of light flashing like a starry sky. The difference was that this starry sky descended on the ground and did not hang high in the sky. Looking down from the sky, it was easy to find this black spot on the snowy plains like a drop of ink on a piece of white paper. The wind and snow in the snowy plains seemed to be very unhappy with this very different black spot. The snow here was also much heavier. However, the black area was completely unaffected by the snow and ice. It continued to reflect the black light, like a black whirlpool, and condense towards the center. We're here. It's here. Not far from the black whirlpool, a dozen figures appeared out of thin air. Other than the woman with long ice blue hair who was leading the group, the others kept looking around as soon as they came out. Finally, they all condensed on the black thing in front of them. What is this shit-colored thing that looks like a star field and a whirlpool? Nightmare scratched his head. Although he was somewhat blunt, everyone wanted to beat him up when they heard him. This is the place I mentioned for the assessment. Ning Qianxue's cheeks twitched. Nightmare's face suddenly paled a little. Ning Qianxue did not argue with him. With a thought, she led everyone to land on the snowy ground. She waved her hand lightly, and the wind and snow in this place suddenly stopped. Yin Nuoxing saw her wave her hand very clearly and sighed in his heart. She could change the weather at will. The clouds in the sky were still gathering and not dispersing, but the wind and snow had stopped. This ability was as if she could command the wind and snow. Go, it's not dangerous. It will start when you stand in the center. Ning Qianxue took a light breath and turned her head. She looked at Yin Nuoxing with a gentle gaze and smiled. She pulled him and Xian out and said, But I don't want to subdue the void fire. Xian saw that she was being pulled out. She looked at Ning Qianxue with confusion on her pretty face. This assessment is harmless, and there are no special rules. As long as you want it, anyone can take the assessment. I'm also curious to see how far you can go. Ning Qianxue glanced at her indifferently. When she said the last sentence, Mei Mao surged with some fierceness. That majestic and irresistible power directly pounced on Xian, causing her to tremble. Cold sweat suddenly seeped out her skin. However, this power only lasted for a very short moment. Even Yin Nuoxing did not sense it. Xian did not have much of a reaction either. Sweat appeared on her pretty face. She breathed lightly a few times and clenched her jade-like hands. After a while, she raised her head and saw Ning Qianxue looking at her with a faint smile. Mei Mao's expression was calm and indifferent, as if she had not done that just now. Is this a show of strength to me? Xian said silently in her heart. She took a deep breath. Her pretty face was calm, and there was no reaction. Perhaps it was because of Little Star. However, she would not back down. From the beginning, from the moment she stepped on the journey, she knew that Little Star was not a simple person, whether it was himself or his faintly discernible background. However, until now, she had not given up. She would not give up just because of Ning Qianxue's show of strength. She had long abandoned the word give up. Seeing that Xian was still stubbornly looking at her, without any reaction, Ning Qianxue secretly nodded in her heart. She did not reject her or anything. Yuan was once a master of the later god level. Although he had now lost a part of his power and memory because of the samsara, she still regarded him as a master of that level. He was also the person she loved. As a woman, how could she not see what Xian was thinking? Yin Nuoxing could not care about anything, but she still had to judge with her own eyes. Just from her reaction just now, she had a good impression of her in her heart. After a moment, Ning Qianxue turned her head and looked at Yuan Shi, Qin Yin, and the others. She smiled and said, "Go take a look. If you pass the test, there will be rewards. It will be beneficial for your future path." Nightmare laughed loudly. He pushed away Yuan Shi, who was about to walk forward, and jumped on the spot toward the center of the dark vortex. This bastard stole my spot. Yuan Shi was a little confused by the push. When he came to his senses, he saw that Nightmare had landed in the center of the star field vortex. He could not help but curse. Isn't it the same whether it's early or late? Are you rushing to make the headlines? Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "You guys go first. I'll cover you. Isn't it the same whether it's early or late? Why are you retreating so far? Are you afraid of death?" Yuan Shi also rolled his eyes and sneered. Yin Nuoxing pursed her lips and lowered her head. She saw Qin Yu, and Mei Mao's eyes glowing with excitement and eagerness. She had a headache. She pulled them to her side and said with a bitter smile, "Don't get involved. Big brother. Sister Ning said that this test is not dangerous. Why don't you let me go?" When Little Moon heard this, she pursed her lips unhappily. She suddenly stretched out her hands and pulled Yin Nuoxing's long hair. He was in so much pain that his face turned bitter. Yes. Brother Yin, this is not fair." Yu also waved her hands and said unyieldingly, "Let them go. It's okay." Ning Qianxue smiled. She didn't say anything to dissuade them. Instead, she agreed with them. Yin Nuoxing had no choice but to shrug her shoulders. Then let them go. While they were talking, Nightmare, who had stepped into the center of the starry sky vortex, staggered for a while before stabilizing himself. The center of the vortex was slightly sunken, but it was all pitch black. One couldn't see that there was a hole at all. After he steadied himself, the starry sky on the ground lit up. The starlight above became brighter and brighter. The sudden burst of light caused the starry sky, which was only 100 feet in diameter, to be filled with white light. Then, a strange pattern appeared on the smooth surface of the 8 ice pillars. Then, a transparent white light enveloped Nightmare's body. Bathed in the transparent white light, Nightmare looked around in confusion. He didn't feel anything unusual. A moment later, a white pillar of light suddenly descended from the sky and landed directly on the northern pillar of the 8 ice pillars. When the white light shone on the ice pillar, the patterns on the surface of the ice pillar seemed to become alive as they slowly wriggled and changed. However, this wasn't the end. Not long after the first beam of light descended, Another beam of light descended from the sky and landed on the ice pillar on the right. Two halos appeared on Nightmare's body and enveloped him. The patterns on the two ice pillars slowly increased and covered 1/3 of the ice pillars. Buzz! Before she could carefully observe the changes in the halos on Nightmare's body, a soft buzzing sound descended from the sky. Then, another two beams of light suddenly descended from the sky and landed on the two ice pillars on the right. At the same time, two halos appeared on Nightmare's body. Four halos surrounded him and emitted a strange light. The constantly changing patterns on the ice pillars suddenly stopped at this moment and covered almost half of the ice pillars. Ning Qianxue saw the four beams of light, and her red lips trembled. She grabbed her hair that had fallen in front of her and said calmly, "For tests." That's already very impressive. In all these years in the Snow Goddess sect, there are less than 100 people who pass 2 tests. Those who pass 4 tests can be counted on one hand. Other than me, there are only 2 people who pass 5 tests. No one else. However, before she could finish her sentence, the clouds in the sky suddenly dissipated. 3 pitch-black light pillars fell from the sky like the starlight pillars that illuminated the sky. In a clockwise order, they fell behind the 4 white light pillars one by one. There were a total of 7 light pillars that tore the clouds apart. Ning Qianxue was stunned as she watched. 7 tests. Ning Qianxue was shocked for a while and then slowly calmed down. She was a powerful person in the post-god level. Naturally, her state of mind wouldn't fluctuate so easily. At most, she was shocked for a while. Black beams of light. What kind of body do you have? Ning Qianxue said to Nightmare in the starry whirlpool. Let me think. I remember what the elders said. Demon, yes. Demon body. That's right, demon body. However, I've cultivated for so many years, and I don't know what this demon body is. I don't feel anything different about my body. Nightmare pinched his chin and thought for a while. Then, he suddenly slapped his palm and laughed loudly. At this moment, he had 7 halos on his body. He looked very extraordinary and had a strange charm. After laughing for a while, Nightmare suddenly froze. His eyes widened. There was a hint of confusion in his eyes, but there was also a hint of anticipation. He jumped out of the starry whirlpool and sat cross-legged in the snow. He didn't say a word and began to meditate. Demon body. It's that damned body that can cultivate evil energy in the demon level. No wonder I always felt a chill on his body. Yuanshi suddenly understood. Then he looked at Nightmare, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, in shock. He smiled bitterly. Let me, rubbing his head. Yuanshi smiled and took a step forward. Just as he was about to jump into the starry whirlpool, he saw a white light flash in front of him. A slender white figure suddenly rushed out, causing him to be stunned. He suddenly turned his head and saw that Yun Nuoxing was still in her outstretched hand. There was a hint of a bitter smile on her face. Looking at his side, Yu had already disappeared. It seemed that she had jumped in first. Big brother Yuan, although you're very smelly, Yu still has to say, in the future, if you want to be one step ahead, don't talk so much nonsense. In the pitch-black starry whirlpool, Yu craftily waved her hand at him. Yuanshi was so angry that he couldn't help but laugh. He looked as if he was going crazy. Calm down. It's just the order. Yin Nuoxing patted his shoulder and said earnestly. Yuanshi rolled his eyes, crossed his arms, and snorted coldly. He said, I'll go next. Hearing this, everyone shrugged and didn't say anything. This made him feel helpless as well. Sister Shui, is there any difference between the 7 tests and the 5 tests? Yin Nuoxing looked at Ning Qianxue, who was staring at the pitch-black starry whirlpool beside her, and asked, I'm not sure. Maybe there are 2 more tests. Maybe the overall difficulty is higher. However, what I can tell you is that there are 4 tests plus 3 additional tests. The appearance of those 3 tests is because of his physique, Ning Qianxue said. From the end of this test, the test will begin. Every time you complete a test, you will be told what the next test is. Even if you complete the test by accident, it is possible that there is no time limit. However, it will increase in difficulty as your strength increases. However, it seems to be relative. For example, when you are a divine son, you will be asked to challenge a divine king or a top-level divine venerable when you cultivate to divine venerable, Ning Chinshue said softly. These tests are very difficult. They are so difficult that they're almost impossible to complete. Therefore, it also gives you another choice. Give up. There is no mandatory requirement that you must complete the test. However, if you do so, you will have no fate with the void fire. I only found out that this test is related to the void fire, which is ranked 25th on the divine flame list when I was facing the final test. Ning Chinshue sighed softly. Yin Nuoxing responded with a long sigh. The sky brightened slightly, causing everyone to raise their heads. The moment they raised their heads, they saw 4 pillars of light descending from the sky in unison, covering the 4 ice pillars. The former sucked in a breath of cold air, and there was some worry in her colorful eyes. Chapter 600. 4 tests again. Ning Qinshue's brows twitched when she saw the 4 white light pillars and the 4 halos that surrounded Yuer. This little girl was only at the celestial level, yet she had to face 4 tests. Wasn't this a little too harsh? Could it be that they were not fated with the void fire? Ning Qinshu heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that there were no abnormalities. You also jumped out lightly from inside. She descended from the sky like a little fairy with 4 white halos. She landed on Yin Nuoxing with a smile on her face and said, "Brother Yin, I also have 4 tests." Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly. He gently hugged her waist and placed her on the ground. He rubbed her head and said, "Don't force yourself. Yuer knows." Hee. Yuer grinned. Then, she sat down with her legs crossed. There was a thoughtful look on her face. Yuanshi saw this and jumped up. However, before he could finish speaking, he felt his shoulders sink when he was in midair. Then a recoil hit him and pushed him back. He landed on the snowy ground again. There was a small snowy footprint on his right shoulder. He raised his head and looked at the girl in green with a dumbfounded expression. His jaw was wide open. Calm down, calm down. Yu likes to mess around too. It's just the order." Yin Nuoxing patted his shoulder calmly and sighed. He saw Little Moon waving at him from inside. He also raised his hand and waved with a smile. "Brother, I finally know how good you are." Yuanshi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head and looked at Yin Nuoxing with pity. Just these 2 girls were enough to trouble him. When the time came, he would have to take care of 4 children. How painful would that be? The corner of Yin Nuoxing's mouth twitched. He raised his head and sighed bitterly. "I'll be a stay-at-home dad my whole life." After Qin Yu jumped into the star domain whirlpool, a transparent white light enveloped her delicate body. Beams of light descended from the sky and landed on the giant ice pillar. There were actually 4 beams of light. Seeing the 4 transparent halos circulating around her body, Ning Qinshu finally couldn't help but smile bitterly. She quietly walked to Yin Nuoxing's side and said, "Little star, what happened to Sister Shui?" Yin Nuoxing looked worriedly at the figure in the ice pillar. She tilted her head and glanced at her. "Forget it, we'll talk about it later." After hesitating for a moment, Ning Qinshu smiled bitterly and shook her head. She didn't say anything and stood beside him. However, her heart had already started to fluctuate slightly. The 4 beams of light were already set in stone. When Little Moon saw this result, she pouted her little mouth and seemed to be a little dissatisfied. She jumped to Yin Nuoxing's side and couldn't help but mutter, "Why is it the same as this guy? I thought there would be more." When Ning Qinshu heard this, her delicate body trembled. She quickly reached out and held Yin Nuoxing's shoulder. Her heart was a little messy. "It's my turn now, right?" Yuanshi suddenly took a step forward, turned his head, and glared fiercely at Yin Nuoxing and the others. The latter and the others shrugged and gestured for him to go ahead. This made Yuanshi roll his eyes, flick his white robe, and rush into the star region. There should at least be 2 or 3 assessments. Mei Mao stared straight at him as he rushed into the star region. Ning Qinshu took a deep breath. However, when the beams of light descended in the next second, she knew that she was wrong. She was very wrong. In the end, what appeared in front of her were 8 beams of light. 4 were white, and 4 were golden. It was one more than Nightmare's 7 beams. When she saw this, she staggered and almost fell. If Yin Nuashing hadn't hurriedly supported her, she would have already sat on the snow. The light faded, and Yuan Shi jumped out. Looking at the 8 halos around him, his body trembled a little. Everyone was stunned. Then he waved his hand excitedly and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha! 8 of them, 8 of them. That's one more than Devil Nightmare. You're all crazy. Ning Qinxue smiled bitterly. This assessment was based on overall quality. Other than the 4 white beams of light, the other 4 golden beams were other factors. When she heard Yin Nuashing say that Yuan Shi had a god-spiritual body, she couldn't stop smiling bitterly. After laughing for a while, Yuan Shi sat on the ground and pondered. Qin Yin looked at Yin Nuashing and Yin Nuashing. When she saw that he was also smiling and looking at her, she couldn't help but blush. After a while, she calmly walked out. She didn't jump in or rush in like the others. Instead, she walked in slowly. She was wearing a black dress, and she looked ethereal. After quietly walking to the center of the black vortex, Qin Yin slowly closed her eyes. Her breathing slowed down a lot. The white light slowly climbed up her body. Ning Qinxue also quickly adjusted her state of mind. Mei Mao looked there without blinking. She felt that even if there were 7 or 8 more, she wouldn't be surprised. But in fact, there were still some discrepancies. After Qin Yin stood in the center, she didn't move for a long time. After a minute, just when everyone thought that Qin Yin didn't need to take the assessment, white beams of light suddenly fell from the sky one after another, accurately and quickly falling on those icicles. 1, 2, 3, 6, all white. Ning Qinshue's eyes widened. If the 7 or 8 streaks of light that Yuan Shi and the others had obtained were because of their physiques, then the 6 streaks of light that Qin Yin had obtained were purely due to her ability. Wow, this girl is so powerful. Yin Nuashing was also a little surprised. After the torment just now, she more or less understood the mechanism of this assessment. Even Ning Qinxue only had 5 beams of light, but Qin Yin had 6 pure white beams. Did that mean that she also had a chance to become a god-spiritual body in the future? When Qin Yin saw the results, Mei Mao blinked slightly. Surprise flashed across Mei Mao's eyes, and then she returned to normal in an instant. Just like her quiet personality, there were no ripples in her heart. Congratulations. Seeing that she walked out quietly, Yin Nuashing chuckled. Qin Yin and Mei Mao trembled slightly, and then nodded with a faint smile. Yes. Seeing that the 2 of them were not right, Ning Qinxue squinted at Mei Mao, tilted her head slightly, and looked at the Golden Princess. She said, "What is the relationship between Little Star and these 2? The Golden Princess was still watching the show when she suddenly heard a voice reverberating in her mind. She was stunned for a moment, looked at Ning Qinxue, and said, "The one in purple like snow loves Little Star? The one in black is his fiancé in name, what?" When Ning Qinxue heard this, she almost exploded. Mei Mao opened her eyes wide, and just as she was about to say something, she saw Yin Nuashing looking at her curiously. She quickly calmed herself down, but when she glanced at Xian and Qin Yin, she seemed a little helpless. "I'm going." Feng looked at Yin Nuashing and Xian. Seeing that they did not intend to come out, she walked lightly, smiled at Yin Nuashing, and walked step by step into the star region. "Don't tell me this?" Ning Qinxue almost smiled bitterly as she transmitted her voice to the Golden Princess. "I'm actually not sure about this. Feng and Little Star. Xiaobai said last time that Feng has loved him since she was born." The Golden Princess rubbed her jade fingers together and couldn't help but smile bitterly as she transmitted her voice. I. When she heard this almost certain answer, Ning Qinxue was so angry that her delicate body was trembling. She really wanted to shout at Yin Nuashing for being a womanizer. However, when she heard the Golden Princess say that the 3 of them were interested in him, and not the other way around, this sentence seemed a little unreasonable, so she could only hold it in. The white light rose again. Before Feng could steady herself, there was a change in the sky. Streaks of bright pink light were like the illumination that broke through the darkness. It was so bright that the onlookers were dumbfounded. Just now, there were 6 white light pillars, and now there were 8 red light pillars. What was going on? I'm not sure. I've never seen this before. However, what made the onlookers not know whether to laugh or cry was that Ning Qinshu herself had never seen this situation before. She shook her head helplessly. It seemed to be very difficult for her to say these words. Yin Nuoxing guessed that it might be because Feng was a divine beast. Feng walked out of the star field in a daze. She followed Yin Nuoxing and tilted her head in confusion. She walked to his side and sat down cross-legged. She also looked like she was in deep thought. And Mo Yin, who was the first to start thinking, frowned. He looked like he couldn't figure it out. Xian turned her head and saw Yin Nuoxing looking at her. She smiled at her and shook her head helplessly. She patted him gently with her lily-white hand, raised her foot, and took a step forward. She directly appeared in the center of the star field vortex. Her feet stepped into the pit, and she took a deep breath. White light enveloped her alluring body. In the sky, pillars of light descended from the sky. This time, the situation caused everyone to frown. There were only 5 pillars of light descending from the sky. However, those 5 pillars of light were gold, green, blue, red, and brown. Moreover, every single pillar of light enveloped 2 huge ice pillars. The leading golden pillar of light directly shone on Ziyan's body. As for the patterns on the ice pillars, they became extremely strange. They practically covered the entire pillar. They transformed into strange patterns that drilled out from the ice and surged into the 5 rings of light on her body. It caused the ordinary-looking rings of light to have some gorgeous patterns, making them appear different from the rest. 5 elements body. This time, without Yin Nuoxing's introduction, Ning Qinshu recognized it herself. That unique color and that unique aura were unique to the 5 elements body. Although she had never seen such a situation before, this did not prevent her from recognizing Xian's body constitution. Then, she laughed bitterly. Does this count as 9 elements or 5 special elements? When the light faded, Xian also slowly opened her eyes. Mei Mao stepped out and looked at the 5 strange halos around her body. She was stunned. These halos seemed to be different from the others. Yes, there are more beautiful patterns. Yin Nuoxing spread her hands. At this time, among the 8 people, he was the only one who had not gone in for the test. According to his own intention, he wanted to wait until the last one. The Golden Princess and the others obviously did not want to participate, so it was his turn. Hey, should I shout something? For example, God says let there be light. That's enough. Go quickly. The finale is over. It's your turn to end the show. Everyone looked at him helplessly and hurriedly waved their hands, urging him to go in. Okay. Yin Nuoxing pursed his lips, stretched, and slowly walked in. He put his palms together and silently chanted something, which made everyone laugh. The others might be joking, but this guy came for this. He could not wait to pray now. Among this group of people, Ning Qinshu was naturally most interested in Yin Nuoxing. As the reincarnation of Feng Yueying, she could naturally see his strength. Other than the 2 little girls, he was the one with the lowest level. However, she did not care. As long as he was still him, it was enough. After putting his palms together for a while, Yin Nuoxing took a deep breath and stepped into the groove. White light filled the air and quietly submerged his body. Then, a strange scene appeared. After the white light enveloped Yin Nuoxing, there was no light pillar immediately. The thin layer of light became thicker and thicker. Then, under everyone's shocked gaze, it quietly turned black. Shao, shao. A sharp sound suddenly descended from the sky and covered the entire ice field. That ear-piercing sound made everyone hurriedly cover their ears. There was an additional look of pain on their faces. Ning Qinshu even stared at Mei Mao in shock. Her state of mind fluctuated slightly. She looked inside nervously. What happened today overturned all her knowledge. After more than 3 years of waiting, she had seen many strange phenomena, but she had never seen such a special scene as today. Boom! The ice surface suddenly trembled violently, as if there was an earthquake. accompanied by the cracking sound of ice cubes breaking on the ice surface in the four directions of a star domain whirlpool, for golden pillars suddenly pierced out from the ice surface. They were at least 1,000 feet tall and covered with black, demonic patterns. The brilliant golden light completely submerged the entire area. If Yuan Shi and the others' pillars of light descended one after another, then Yunhua planet's pillars of light descended at the same time. Moreover, there were a total of 12 pillars of light. After these pillars of light descended, they didn't stop there. The originally gorgeous colors gradually turned black until they completely turned into 12 black pillars of light. Then, they began to transform into a gorgeous color. The two colors flickered non-stop, causing everyone to be stunned, especially the four outermost pillars of light. They were 2 to 3 times thicker than the pillars of light in the inner circle. Even from 1,000 miles away, one could clearly see these pillars of light that reached the heavens. Everything stopped at this moment. It was a state of absolute stillness. Only the 12 brilliant light pillars were slowly shining. Chapter 601. Vast divine power filled the ice field that had been dyed in rainbow colors. The 12 rays of divine light were filled with majestic and magnificent divine aura. It was as if a king had descended. The moment it descended, the entire ice field, and the ice field within a radius of 1,000 miles, began to blend and change. The colors of the ice field were constantly changing with the divine aura. As for Yun Nuoxing, who was standing in the black vortex and had caused all these reactions, he looked at all of this in a daze. He only felt that there was a ray of light that had seen through him completely. His past, his strength, and everything about him were clearly probed. This strange feeling was indescribable. It was as if a switch in his body had been pressed. Even his soul was cheering under the brilliant colors. Immediately after, 12 huge, colorful halos descended from the sky. Each halo was at least 6 feet tall. They were more than twice as big as the halos that Xian and the others had. The dazzling patterns on them covered the entire halo. The 12 huge halos were like the 12 pillars of light, quietly switching between colors and blacks. Divine runes and demonic runes gushed out from the 12 pillars, covering the halos and drilling into his mind. Instantly, a huge amount of information flooded him like an ocean, causing him to feel a little dizzy. But what made him astonished was that under the cover of the 12 halos and pillars of light, the multicolored runes on his body actually slowly grew a little. They didn't elongate, but rather, they were like branches and leaves. The flower bud on his chest actually moved slightly, but it was quickly suppressed by an even more powerful force. The light gradually faded. The colorful ice plains also slowly turned into a normal ice blue. The divine imprint that Xian Yin had left behind appeared on Yun Nuoxing's forehead, together with the black pearl. It was full of majesty and nobility. He stood there quietly, but it was as if he was standing on the clouds and looking down on all living things. After retreating from the star field, Yun Nuoxing blinked his clear, colorful eyes. He looked at Ning Qianxue, who was in a daze, and asked, "Sister Shui, what's going on? You said that the content of the next test would only be displayed after one test is completed, right? I have a total of 12 tests here. Why is it displayed all at once?" Ning Qianxue came back to her senses after hearing his voice. She looked at him blankly for a while, then said dully, "I don't know. What's your test?" Xian walked over and asked. Yin Nuoxing pondered for a moment, indicating that she needed some time to sort it out. Then she asked, "What about you guys?" "I killed a God King level demonic beast and obtained a beast soul. I connected with it and began cultivating." Nightmare said in a deep voice. He had an ugly expression on his face. He was only at the 2nd seal of the devil rank, yet he wanted to kill a God King rank devil beast. Moreover, he wanted to obtain its soul. The production rate of this thing wasn't very high. Yuanxi was slightly taken aback when he heard this. Then he said, "Me too, but I had to kill a God King level demonic beast." Xian and the others calmly looked at their own tests. After a while, they opened their eyes. Qin Yin said with a strange expression, They want me to be able to refine top-grade gems and crystals. I've just stepped into the devil rank, so I'm only an excellent jewel master. I'm 2 levels away from that. Defeat the ancient spirit godly phoenix on the demon god mountain in the southern plains and tame it, Xian said with a strange expression. Why do I feel that your tests all sound so simple, while Yuer's tests sound so difficult? Yuer couldn't help but cry out when she heard everyone's test content. She muttered, Yuer has to master the power of the half-devil rank within a year. I can only master the power of the 6th immortal rank now. Hey, it takes 1 year to go from the 6th immortal rank to the half-devil rank. It's also 1 year. Why do I have to go from the 7th immortal rank directly to the devil rank? Little Moon pouted unhappily. Ning Qinxue blinked her beautiful eyes and stared at Yin Nuoxing nonstop. Suddenly, she seemed to have seen something and hurriedly walked to his side. Her jade-like hand stretched out as fast as lightning. He was so scared that he hurriedly closed his eyes. Then, he only felt his hair being rubbed for a while. A little bit of weight was born from nothing. His 2-foot-long, colorful hair fluttered in the wind. He turned his head and saw that Ning Qinxue was holding his soul-stabilizing bracelet. She was somewhat absent-minded. Starry sky, star token. Ning Qinxue looked at the soul-fixing bracelet in shock. A strange voice came out of her mouth. Xian and the others, who were hurriedly stroking Yin Nuoxing's hair, were stunned. They raised their heads and looked at each other. Then they asked in confusion, Starry sky, star token, the thing that is said to be protected by the starry sky star? Golden Princess was also stunned at this moment. She stared blankly at the soul-fixing bracelet in Ning Qinxue's hand. She had only heard of this thing before. Yes, and it's the key to the shortcut to the little divine land. Ning Qinxue nodded. She walked behind Yin Nuoxing and put on her long hair. Her 6-foot-long hair shrank back to the length of her thighs in 2 breaths. Then, she said, no wonder it's the 12th test. Other than your physique, it's also because of this thing. As for the specifics, I'm not too sure. This kind of test should have other meanings and names in ancient times. The test of the starry sky star, right? Yin Nuoxing suddenly said. He had seen some vague introductions from the pile of books from the mythological era. Ever since he got the soul-fixing bracelet from the 6 paths of reincarnation, he paid some attention to the words starry sky, star token. It took him a long time to find this thing in his mind that was related to it. It should be, I don't know. Although I've reached this level, it doesn't mean that my path has come to an end. There are many things that I still don't understand. Just like this magical test of the starry sky star. It can even test people at our level. Who do you think set the test in the first place? Ning Qinxue sighed. By the way, little star, what is your test? Xian asked, playing with his long hair. Yin Nuoxing was stunned. His expression changed slightly. He rubbed the black bead between his eyebrows with his fingers, smiled bitterly, and said, These 12 tests, or 12 trials. The first one is to go to the Yuanguang Academy in the southern part of the Taiyuan domain and undergo the Trial of Light. You need to pass the 7th level of difficulty. The second one is to go to the Yanli Academy in the Ganyuan domain and undergo the Trial of Fire. You need to pass the 7th level of difficulty and go to the Fengyan Mountain to help Xian retrieve the origin of fire. The third one is the Trial of Ice. The fourth one is the Trial of Wood. The fifth one is the Trial of Gold. The sixth one is the Trial of Wind. From the 7th one onwards, the names are a little scary. Metal Purgatory, Heaven's Punishment Thunder Purgatory, Buried Mountain Sea, Realm of Nothingness, Secret Realm of Life. And the last one is the 12th one, the Desperate Dark Realm. When everyone heard these names, their expressions changed slightly. Xian and the others were still fine, as they all understood the names. However, the Golden Queen and the others were like flickering candles, flickering between light and darkness. The Empress couldn't help but swallow her saliva. This is going to kill my little brother. What kind of bullsh asterisk t-test is this? Can I not go? Indeed, let's not talk about the places we're going to cover almost the entire realm of the gods. Some things are even in the starry sky. Just the difficulty alone. I know about the Yuanguang Academy. The Trial of Light is used by the Academy to test the students' cultivation results. There are 12 levels in total. Ordinary demon level students are considered geniuses if they can pass the 4th level. 7th level. Not many deity level elders can pass it. The Golden Queen's expression didn't look too good either. The Yuan Guang Academy was somewhat related to the Light Temple. It could be considered half an academy under the Light Temple. However, the Trial of Light wasn't left behind by the Light Temple. It was left behind by an ancient deity level master. It was a test related to the light element. However, it wasn't only targeted at people who had the light element. Even people who had other elements could undergo trials and cultivation inside. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing could only sigh helplessly and shake his head. This spiritual, godly body, what are you doing? Aren't you being treated specially? The trial of light, that's the light element. It's broken. When you really try it, you'll know how to write the word cry. The Golden Queen looked at him silently. This test is indeed very difficult. Not only Brother Nuo, but Xian and the others' tests aren't simple either. Other than Yuer and Qin, Yin who only need to cultivate, the rest of you will have to fight with your lives on the line. Yishi looked at Yin Nuoxing and the others worriedly. When Yin Nuoxing, Xian, Yuan Shi, and Nightmare heard this, they were all stunned. They looked at each other, and there was a hint of bitterness in their eyes. However, the 3 of them looked at Yin Nuoxing with more worry. It was fine if they couldn't pass, and they weren't determined to get the void fire. However, he came for it. Although they didn't know what this trial had to do with the void fire, they were relieved that Ning Qianxue, the great god, wouldn't lie to them for no reason. Yin Nuoxing rubbed his face and turned his gaze to Enlishine and the others. He blinked and suddenly smiled. Sisterin, can Xian and the others ask you for help? Enlishine and the others, who had been in the background and didn't speak, were stunned. They all turned their gazes and saw his faint smile. They seemed to understand something. No problem. Isn't it just a fight? Leave it to us. As long as they can hold on. Lei Lang's palm, which was the size of a futon, patted his chest and laughed loudly. His laughter made the ice field tremble. Yin Nuoxing smiled and nodded. Xian and the others all had to fight with demonic beasts and magical beasts. There were 6 demon emperors around them. It would be good for them to practice. By the way, can someone help from the side in this trial? Yuan Shi raised his hand and asked. Yes, but the moment someone helps, the difficulty will change, Ning Qianxue said with a smile. Ning Qianxue smiled and nodded. She said, and the difficulty of the transformation depends on the person who helps you. Then forget it. Yuan Shi shook his head with a bitter smile. He originally wanted to ask Yin Nuoxing for help. The latter could kill a godly master demonic beast with a divine artifact easily. If he borrowed Yin Nuoxing's power, he would have to fight with a demon emperor. Since Yuan Shi was asked to fight a godly master-level demonic beast alone, he must have taken the divine artifact into consideration. With the help of the fiery red cauldron, he could fight a godly master-level demonic beast with all his might. Although he would most likely lose, Yin Nuoxing paused for a moment, turned his head, and looked at Feng, who had been standing quietly beside him. He whispered, Feng, what about your trial? Feng, who was still looking at the sky in a daze. When she heard him ask about her, she slowly came back to her senses. Mei Mao stared at him and whispered, within 3 years, I will turn into a cocoon once. Wow. Hearing this, Little White almost fell to the ground. His face darkened, and he could not help but scold. The cultivation of the 4 mythical beasts is already difficult. Although we bear the fate of heaven and earth, the difficulty of turning into a cocoon is also many times more difficult than ordinary demonic beasts. Yin Nuoxing was speechless. This was the same reason why other demonic beasts could transform at the demon level, but Feng only transformed at the elementary god level. The last time Phoenix turned into a cocoon, it hasn't even been a year. She has to do it again in 3 years. I think she is too stubborn. Little White's indignant look made everyone speechless. It seemed that the difficulty was not ordinary. Otherwise, why would this guy be so agitated? One is going to the southern part of Taiyuan domain, one is going to Nanyuan, 2 are going to hone their combat skills, and the other 4 are going to cultivate. Their destinations are all different. It seems that we have to split up the Golden Princess said softly with her hands folded in front of her. The Golden Princess looked at Xian, Yuan Shi, and the others, then at the Empress and in Lachine, and said, "How about this? I will bring Xian to Nanyuan and throw them back home or to the Nine Deities Shrine. You guys can bring Little Star to Yuanguan College. As for me, there is no need. I have a soul contract with Little Star. If I cultivate by Little Star's side, there will be two people's cultivation speed. It will be faster." Feng shook her head and said something that made everyone speechless. I can wait for Little Star to complete the training, then go." Xian raised his hand weakly and looked at the Golden Princess carefully. Finally, he looked at Yin Nuoxing with his sparkling eyes. Everyone, woof, 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 woof. The Golden Princess clutched her head as if she was about to collapse. She felt that her head was about to split open. Great! Everyone was sticking to Yin Nuoxing and not leaving. Even Yin Nuoxing was speechless. She wanted to persuade them, but the moment she opened her mouth, she said, "That's fine. Anyway, you have to train well with Sister In and the others. You're not in a hurry." Once this sentence came out, the Golden Princess and Ning Qianxue's eyes were filled with resentment. Chapter 602. Aren't you coming with us? A group of people floated in the sky above the frozen snowfield. Looking at the horizon, they could see a withered yellow land. There was no snow there, but between the withered yellow land and the snow-white land, there was a long river with an unknown source. It was at least 100 feet wide, completely separating the two places. Among the group of people in the sky, the young man with long, colorful hair blew a mouthful of white frost into the air. Looking at the graceful and noble woman in front of him, he asked softly, "I kind of want to, but I'm going to investigate when the trial of the stars and stars was passed down. I've traveled across half of the God realm over the years, and I've seen similar things. There aren't many of them, and they're all hidden in inconspicuous places. There's even an inconspicuous rock by the side of the road, or a tree that doesn't look strange at all. The people who set up the trial probably didn't just leave something behind. There must be something more to it. I'm going to investigate it," the woman said with a faint smile as she flipped her icy blue hair. Yin Nuoxing nodded, seeing that she was staring at him intently. He could not help but blush. He lowered his head and touched his cheeks with his fingers. He felt a little strange. Looking at this awkward, handsome face, Ning Qianxue couldn't help but chuckle. She took light steps and walked in front of him. Her jade-like hands gently tidied up the creases on his clothes and buttoned up his oversized windbreaker that was almost dragging on the ground. The scepter on the pendant is the key to a ruined temple in the southern plains. It hides everything about Lunar Shadow and can also contact me. When you decide to go, just tell me," Ning Qianxue said softly. Yin Nuoxing's eyes flickered. He took a deep breath and said, "In 1 or 2 years, no. After this trial of light is finished, I might go. I will go to the Divine Prefecture again, and then to the Southern Plains." "Okay, I will wait for you. I will wait for you no matter how long it takes." Ning Qianxue smiled sweetly. Although she still had that noble feeling, at this moment, she was no different from a little girl. This made the Golden Queen and the others feel a little disillusioned. Shouldn't the so-called Lord God be the kind who was not afraid of anything and could do whatever he wanted? They did not understand. After Ning Qianxue finished speaking, she turned around indifferently and walked slowly towards the other side of the world of ice and snow. The wind and snow that had stopped started blowing again and quickly filled the scene. Yin Nuoxing opened her mouth and smiled bitterly as she watched the slender figure slowly disappear into the snowstorm. She turned around and smiled at everyone. "Let's go." Once again, he buried his feelings in the bottom of his heart and didn't tell anyone. His colorful eyes were still clear, but Xian and the others could see the vicissitudes of life in them, as well as some unfathomable emotions. "Let's go." However, Xian didn't ask anything. She just said softly and stood quietly beside him. The Golden Crown Princess looked at him meaningfully, but she did not ask anything. Somehow, she felt that Ning Qianxue was not joking. To put it bluntly, what reason would a high and mighty god have to lie to them? And if it was true, Yin Nuoxing's true identity was a little complicated. If they could prove that he was Feng Yueying, then the deepest secret since ancient times could be easily solved. Yueguan College is in the southern part of the Taiyuan region. This time, I will lead the way. We will probably go from the northernmost side. With the help of the portal, we will arrive in about a month. The Golden Queen calculated and raised a slender finger as she spoke. Yin Nuoxing looked up at the sky, took a deep breath, and muttered helplessly, "The work of traveling is the life of a person who is always on the move. In your entire life, you have always been on the move. You have traveled all over the world and never stayed in any place for more than 2 years." Little White, who had a soul contract with him, also saw all his memories when the contract was formed. At this time, she still had her arms crossed in front of her chest, looking noble and arrogant. Her eyelids drooped slightly as she spoke calmly. "Who asked me to, what was it again? It's a dead word." Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly. Then he was stunned. He couldn't think of that word for a long time. "Let's go." The Golden Queen rolled her eyes. She waved her sleeves and tore a huge hole in the space. Golden energy wrapped around everyone and plunged into the void. A month's time was neither long nor short. It didn't pass so quickly. Only when they arrived at their destination did they realize that a month had already passed. For everyone, except for the Golden Queen and Little White, who had been leading them on their journey, everyone else had closed their eyes a few times. For Yin Nuoxing, who couldn't cultivate or sleep, this month had almost driven him crazy. For the first time, he felt that life was so boring that he could only turn his boredom into appetite. He had completely transformed into a big foodie. The first time they passed by a city, he had practically swept through all the food and snacks in the city. In the Golden Queen's words, he was probably going to hibernate. When Yin Nuoxing and the others weren't cultivating, they would accompany him to eat, drink, and chat. They talked about everything under the sun. However, perhaps it was because of the unnecessary test, they were more diligent than usual in their cultivation. As a result, Yin Nuoxing was so bored that he could only curl up in the spiritual world and play chess with Exine and Zai. That day, Yin Nuoxing thought of the fear of being dominated by the woman in the pink dress. Even Exine and Zai were better at chess than him. He was basically completely defeated. He was completely defeated and covered in wounds. What kind of stupid punishment game was that? He wore female clothes for half a month and transformed into UXIN. The atmosphere during that half a month of traveling was so strange that it was like high pressure. Fortunately, that month finally came to an end. UXIN opened her eyes and looked at the sky, slowly changing from dark to bright. Only when the sun finally rose did she slowly take out the treasure map. She checked the location and looked at the city that had appeared in the distance. She couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. With a shake of her body, she returned to her aloof and profound appearance. However, there were still too many traces of a girl on her handsome face. Her pair of beautiful multicolored eyes sparkled like stars. "Wake up! We're here! We're here at Shaguang City! We're here at High Light Academy!" Suddenly, Yin Nuoxing roared towards the sky. Everyone who was meditating behind him trembled in fright and hurriedly exited their cultivation state. Although they were startled out of their cultivation state, the energy and mental energy in their bodies were still as stable as before. The stabilizing cultivation array that Yin Nuoxing had created could prevent them from being disturbed during cultivation. That was why this scene occurred. I say, little star, although the array you created can prevent us from suffering a backlash, your roar almost scared our souls away. Yuan Shi, who was dressed in white, raised his head and looked at Yin Nuoxing helplessly. However, when he saw Yin Nuoxing's lifeless appearance and the two thick dark circles under his eyes, he was so shocked that his mouth twitched. "Why are you so haggard? You've already exited your cross-dressing state. Boss should have her covered by now, right?" Nightmare scratched his head in confusion. "Why don't you try doing nothing for a month? Just sitting here and watching the sun rise from the east and set in the west, watching the moon rise from the east and set in the west, watching the sky as blue as the sea, watching the white clouds float around, watching the pitch-black void, watching... Damn, what the hell are you looking at? I want to die. Yun Nuashing was originally speaking very calmly, but a thread in his head suddenly snapped, and he began to roar hysterically. Everyone felt heartache and helplessness when they saw Yun Nuashing's manic and impatient expression. In my next life, I definitely won't be a human anymore. I'll just be a bird and fly freely in the sky. After roaring for a while, Yun Nuashing sat down angrily and ran his fingers through his messy hair. However, after a while, a pair of jade-like hands gently tidied his hair and clothes. Stop roaring. Why don't I open the door now and take you back to the Light God Palace and ask the Light God King to help you? Seeing how obedient that little urchin is, I don't think he'll refuse to help, the Golden Queen said as she reached out and rubbed his handsome face. I just want to sleep. I'm so tired. Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly. Then sleep. No one's stopping you. Behind him, a gentle voice rang out. Then a long snow-white tail stretched out in front of Yin Nuashing and wrapped around his body, placing him on the Nethervoid sword. He turned around and saw Lachine and Jingyu slowly walking over. Good night. Yin Nuashing collapsed, his eyes rolled back, and he fell into a deep sleep. Now, sleeping had become an extravagant hope for him. Sister Jean, is there really no way to solve Little Star's situation? Xian held his hand tightly. Seeing the exhaustion on Yun Nuashing's face, Mei Mao asked the Golden Queen helplessly. I don't know. The Golden Queen sighed in distress. You asked me if I've seen anyone who has fallen to the dark side. Of course there have been. For tens of millions of years, even the disciples of the Light God Palace have fallen to the dark side. However, there has never been a way to solve it. Even the elders of the Light God Palace have no way to solve it. The dark energy has merged into their spirit and soul. There's nothing they can do. The Silver Snake Demon Emperor looked up and said softly, similar situations will happen to the demonic beasts when they cultivate to the dark side. We have a secret technique that can cut off the part of the soul that has been tainted by the dark energy. However, it can be cultivated again and there won't be a drop in level. However, after the soul is cut off, it will be greatly damaged. It will take 8 to 10 years to recover. Your idea is too lousy. Before the Golden Queen and the others could say anything, Jingyu glared at him. She had heard of this secret technique before. However, as demonic beasts, they didn't cultivate their souls much. Even if they were damaged, they could recover with some rest. However, Yin Nuashing had put in a lot of effort into the power of the soul when he cultivated the power of the stars. How could it be cut off so easily? Let's talk about this when we return to the temple. It's useless to talk about it now. The Golden Queen sighed and shook her head. While waiting for Yin Nuashing to fall asleep, Yuan Shi and Nightmare started fighting again. Xian originally wanted to spar with Qin Yin, but when she saw that Yin Nuashing was sleeping peacefully, she put away that thought and quietly sat beside him, tightly holding his hand. After waiting for 6 hours, Yin Nuashing finally woke up at noon. Seeing that the sun had already risen to the sky, he couldn't help but sigh. This sigh caused 4 pairs of beautiful eyes to look over. Seeing that he had woken up, they all smiled faintly. After getting up, everyone tidied up and put away the Netherruin swords. Then, they all descended towards Xiaoguang City. How do we get in? Do we need to register? The Farlight Academy accepts students from Xiaoguang City all year round. Although the conditions are high, it shouldn't be a problem for us. As soon as they entered Xiaoguang City, Yuan Shi, who had grasped the wind element, used his innate gift, which allowed him to hear voices even from 100 li away, to clearly hear some information. The Farlight Academy is a demonic academy. They accept students from the mortal realm to the demonic realm. It's not impossible for you to go, but you probably won't gain anything special. More importantly, we came here for the Little Stars trial. We shouldn't stay for long, right? The Golden Queen said with uncertainty. She even glanced at Yin Nuashing. Don't look at me. I don't know either. I've never heard of this Ghostlight trial or seen it. I only know that there are 12 stages of the trial. The 7th stage is already more than halfway there. I don't know how long it will take, Yin Nuashing muttered. Oh, the Farlight Academy has some relationship with the Light Temple. If they discover any students with the light element, they will directly send them to the Light Temple. I also know the Dean. I don't know if we can get him to help, the Golden Queen muttered. It's shameful to go through the back door. It's not impossible for me to sign up. Yin Nuoxing waved her hand. But we aren't from Xiaoguang City. Yuanqi laughed bitterly. Yin Nuoxing was startled. Her lips trembled a few times, and she rolled her eyes. I'll bring you there directly. After that, you can take the trial yourself. The Farlight Academy takes special care of the students of the Nine-God Shrine. It shouldn't be a problem for them to recruit additional students. The Golden Queen raised her head and looked at the golden building in the distance. Her lily-white hand grabbed Yin Nuoxing's wrist without any explanation, causing him to be stunned. She then said to the Empress, "Take care of them first. I'll be back soon." After speaking, she didn't give Yin Nuoxing any time to react. She disappeared with a whoosh, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded people. After Xian came to her senses, she quickly rushed out. Her speed wasn't any slower than the Golden Queen's. Everyone smiled bitterly. This girl really didn't want to be separated for even a second. Chapter 6:03. The Golden Queen pulled Yin Nuoxing along as they leaped across the rooftops, flying at a low altitude. As Yin Nuoxing was being dragged along, he was also looking down. This Xiaoguang city was also very large. It had a vast area with distinct levels of buildings, as well as two huge academies built against the mountains. One of them was their destination, the Long Light Academy. This incomparably large city was very lively, especially as they approached the academy. They could see that there were many people below. The hundreds of streets were filled with people, standing shoulder to shoulder. Most of these people were youths who looked to be around 15 or 16 years old, full of youthful energy. Of course, it was impossible to tell their exact age without touching their bones or waiting for them to say it themselves. For example, he and the Golden Queen. If one said he was 17 years old, people would believe it, but he turned out to be in his 30s or even an unknown age. There was also a woman who looked to be around 25 or 26 years old, but had already lived for tens of millions of years. Today is the day that the two academies are recruiting students. There are so many people that I feel a little dizzy. Yin Nuoxing's ears twitched as he listened to the vague and intermittent information below. He raised his head and looked at the Golden Queen in front of him. He could not help but say pitifully, "Don't throw me in, okay? There's so many people." The Golden Queen's cheeks trembled. She took a deep breath and tightened her grip on his hand. She steeled her heart and said, "No, your social anxiety is too serious. I think this is a good opportunity for you to mix around in the academy and interact with more people of the same age. Perhaps it will be cured." "Big Sister Jean, I don't want to go." "Big Sister knows the dean. Just ask him to bring me to the trial of light." "Why must I enter the academy?" Yin Nuoxing used Yuxian's voice and said pitifully. The Golden Queen shuddered and almost let go of his hand. "Sayu." Princess Jean turned around helplessly and saw him staring at her with watery eyes, as if he was really going to cry. Her heart softened a little, but she still gritted her teeth and shook her head. She said helplessly, "Sister is doing this for your own good. Although it is because of your physique, and hiding from the world to cultivate is the right path, but you can't always not see anyone. After you have lived for 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years, are you going to be alone forever? Although you have a lot of friends now, there are only about 20 of them. Do you know anyone else?" "No, I don't need any other friends. Xian, Yuan, Shi, and the others are enough." Yin Nuoxing lowered her head and muttered. Then, she raised her head again with a stubborn look on her face. "It's better to have one confidant than 3,000 friends. You." The Golden Princess could not dissuade him. She sighed deeply and shook her head. "But I still want you to go. How about this? Consider this a mission for me. If you can persevere and know more than 10 people, then can I not accept it?" Yin Nuoxing's handsome face immediately collapsed. Before she could finish speaking, he had already interrupted her. Hearing this, Princess Jean also lost her temper. Why was this child so afraid of meeting people? Just like how the Golden Princess could not dissuade Yin Nuoxing, Yin Nuoxing could not persuade the Golden Princess. Seeing the academy rapidly approaching, he was also in despair. He sighed and muttered hesitantly, "Just Just this once, she turned around and saw his gloomy and unhappy expression. The Golden Princess sighed and pulled him to her side. She rubbed his head and said, "Okay, I promise you. Just this once." There were two huge academies halfway up the mountain. The one on the left was resplendent, and even the buildings were golden. Naturally, it was the Longwang Academy. The one on the right was blue and was said to be the Remote Ocean Academy. It was the only competitor to the Longwang Academy. The Golden Princess brought Yun Nuoxing to the top of a building. Looking past the three-story building, there was a huge square in front of them. Two huge bridges led to the academies on the left and right. Many young men and women stepped onto the bridges and walked towards the academies halfway up the mountain. From time to time, they would turn around to look at the people in the square. Their eyes were filled with pride and smiles, as if they were very proud of being able to enter these two academies. However, most of them stopped at the square and looked like they were being assessed. Many people lined up nervously, and there were also people who left dejectedly. It was obvious that they did not pass the preliminary assessment and were not qualified to enter the academy. Little Star. Not long after the two of them stopped, a hurried but calm voice called out to them from behind. This familiar voice made Yin Nuoxing's nose ache. This voice was as pleasant as the sound of an angel's horn. It made him see the light of dawn. It seemed that he did not need to stay in that terrifying environment alone. Turning around abruptly, Yun Nuoxing saw Xian standing gracefully in front of him. She was panting rapidly, and her voluptuous chest was heaving up and down. There was also a fragrant sweat on her face. She did not know how much energy she had used to catch up to the Golden Princess. She was about to collapse after flying over. Huff, huff. I really missed the feeling of Little Star flying with me. It turns out that flying by myself is so fast and so tiring. Xian panted and leaned forward into Yun Nuoxing's embrace. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing laughed bitterly. The Golden Princess' speed was much faster than his light element. This girl was really too much. She must have used all her strength to catch up. Take a break. Yun Nuoxing reached out and patted her back with a smile. Xian? As expected. You came at the right time. I have a mission for you. The Golden Crown Princess also turned her head and saw that Xian had followed them. She was not surprised at all. She pointed at Yun Nuoxing and said softly, "Besides this test, you should supervise him and help him overcome his social phobia." Okay. Xian agreed without hesitation. She took out a hat from her ring and put it on. Then, she smiled at the Golden Princess. Yun Nuoxing also took out the Eternal Weapon half-mask and put it on the right side of his face. The markings on the spiritual godly body were very bright and eye-catching. He was used to it being seen by Xian and the others. It was better to wear a mask when he came out. Moreover, he did not feel so nervous with the mask on. It seemed to be hinting to him that others were not looking at him. As for what the Golden Princess said to Xian, he did not comment. Little Star. Just as he put on the mask, a fiery red figure flew over from the horizon. Yin Nuoxing's eyes were filled with tears. The Golden Princess. Okay, you're here too. Fenger smiled faintly and transformed into her original form. However, it was only a small ball, only the size of a palm. Then, she burrowed into Yin Nuoxing's arms and peeked out from under his windbreaker. There was a touch of attachment in her beautiful eyes. She said softly, "I'll go wherever Little Star goes." Yin Nuoxing smiled and reached out to rub her little head. "Are you satisfied? There's no problem, right?" The Golden Princess's face twitched. After seeing him nod, she smiled bitterly and shook her head. She pointed at a man in a golden robe standing at the front and said, "See that man in the golden robe? You can go to his team for the test later. I've already arranged everything. Of course, I didn't give you any special treatment. I just gave you the qualifications to take the test. With your strength, you won't have a problem passing. Just don't cause the Longwang Academy to close down." Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly. "How could that be go? We'll find a place to stay in the city. If there's anything, use the jade slip to call me. Even if it's in a sealed space, I'll know if you crush it. Be careful," the Golden Princess reminded. "Okay." Yin Nuoxing and Xian nodded. After saying a few more words, the Golden Princess left. Yin Nuoxing and Xian looked at each other and smiled. They habitually held each other's hands and jumped down from the roof. They stepped into the crowded public square and walked towards the Longguang Academy's recruitment area. There was already a long queue there. As the most prestigious academy in Xiaoguang City, the number of people who wanted to enter the Longguang Academy was undoubtedly the highest. Even people from surrounding big cities would come here. Even if the remote Ocean Academy was the only competitor, they would not be able to compete with the Longguang Academy. The Red Star Academy was known to have the elimination line of hell. Those who could graduate from there were very few. Yin Nuoxing had lived there for a year and had seen many extremely talented people who could not graduate in the end. The Longguang Academy's elimination rate was also very high, but at least it was not as exaggerated and abnormal as the Red Star Academy. In a long queue, there were some youths laughing and discussing loudly. There were also some whispers that were trying to survive. The entire public square was as noisy as a market. Yin Nuoxing and Xian quietly stood at the back of the queue. Although they were very low-key, their somewhat unique attire was also the highlight of this monotonous crowd. Moreover, their temperament could not be concealed. Therefore, just as the two of them stood firm, there were waves of whispers. Many people turned their heads and looked at the two people wearing masks and hats at the back of the queue. Their eyes were suffused with some other colors. Even if they could not see the beautiful face under the hat, many people were already indulging in fantasies. Just as Yin Nuoxing and Xian were quietly waiting, a white figure appeared in front of the two of them. Raising his head, they saw that this person looked very young, about 23 or 24 years old. His clothes were as white as snow, and his eyebrows were slanted in between his eyebrows. He had a high nose bridge and was exceptionally handsome. His entire person was like a sword that had been unsheathed, revealing a sharp sword intent. There was a bit of serious taste, but also a cold temperament. After this person appeared, he quickly attracted the attention of the people nearby. Then, Yin Nuoxing seemed to realize that the surrounding sounds had quietened down. She did not know if it was an illusion or not. Just arrived? The white-robed person calmly looked at Yin Nuoxing and Xian, then looked at the mask and hat. His sharp gaze was like a long sword that pierced into Yin Nuoxing's eyes. He coldly said, "Go over." After he finished speaking, he raised his chin towards the golden-clothed man at the front. After that, he turned around and left. The two men were baffled by his actions, but they didn't say anything. Yin Nuoxing shrugged his shoulders and walked forward while holding Xian's hand. When they passed by this long line, Yin Nuoxing clearly felt hundreds of pairs of eyes turn and stare at the two of them. She also heard many annoying whispers. Just arrived? Mask and hat. Can't they be seen in public? Sneaking around. One look, and I can tell that they are not good people. That woman is so beautiful. I can feel that she is very beautiful, even though I can't see her face. She don't talk so much. What if she is a divine son or a divine daughter of a big force? Just this sentence alone can offend people. But she is really beautiful. If I can, then I can die without regrets. Shut up. Hearing the voice coming from the sea of people, Yin Nuoxing could not help but swallow his saliva. His palms were sweating, and he was very nervous. However, the small hand in his palm was also squeezing his palm, as if it wanted to give him strength. Not long after, Yin Nuoxing and the other two walked from the back to the front. The golden-robed man stood at the front like a statue with his hands behind his back. His eyes were indifferent as he watched the two of them arrive. "Son of God," a soft voice sounded in their minds. Yin Nuoxing and Xian were stunned. They raised their heads and looked at the golden-robed man. They seemed to understand something. "Don't be nervous. My name is Jin Shun, and I am from the Golden Temple. The Great Elder arranged for me to receive the young Temple Master and Miss Xian." The golden-robed man looked to be about 30 years old. He had a square face, and even his eyes were golden. The expression on his face seemed to be frozen. Even the sound transmission was a bit stiff. It seemed that he had not spoken to anyone for a long time. "Senior." Yin Nuoxing and Xian cupped their hands. But even if they understood, they still had to put on a good show. The three of them looked calm and composed. Jin Shin nodded stiffly. He looked forward and said indifferently, "You just arrived and did not hear what I said just now. I will repeat it again. The two academies have discussed this time. You will enter the 100,000 mountains behind the academy to hunt demonic and demonic beasts for a month. If you come out alive, you will be able to enter the academy. There will be additional rewards based on the spoils you bring out. You just have to wait here for a while." Jin Chun said indifferently. Then he said through sound transmission, "There is a hidden place in the 100,000 mountains. There is a colorful spring water that can cleanse the body and soul. If you're lucky, you can be reborn. It should be helpful to the young temple master and Miss Xian." Yin Nuoxing and Xian were stunned. They looked at each other and then laughed in their hearts. Yin Nuoxing could not help but say through sound transmission, "Elder, didn't Sister Jean say that she would not give me special treatment? Is that so? But the great elder only asked me to take good care of you. He did not say anything else." Jean Shin smiled and said through sound transmission. The three of them could not help but laugh in their hearts. Chapter 604. The sun was setting in the west, and only when the sky began to turn yellow did the number of people in the vast square gradually dwindle. The preliminary examination had eliminated nearly 80% of the participants. Countless people left dejectedly, and those who remained gradually moved towards the entrance of the two great academies. Jinshin was talking to a few people in a low voice. From time to time, he would look at the mountain in the distance. After that, two of them flew towards the Farlight College. The rest of them stayed by Jinshin's side. They talked for a while before slowly leaving. At this time, in the square, the remaining people were all going to the 100,000 mountains for the trial. There were a total of 20,000 people, which was a very terrifying number. And this was the number that remained after nearly 80% of the people were eliminated. The remaining 20,000 people were already 1 in 100. Yin Nuo Planet also found many people with decent strength, but there were still a few people who were at the demon realm. Among these 20,000 people, there were probably only 1,000 demon realm experts, and the rest were all at the immortal realm. Rank doesn't completely represent strength. If you want to prove your strength, you must overcome all kinds of dangers. Being born in this great world is your fortune, but also your misfortune. If you want to live, you must become stronger. Don't let others trample on you. This will be your first lesson in the Farlight Academy. Enjoy this feast." Jinshin suddenly let out a loud roar. His dead eyes seemed to have come back to life. His roar made the expressions of the youths turn solemn and their fighting spirits soar. They knew that only those who had truly experienced the baptism of blood could be called experts. Whoosh! In the sky not far away, a gust of wind blew. A row of flying demonic beasts flew towards the square. They paused for a moment, then some people jumped on them and rushed towards a mountain. I think I saw the most beautiful girl in Xiaoguang City. She also came to participate. No, is she here to invigilate? Among the demonic beasts that stopped, one of them attracted a lot of attention. Those who exclaimed seemed to be the people of Xiaoguang City. Their words were clear and logical, as if they were very familiar with it. Jinshin also raised his head and glanced at the demonic beast, but it was just a casual glance. He then looked at the crowd and shouted, "Everyone set off. Run forward. Everyone must enter the 100,000 mountains before the sun completely disappears. Go, go, go. For the future. For your lives. Shed your blood. Soul ignition." The passionate roar ignited a fire in the hearts of these inexperienced youths. The response of more than 20,000 people resounded through the sky, followed by a series of footsteps that shook the earth. It was as if there were thousands of soldiers and horses galloping. Everywhere they passed, a cloud of dust was raised. The passers-by, standing on the buildings, looked at these youthful figures with smiles on their faces. It was as if they were looking at themselves when they were young. "Young master, be careful on this trip. There are many powerful demonic beasts in the mountain area. The most powerful one should be a demigod-level demonic beast. Although it won't pose much of a threat to you, you still have to be extremely careful." When a cloud of dust drifted away, the square was quickly emptied, leaving only Yin Nuoxing and the other two. Jin Shun was still transmitting his voice. Then, he patted him on the shoulder and said in a low voice, "Young man, run." After he finished speaking, he pushed him out. Yin Nuashing could feel that there seemed to be a breath left on his shoulder, as if it was guiding him. He laughed in his heart and nodded. Then, he held Xian's hand and ran toward the crowd. When the wave of 20,000 people approached the 100,000 mountains, it separated into two sides. The left side was still the Long Guang Academy, while the right side was the Serene Ocean Academy. However, there were clearly more people on the left side than on the right side. Their overall aura was also much stronger. "How many years has it been since I last ran? I've been flying all the time. I really want to fly." Yin Nuashing, who was running at the back of the Long Guang Academy, said to Xian, who was beside him, "No, if you fly, you'll be too conspicuous. The only ones who can fly here are the invigilators and the old students. The new students haven't flown yet." Xian smiled. The two of them ran side by side. Their rainbow-colored and dark purple hair fluttered in the wind and intertwined from time to time. It was a very beautiful scene. Let's not fly. We can just pass by from the side. After all, we're about to enter the 100,000 mountains from the southern city gate. When we enter, we'll stagger and leave the group. We'll find that place," Yin Nuashing transmitted. "That rainbow-colored spring water? It can cleanse the body and soul. Is it useful to us?" Xian asked curiously as he blinked at Mei Mao. "I don't know, but it should be useful to you. Your tender skin should be cleansed." Yin Nuashing pursed his lips. His body was already very strong. All sorts of divine items were constantly cleansing his body. However, since Jinshin had told him, it should still be useful. Before they even left the southern city gate, a dense forest had already appeared. However, they were still in Xiaowang City and had yet to enter the 100,000 mountains. The passers-by and residents were stunned when they saw the two long groups rushing past like a whirlwind. After they left the city gate, they could already feel the desolate aura of the forest. The road that had been built had also become a mountain road. All sorts of rocks and branches were spread across the ground, trampled by countless feet. Continue forward. Burn, little universe. A month of training will pass in the blink of an eye. However, if you discover someone within 100 miles of the city gate within a month, you'll fail the test and won't be able to enter the academy. Now, for your future, charge forward with all your might. Jin Shun had appeared on the demonic beast in the sky at some point. He waved his hand and shouted at the crowd, igniting the atmosphere once again. Within 100 miles, there were almost no demonic beasts or demonic beasts. Even if there were, they were very weak. A few adults could deal with them. The danger was very low. Yin Nuashing looked back at the flying demonic beast in the sky and whispered, "It's about time. Let's retreat." Xian nodded lightly. Then, the two stomped their feet on the ground and changed their route. They left the main road and rushed into the forest. As they were at the very back of the group, almost no one noticed them. Of course, other than Jin Shun, who had been paying attention to them. Young Hall Master, is he still unable to adapt to so many people? The Great Elder is really troublesome. After throwing the two of them into the academy, the trial of light can begin immediately after notifying the dean. It seems like it's going to be difficult to help the young Hall Master overcome his social phobia. Jin Shin laughed bitterly in his heart. Dazzling starlight descended. After the large group entered the 100,000 mountains, they scattered in twos and threes. With the help of the faint starlight, Yin Nuashing and Xian flew quickly in the dark forest. With their strength, they could see the situation around them clearly even without the light of the fire. The aura that Elder Jinshin left on his shoulder also moved slightly at this moment and faintly pointed in a direction. The light elements surged, bringing Yin Nuashing and Ziyin through the forest at high speed. The so-called distance of 100 miles had long been exceeded. In his perception, that aura was also faintly fluttering, as if it was getting closer. Let's rest for the night and continue the search the next morning. The forest at night is the world of the demonic beasts. We are very deep into the forest. Xian said softly as he squeezed his hands. The light elements were very fast. Even if they didn't use all their strength in just a few minutes, they had probably traveled more than 10,000 miles. They should have exceeded the area where they were required to stay for the assessment. Yes, that's good too. Yin Nuashing nodded. The light elements slowly extinguished, and they slowly slowed down to a stop. Just as they stopped, the two of them stepped out of the forest. What they saw was a cliff that was at least 1,000 feet high. Standing at the edge and looking down, they could vaguely see some greenery. Even the tall trees seemed a little small. The towering ancient trees in the distance were also at least 1,000 feet tall. The bright and beautiful moonlight was like a thin veil that just happened to hang on the edge of the sky. There were no obstacles in the way. Sensing that Yin Nuashing had stopped, Feng also jumped out of his windbreaker. Then, her small body shook, and the beautiful woman with a graceful figure appeared in front of them again. When the two of them saw her appear, they couldn't help but laugh. The three of them leaned against each other as they sat on the edge of the cliff. Yin Nuashing's heart was very calm. Although he had calmly accepted this so-called assessment to enter the Far Light Academy, his true goal was still to enter the Trial of Light. He wouldn't stay here forever. Elder Jin Shin obviously knew about this, so he might as well tell him about this place. Perhaps he knew that this place was far away from the assessment area, so he told him about it. Xian and Feng, who didn't cultivate or sleep. They only held Yin Nuashing's hand tightly and looked at the moon together peacefully. The three of them cherished the peaceful time they had now. One day in the future, they might not be able to experience it again. Before that day came, they had to cherish the present. At dawn the next day, the students in the mountains woke up one after another and went on their way. Some students seemed to have stayed up all night and had been rushing through the forest. When Yin Nuashing and the other two saw the sun rise from the east, they felt some auras approaching from behind. Although they were still far away, they would come into contact in less than 5 minutes. Could it be that we haven't gone beyond the scope of the ordinary assessment? Yin Nuashing scratched his head in confusion and turned to look at Feng, and Xian. The two of them shrugged cutely and didn't say anything. Feng turned into a small ball and burrowed into his windbreaker. Xian held his hand. Yin Nuashing sighed and pushed the ground with his right hand. The two of them directly fell down the cliff. About an hour later, Yin Nuashing, who was jumping rapidly, suddenly trembled and stopped. Xian was startled, but he quickly stopped. He pulled Yin Nuashing's arm and turned around to let himself fall into Yin Nuashing's embrace. Then he raised his head and blinked at Mei Mao. "What's wrong?" Yin Nuashing nodded. He sniffed and looked to the side. "I smell a very fragrant smell. It should be some kind of fruit." After he finished speaking, he hugged Xian a little tighter. Light elements flickered and the two of them disappeared on the spot. They quickly rushed toward the place where he smelled the fragrance. Not long after, they arrived at a valley. The valley in front of them wasn't very spacious. The surrounding towering trees completely covered the area. Rocks as sharp as blades were placed in front of the mountain pass. This place was very hidden. If one didn't pass through the numerous trees, they wouldn't be able to find this place from the sky. Standing at the entrance of the valley and taking a look, Yin Nuashing didn't hesitate too much. He stomped on the ground and rushed straight into the valley. Feng, who was hiding his chest, also stuck out her small head. She raised her head and let out a cry. A wave of aura slowly spread out, intimidating the magical beasts inside. After venturing deep in a mountain valley for a long distance, Yin Nuashing sniffled again. Then he slowly came to a stop. His nose could not help but twitch. He raised his head and saw that at the top of the mountain wall on the left, there was a very sudden crack on the brown mountain body. It was about 20 feet long, and within that crack, a 30 feet tall tree extended out from the crack. Its drooping branches continuously swayed with the wind in the mountain valley. This small tree was completely white, as if it was made from jade. Among the densely packed emerald green leaves on the small tree, one could faintly see a red color that was hidden. It was a perfectly round fruit that was the size of a fist. Even from such a great distance away, one could still smell the delicate fragrance that was emitted from it, causing one's heart to feel relaxed and happy. Fire essence fruit. This is a jade fire tree. It smells so good. Yin Nuashing took a deep breath of the fragrance. After counting carefully, there were more than 20 fire essence fruits on the jade fire tree. They swayed gently in the wind, as if tempting him. That's strange. This cliff is 100 feet tall. How'd that tree grow on it? Xian tilted his head and looked at the jade fire tree that stretched out from the mountain. Mei Mao was a little puzzled. Oh, I don't know either. Who cares? Anyway, this isn't an illusion. The magical beasts nearby have been scared away by foam. Yin Nuoxing smiled. The fire essence fruit contained extremely rich fire elemental energy. It could also nourish the energy in the body. The rich fire elemental energy could stimulate and refine the energy hidden in every corner of the body. This made him a little tempted. Without saying anything, Yun Nuoxing jumped up with Xian in his arms and stopped beside the jade fire tree. He looked at the jade fire tree that grew horizontally and then at the fire essence fruits hanging down. The corners of his mouth curved into a happy smile. With a wave of his hand, he plucked the more than 20 fire essence fruits. He then took out a good jade box and placed them inside. He took out 2 fruits and threw one to Xian. The fire essence fruit can refine the body. The energy hidden in the body will be stimulated. If a person who has eaten a heaven and earth treasure eats the fire essence fruit, the effect of the heaven and earth treasure will be maximized. Yin Nuoxing said with a smile. He also took a bite of the fire essence fruit in his hand. It melted in his mouth, and he felt a blazing energy rush into his body. It integrated into his limbs and bones, igniting the star energy in his body. All the pores on his body were stimulated by this blazing energy. It made him feel so comfortable that he couldn't help but want to moan. I found it first. Just as Yin Nuoxing was sensing the energy in his body, a timid voice suddenly sounded not far away, causing him to be stunned. He raised his head to look at the cliff, only to see a 15 or 16-year-old youth looking at him nervously. Those beautiful eyes seemed to contain spiritual energy, and there was a rope wrapped around his body. Chapter 605. The young man who suddenly appeared was thin and short. He was dressed in a yellow robe and looked very young. His beautiful eyes fluttered weakly, and his hands that were holding the rope were trembling. He had a feminine temperament, and his eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness as he stared at Yin Nuoxing. The moment the yellow-clothed young man appeared, he looked at Yin Nuoxing with fear. Yin Nuoxing was puzzled. Did he look so scary? You said that you found it first, so why didn't you take it? Yin Nuoxing waved the fire essence fruit in her hand, then took a bite without hesitation. A scorching breath exhaled from her nostrils. Hearing Yin Nuoxing's sudden words, the young man was so shocked that he hurriedly took 2 steps back. He shrank his head and said in a trembling and low voice, I found this fire jade tree 2 months ago, but flying is forbidden here, and there are demonic beasts guarding it. Today, I want to try hanging down with a rope to take it. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing and Xian looked at each other in astonishment. If they couldn't fly, then now it's the power of space. I can now use the power of space to step on space as if it's flat ground. I don't need to rely on the wind element to fly. There's probably a restriction on the wind element here. Yin Nuoxing suddenly understood and transmitted her voice to Xian. Hearing this, Xian tried to mobilize the wind element. Sure enough, she found that the wind element couldn't be condensed. She also understood why the young man was so nervous. The 2 of them were standing in the void, so he probably thought that he had seen some powerful expert. This young man's cultivation was only around the 6th level of the immortal realm. He was very brave to dare to enter the 100,000 mountains alone. Little star, give him some, Xian whispered in her ear. Yes, that's fine. Yin Nuoxing smiled. She leaped with her and landed on the top of the mountain. The young man was so frightened that he hurriedly retreated and sat on the ground. He looked at the 2 of them in horror and was about to cry. This guy is only 18 years old, but he's already at the 6th level of the immortal realm. His talent is also frightening. Yin Nuoxing muttered in her heart. Hey, what's your name? Yin Nuoxing took 2 steps forward and took another bite of the fire essence fruit in her hand. Then, she threw the whole fruit into her mouth and licked the juice on her hand as she asked softly, Who? How? I'm a student of the Far Academy. The young man was so frightened that he took a few steps back and threw the rope to the side, his little face full of fear. Hu Hao, right? A student of the Far Academy. Hmm. Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but laugh when she saw the young man's frightened appearance. She waved her hand and took out the jade box that contained the fire essence fruits. She opened it and took out 6 fruits, sealing them in another jade box. You're at the 6th level of the immortal realm. You don't need too many fire essence fruits. This thing's effect will begin to weaken after eating it 3 times. When you feel like you're about to break through, or when you eat some heavenly treasure, you can eat one. Yin Nuoxing explained and handed the box to Hu Hao. Seeing him walk over, Hu Hao jumped in fright and hurriedly closed his eyes. But after hearing his words, he was stunned again and hurriedly opened his eyes. Seeing Yin Nuoxing handing over a jade box, he carefully asked, For me? Yes, there are 6 fire essence fruits inside. Yin Nuoxing nodded with a smile, then joked, You could have picked more than 20 fire essence fruits or been torn to pieces by the demonic beasts here. But who told us to beat you to it? Just take it as the fee for opening the way for you. Hearing Yin Nuoxing's calculation, Xian couldn't help but smile bitterly. Hu Hao looked at him in horror. His beautiful big eyes blinked and stared for a long time before he took the jade box. Then, he pulled Yin Nuoxing's hand and stood up from the ground. He glanced at Yin Nuoxing and then at Xian. His young eyes were filled with amazement, and he was stunned. After a long time, he heard Xian's chuckle and quickly came back to his senses. His little face blushed, and he held the jade box tightly with both hands. He bowed deeply to the two of them and said timidly, Thank you. After he finished speaking, his face was as red as an apple. He quickly turned around and ran down the mountain without looking back. This kid, am I that scary? Seeing him run away, Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but touch her face and smile bitterly. She wasn't worried about anything. Since Hu Hao could come here with a cultivation of the 6th level of the immortal realm, it shouldn't be a problem for him to go back. Well, he looks quite cute, but he's a little mischievous. He stared at you for a long time and couldn't even move his eyes. Yin Nuoxing spread her hands, turned around, and smiled at Xian. Are you jealous? Little Star sometimes stares at me and foam for a long time without moving. Hearing this, Xian covered his mouth and giggled. His Mei Mao eyes were filled with a sly look. Cough. Nonsense. I didn't stare at you for a long time. It was only for a dozen seconds. Being exposed, Yin Nuoxing's face turned red. He hurriedly tried to explain, but he realized that the more he tried to explain, the more he made things worse. Seeing that she was smiling so brightly that even the sunlight paled in comparison, he quickly coughed again and said, Let's go and find the place that Elder Jean Chun mentioned. Naughty little rascal, you don't want to admit it. Xian giggled again, and her hands naturally wrapped around his arm. Cough. Yin Nuoxing's heart surged when her soft body clung tightly to his arm. He coughed heavily, and his face was even redder than Hu Hao's. He hurriedly told her that everything was fine in his heart, and then flew into the distance with her in his arms. In the Black Forest, the thunderous roars of beasts could be heard. The strong pressure blew the forest to the side. In the depths of the forest, huge trees were snapped in half, or cut in half by invisible blades. The heavy sound of the huge trees falling to the ground echoed throughout the forest. 2 silhouettes flashed rapidly in the collapsed forest. Sparks of energy exploded in midair, and the aftermath of the explosion spread in all directions, cutting down many of the surrounding towering trees. Black leaves rustled and scattered all over the sky and were blown far away by the gusts of wind. Among the 2 figures, there was a huge flying bird that was at least 1,000 feet long. Its body was covered with pale white wings, and when it flew across the sky, one could only see a white flash of lightning. The other figure was a young human girl. She was dressed in a purple robe, and her dark purple hair fluttered like flowing clouds. Hold its head down and cut off its comb. It will lose its strength. Don't get scratched by its wings. Below its abdomen, between its wings, in the distance, there was a young man in black who quickly followed the 2 and kept reminding them. From what he said, it was obvious that he was reminding the girl. Be careful of the wind blades. Even a 9th seal of the demon rank would be cut in half at the waist. One touch, and it would be over. In midair, there were many afterimages of the huge, flying bird and the girl. The two of them were extremely fast. Just by passing by the side of the trees were almost broken. The young man's eyes flashed with a colorful light. In his eyes, he could actually clearly see the two figures that were flying past. In the air, heavy and muffled sounds rang out. Yin Nuoxing calmly turned his gaze. The two extremely fast figures were extremely clear in his eyes. The powerful effects of the evil spirit eyes had caused him to be both pleasantly surprised and shocked. Up till now, he had borrowed the convenience of his eyes in many aspects, and in the current battle, he was able to clearly see the extremely fast movements. The coxcomb windplume bird is very fast. Even a demigod might not be able to catch up with a demigod coxcomb windplume bird. Isn't it a bit too much for the purple word devil 3 to challenge a demigod coxcomb windplume bird? On Yin Nuoxing's chest, Feng stuck her head out and looked at the huge bird and the girl that were flying at high speed in the distance. I'll lend her the light element. Before it runs out, her speed won't be a problem. Moreover, it was the girl herself who asked to train in the forest. I don't want to discourage her. During this period of time, I don't know how many magical beasts of the demon rank and above have been defeated. In the beginning, she was unfamiliar with her methods, but now she can handle them with ease. The level of the challenge has also increased from the demon rank to the demigod rank. Let's just trust her, Yin Nuoxing said softly. His eyes followed the two closely. The worry in his eyes was clearly more real than his understatement. He added, and we are watching. Rumble. As the battle in the sky became increasingly intense, an aura suddenly swelled, causing Yin Nuoxing to be startled. He hurriedly lifted his head, and his expression became a little grave. Dark clouds swept over in the sky, and a pale white light shot out. A huge pale white bird that was tens of thousands of feet in size appeared under the sky and covered the sun. Waves of frightening demonic aura poured out in a manner that could topple mountains and overturn seas. He's going all out. It is not that easy to kill a demigod rank magical beast. Looking at the huge creature in the sky, Yin Nuoxing's expression became a little grave. The feathers of the demigod wind featherbird were as hard as steel. The body of a demigod demon sovereign could be used as a demigod weapon. Even an expert who had just stepped into the demigod rank might not be able to crush it. Boom! The coxcomb wind featherbird's wings that were thousands of feet in size covered the sky. With a sudden flap, the sky seemed to darken in an instant. The huge figure tore through space at an extremely terrifying speed. Even the sound of the sonic boom could not catch up with it. Under this flap of the wings, half of the ancient trees that towered into the sky flew into the distance, and the forest was destroyed into a mess. Within his pitch-black eyes, a blurry, enormous being tore through the sky like a lightning bolt. Even though there was a great distance between them, the frightening wind pressure had already arrived. The turbulent airflow was just like sharp wind blades as it violently swept past Xian's body, causing his clothes to be pressed against his body, revealing his curves that would cause people to go crazy. Xian's pretty face was grave. The bright golden particles around her body had also thinned out. Seeing this, she could not help but take a deep breath. Her hands quickly formed a seal, and a huge five-color magic circle appeared quickly behind her body. Then, a huge long sword appeared in the center of the magic circle. Her delicate hand grasped the sword with great force. If one looked closely, this huge five-colored long sword was actually the same as the Netherworld Ruin Sword. Wait a minute, is this girl going to take it head-on? Seeing Xian's posture, Yin Nuoxing was stunned. When she came to her senses and hurriedly stood up from the tree, the pale figure had already rushed to Xian's side. Holding the huge long sword, she twisted her body and rushed towards the wind featherbird. Yin Nuoxing's face turned pale with fright. She could not care less about her training. Light elements gathered and exploded in an instant, wrapping her up and rushing towards the battlefield. However, no matter how fast she was, Xian and the wind featherbird were only a matter of seconds. Even Yin Nuoxing, who had the fastest speed in the world, could not catch up with the wind featherbird. The two figures, who were disproportionate in size, clashed with each other at lightning speed and brushed past each other. Yin Nuoxing also rushed to the battlefield as soon as they brushed past each other. She hurriedly held onto Xian, who had lost control of her body, and then turned around abruptly. She unleashed her star force. Just as she was about to make a move, she was shocked to see the wind feather bird's huge body falling into the forest far away. Under its belly, there was a huge, colorful sword. Blood gushed out like a waterfall. Every drop of blood on the ground was enough to fill up a pond, seeing that the wind feather bird had almost been killed in one strike. Yin Nuoxing was also stunned. She hurriedly lowered her head. Xian's face was pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Even her purple robe had been cut by the sharp wind blades, revealing her naked body. However, Yin Nuoxing did not have time to enjoy the view, because fine bloodlines had appeared on her exposed skin. Both of them were injured. She used up all her strength and fainted. Yin Nuoxing blinked. Looking at the girl who had fainted without any worry, she could not help but smile bitterly. Was he too worried? Maybe he was still used to seeing her as an ordinary girl. Silly girl. Chuckling, Yin Nuoxing gently stroked her head. Wisps of wood element gushed out, making the place full of vitality. Chapter 606. In the depths of the black forest, multicolored light seemed to gush out from the ground, dyeing the surrounding trees with a blurry luster. The branches, leaves all showed multicolored spots of light, and even the clouds in the sky were dyed with a bit of color. This place was as beautiful as a dream. Her line of sight turned a few times to look at the place where the light was shining, and she was surprised to find that it was a multicolored lake. However, calling it a lake was a little too big. This lake was surrounded by layers of trees, and it was less than 10 feet in diameter. A huge stone stood quietly in the middle of the lake. There was no source, and there was no place for circulation. It was like a pool of stagnant water. Even the trees growing on the shore had shed their black color and grown into a multicolored color. Found it! In the multicolored forest, a black figure slowly approached, shuttling between the thick trees. After a while, he jumped out of the forest. When he saw the multicolored lake, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and smile faintly. He lowered his head to look at the girl who was still in his arms and said softly, "Girl, we're here. Since you're awake, get up." "How did you know I was awake?" Xian, whose beautiful eyes were tightly closed, opened her eyes wide in astonishment. When she met the multicolored eyes, she tilted her head in confusion. Spiritual power is stable, and there are no fluctuations or stillness. How can I not see that? Do you think I'm stupid? Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes and said, "We've arrived at the place that Elder Jinshin said. You go first. I'll check for you. Also, change your clothes while you're at it." When Xian heard this, she lowered her head to look at the somewhat tattered purple clothes on her body. She couldn't help but blush. When she raised her head again, she saw that he was looking straight ahead. She couldn't help but giggle and jump out of his arms. She smiled slyly and said, "You're not allowed to peek." "Who would peek?" Yin Nuoxing blushed and glared at her fiercely. However, his blushing face and pretending to be fierce looked a little funny. "All right, bring this with you. Use it inside. It'll be more effective when used together." As soon as Xian turned around, he heard a voice behind him. He turned around and saw a blurry object flying toward him. He reached out and caught it. At the same time, he smelled a very tempting flower fragrance and seemed to see a divine moon in the sky. Lying in the palm of his hand was a soft blue and white flower made up of simple leaves. However, the flower at the top was a miniature qilin. There was also a crescent moon facing upwards. The alluring fragrance and rich spiritual energy made Xian feel a little lightheaded just by taking a whiff. Her jade-like hand lightly touched the qilin and crescent moon above her head. She raised her head and asked Yin Nuoxing, "This is?" "The moon of the qilin, a divine item among flowers. Consuming it will allow one to be reborn and absorb the light of the moon. It has an yin attribute and is more suitable for women. If a virgin consumes it, the full effects of the moon of the qilin will be unleashed." Yin Nuashing looked at the blue and white leaves. He thought for a moment and added, Xianin left it behind. I only discovered it not long ago. She placed more than 3,000 restrictions in these 2 rings. I can only remove them when I'm strong enough. Not long ago, when I came out of the ice fields, I accidentally saw this moon of the Qilin and some other divine flowers. Xian blinked at the Mei Mao and lowered her head to caress the divine flower. There was a gentle look on her face. Sister Xian, Yin left it for you. Is it really okay for me to consume it? Yes, it's suitable for you. There are other divine herbs in the ring. Don't worry about it. Yin Nuashing nodded and sighed. He said faintly, as far as I know, this flower isn't among the 360 divine treasures recorded on the Heaven and Earth treasure ranking. With its effects, it's definitely not impossible for it to be ranked. Could it be that not many people discovered it, so it wasn't listed on the ranking? Or is there another way to record the divine flower? Xian said softly, Oh, that's possible. Let's not think so much. Hurry up and go. Just drink it in one mouthful. Don't leave the leaves behind. Eat a fire essence fruit while you're at it. Yin Nuashing shook his head and looked at her with a smile. Yin Nuashing watched her walk into the colorful pond and was covered by the dense energy mist. Only then did he turn around. When he heard the sound of someone falling into the water, he let out a sigh of relief. The Rainbow Aurora Celestial Pond. Legend has it that the water in the pond was born under the influence of the starry sky. It can allow those who cultivate in the pond to be reborn. It has something to do with reincarnation and cultivation. However, only the first person who steps in has a small chance. If someone really succeeds in their reincarnation, the effects of the pond water will weaken a lot. Looking at the state of the pond water now, it seems to have that effect. Feng Er appeared at the side and looked at Yin Nuashing. Aya, you should have said so earlier. Then I would have. Yin Nuashing was stunned. Suddenly, he slapped his head and he shook his head in annoyance. You're bullying Xian because she doesn't know about this. You gave the opportunity to her. If she knew about this pond water, she would have given it to you. Seeing his pretentious look, Feng Er couldn't help but roll her eyes at him and cut him off. Life is hard. Don't expose me. Yin Nuashing spread his hands. Seeing that she was still staring at him, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He flipped his right hand and took out a red object. Then, he suddenly slapped it towards Feng Er's sexy red lips. Feng Er was startled by this swift action. Before she could react, Yin Nuashing's big hand, which was holding the red object, slapped her red lips. She only felt something cold and hot enter her mouth. Because she was frightened, she swallowed it without thinking. That red object melted like ice and turned into a huge stream of heat that quickly flowed through her body. Seeing Feng Er's slender neck move, Yin Nuashing smiled and let go of his hand. Feng Er also quickly coughed twice. Mei Mao looked at him innocently and said, Cough, cough. It's not the fire essence fruit. Xing Xing, what did you feed me? Immortal phoenix fruit. It's a divine item on the same level as the moon of Qilin. It can purify fire-related energy and even increase one's ability to control fire. However, one is a fruit while the other is a flower. All right, you can go in too. Here's a fire essence fruit. Eat one too. Yin Nuashing smiled and pushed her inside. When they walked, he stuffed another fruit into Feng Er's mouth. Before they walked into the energy mist, he saw her looking at him with hidden bitterness, seeing that both of them had entered. Yin Nuashing shrugged his shoulders. His right hand gently stroked the ring on his left middle finger, and his consciousness seeped into it. After looking for a while, he could not help but be speechless. In this area where divine objects were placed, there were dozens of divine objects of this kind. Immortal herbs, immortal fruits, divine flowers. All of them emitted a strange energy. The rich fragrance that could not be dispersed and tangled together, causing him to sneeze loudly. This is only the outermost area of the 3,000 layers of restrictions. However, the storage space in this ring is really big. I'm afraid it can hold a city. Yin Nuashing rubbed his nose. He didn't notice the restriction on this ring at first. Not long ago, when he was wandering inside the ring, he saw a piece of paper left at the edge. It was obviously Xian Yin's masterpiece. However, this 6 paths of reincarnation technique wasn't sealed in the restriction back then. Perhaps there are some dangerous items that can't be touched if one's level isn't high enough. Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly and shook his head. Xing Xing, come down. There's a stone in the pool that separates the left and the right. I've set up a barrier. Xian and I will be on the left. You go to the right. When Yin Nuoxing's mind wandered inside the space in the ring, a soft voice echoed in his mind. He was stunned for a moment and withdrew his consciousness from the ring. After he recognized the voice and its contents, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He nodded casually and walked towards the thick mist. After entering the energy mist, he walked for a while and arrived at the shore of the pool. He could indeed see a huge stone that was a few zhang wide. It took up more than half of the entire pool. On the left, there was a very obvious red and pink energy barrier. It covered the situation inside and also blocked out the sound inside. However, when he saw 2 sets of familiar clothes hanging on the tree by the shore, Yin Nuoxing's head exploded. His handsome face quickly turned red, and he couldn't help but curse. These 2 girls, they're cultivating and they're taking off their clothes? Out of sight, out of mind. Everything is fine. Yin Nuoxing quickly looked away and patted his chest. He muttered a few words and then smiled bitterly and jumped into the celestial pool on the right. Splash! In an instant, the celestial pool soaked his clothes. The water in the celestial pool wasn't cold. It had a strange warmth. The surging energy made Yin Nuoxing feel warm all over. It was as if he had jumped into a hot spring. It was indescribably comfortable. The water in the celestial pool entered his body through his pores and turned into a warm current that surged through his body. It merged into his limbs and bones. The energy in the celestial pool wasn't used to increase one's cultivation. Therefore, he didn't have too many concerns and allowed this warm energy to flow into his body. Suddenly, a colorful energy surged into his body and wrapped around him like a thin film. He was stunned. Before he could take a closer look at what this thin film was for, his soul was wrapped up by that thin film and then dragged out of his body. Yin Nuoxing's expression changed drastically. He just floated quietly to the side and watched his soulless body lean against the huge rock. He was so scared that his handsome face turned pale. His brain was spinning rapidly as he thought about what to do. However, what happened next shocked him even more. His soulless body was suddenly submerged by the colorful water in the celestial pool. A huge ball of water lifted him out of the water and placed him on the shore. In the next moment, Yin Nuoxing saw his body, his limbs, and his bones all burst apart in an instant and exploded into pieces. Even his spiritual body was shocked and unsettled. My body, what was going on? He had only heard of the 7-colored aurora celestial pond, which had the effect of being reborn. However, what was going on here? His soul had been directly ripped out, and his body had been shattered. This wasn't being reborn. This was destroying his body. Don't worry. Wait. You'll know in a while. Just as he was feeling anxious, Zia's soft laughter rang out in his mind, startling him. He hurriedly took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Z couldn't just watch him become a wandering ghost without a body. Although he was a little relieved, he still looked nervously at the body that had been blown to pieces. After all, that was his body, and it had been blown to pieces so abruptly. Following that, Yin Nuoxing saw the various organs and bones in his body shattering inch by inch. It was as if he was walking towards destruction step by step. Even the top of his head had been blown off. He was so frightened that he hurriedly closed his eyes and turned his head. Fortunately, his soul had left his body. If he were to experience such changes in his body, he would probably faint from the pain. After 5 minutes, his body had completely shattered into pieces. Half of his golden red blood flowed to the side and was wrapped in the colorful liquid. Not a single drop fell to the ground. However, the ground beside him was filled with broken bones or bone powder. They had all been reduced to powder. However, his 20 feet long hair was glowing faintly and didn't break apart. Then it was also wrapped in the celestial pool's liquid and thrown to the side. Obliterate the old body. Next, it's time to witness a miracle. As soon as Ziyeh's soft laughter fell, Yun Nuashing discovered that something was different. An extremely powerful vitality appeared, causing the trees on both sides to sway. The pile of golden-red blood mixed with the celestial pool's water, as if it was being transformed by the celestial pool and replaced with new blood. An illusory body gradually appeared. Its organs, bones, and body were all being reconstructed. When Yun Nuashing wanted to personally witness the process of the body's reconstruction, a suction force sucked his soul over and threw him into the blurry figure. He could feel an itch all over his body, as if life was being reborn. After an unknown amount of time, Yun Nuashing suddenly opened his eyes. A huge beam of energy shot out from his eyes, creating a violent whistling sound in the air. He quickly lowered his head and stretched out his hands. When he saw that his body was complete, without any missing parts, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged in the celestial pool. There was a handful of colorful hair lying quietly on the shore. The patterns on the body were still the same, without any changes. However, when he saw his own body, his expression became a little strange. But after a while, he relaxed. He was already used to it. So domineering. Fortunately, my soul left my body. If I personally experienced this rebirth, I'm afraid I would die from the pain. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh. Then, his expression slowly became conflicted. This didn't seem right. He didn't deliberately change his voice, but wasn't this voice Yusin's? No. It was softer and more tender than Yusin's. Yes, it was a girl's voice, sensing that something was wrong. Yun Nuashing swallowed with difficulty. The divine light mirror appeared in his hand and shone inside. Ah! A high decibel scream resounded through the entire forest.